he's got a very, very bright future.
Yeah, definitely. Had some... Well, he was able to get into the Challenger Series, courtesy of that WSL World Junior title. I don't know if he's had... I think Bolito got a 9th.
Bolito and Brazil.
And Brazil.
Yeah, so
They're two pretty great results.
2 9ths is, it's very tidy.
Oh, Taj. Styling through that one.
So he's currently coming 23rd on the Challengers, so in the mix. Of course, if you finish in the top 20, you don't make it to the Championship Tour, but you guarantee yourself a spot on the Challengers the year after. So it's not all bad news if you don't qualify for CT. And of course, next year, big rejig to the WSL schedule. There's no more mid-year cut. The tour doesn't conclude with WSL finals anymore. It's going to be a year-long season, finishing back at Pipeline. And they've even got the name back. It's the Pipe Masters once again, which I think all surfing purists and die-hard fans would be massive. Give a huge tick of approval to. It's pretty exciting to see how close it is once again to the sort of dream tour of the halcyon days about 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm excited for this new year of CT, obviously starting in Bells.
It's a late start, so there's a 7-month gap between the WSL finals wrapping up in Fiji, the first event kicking off at Bells. And, the 3-event Aussie leg is back for the second time. Bronson 7.5. Just the way that he spins that, he gets so much pop. He's on the JS team in Bali. Working with guys like Dylan Haler, who pull his boards together, and they just look so lightning underfoot. He often rides the carbon tunes, the full carbon wrap, but he's on the hybrid carbon and epoxy here. Just glued to his feet.
Yeah.
He just launches from nowhere. Amazing.
You can kind of tell though, I feel like he's always glued to his feet. I feel like for Bronson, there's not really a time where you're like, oh, you might not make this. He's just always looking solid.
All right, here goes your man Taj Richmond. Oh, well, from Bronson matey doing punts on a half carbon, half epoxy JS, to Taj Richmond doing punts on McTavish.
We're seeing it all here at Cloud9. That was cool for Taj. A little bit of flair. Wondering how his PA Griggs was getting him to the beach this morning. I know that yesterday Taj had a little bit of a stressful morning thinking he was first heat and he wasn't down here, but yeah, today he was ready for it. And he's got pretty stacked heat. Dom Thomas, Bronson, Minojo holding that priority yet to take off after almost 10 minutes.
How old's Taj?
I think he's 26 or 27. He's a couple years older than me.
So he's the veteran in this heat.
Is a 3.1. A 3.1.
26.
You're now in second. So situation changed. Surfer in white is now in second.
But hasn't surfed it. We discussed this yesterday, you and I, right? Since 2016.
Yeah. He surfed a couple of junior series events back in 2016.
Blue looking for a 2.33. Move back to second.
I was actually working one day at Kira, and it was pretty good. It wasn't epic, but there was a couple of good ones, and I saw Taj go out, and he just got this diamond in the rough and got so tubed, and then I don't think I ever saw a wave like that come through. The whole 2 hours that I was there, and I didn't see another wave for the next hour. It was crazy.
You were working?
Yes. A little bit of coaching.
Ah, okay. I wasn't sure.
No. Yeah.
It could be anything.
I know, yeah, you just never know these days.
Metal detecting?
That could be cool.
Lifesaving?
Maybe. I'd prefer to just surf.
I mean, yes. We all.
I know.
What else you got going on at the moment?
Me?
Yeah. Is Murmur still kicking?
I'm not doing that as much anymore. Jessie kind of took over, but she's doing The Good Pick with her best friend Shayla Wendell.
What's that?
So it's a podcast where they started it before the 2025 WSL season started. And they were picking, just choosing picks of who they thought that was going to win the events.
Okay.
For the CT and the Challenger Series. So they're doing that, and that's doing really well, and they're loving it. They're having heaps of fun, which is super cool. And yeah, I'm just working, doing a bit of uni, coming to these contests. No complaints. Not really much going on, Binsy, to be honest.
As we see Minojo Yahagi, he's waited 12 minutes for this wave. Whoa, that was outlandish. Was that a kick out, or was he actually going for the flick there? What are your thoughts?
I feel like he changed his mind halfway through.
Yeah. He went to the moon on that one, but nowhere near his surfboard. That's the sort of thing that makes the little bit on the news after the weather. Like, oh, crazy waves in the Philippines today, and they just show some guy kicking out.
Yeah. Minojo needs to get a wriggle on, though. He needs a 5.4, but you look at Taja's scores, a 3 and a 2. He can get that pretty easily for Minojo.
Yeah. He needs 5.4. We've already got Bronson Matey with a 7.5.
Twelve and a half to go. Bronson looking to get rid of that 4.33. Goes to the air again.
That was like Minojo's, except slightly more contact with his surfboard for a little bit longer. It is a favourable wind. It's light onshore. Such is the agreeable contour of the reef here at Cloud 9 that even when it's onshore, it's a worthy tube.
Yep. Was there any particular standouts yesterday that you saw in your free surf?
Situation remains the same. Surfer in red at first. 7.50 on his second wave and a 4.33 backup score.
To work out who it was who was really having a dig.
White needs an 8.73
the boys were sitting
to move to
pretty
first.
deep.
Blue in third, needing a
Dylan Wilcoxon.
2.33
Is it Philip
to
Duke?
move to second. And Surfer in
They're going hard.
green needs a
Pack Aussies. So it was
5.40.
Tommy Carvello,
Priorities with blue.
Save Huxtable,
Second priority, white. Third
Macklin
priority,
Flynn.
green.
It's good to see young lad from back in WA having a crack.
Yeah.
And then a big contingent of Filipino surfers too. There's a lot of people in the water, but
Yeah.
it was a good vibe. It wasn't at all eggy.
Oh, that's great.
Everyone was just laughing because it was so low tide that your biggest enemy was the bottom, and we were all bouncing off it fairly regularly. So.
You just got to succumb to that. Just like, yeah, that's going to happen.
Saw Thomas Carvello pin drop out of just fall out of the sky on a takeoff, which as a civilian who does that fairly regularly, it was great to see that it can happen to anyone who does that.
Yeah, it definitely makes you feel better, doesn't it? I think the last time I surfed out at Cloud 9, it was mid-tide, but I honestly got 2 waves. It was so crowded and so busy with all the athletes and staff were out there as well, just trying to catch one wave at this perfect reef. I mean, it is so fun, but last night we were all a little bit worried. We were kind of thinking today's going to not be that good because of the wind that we saw yesterday afternoon, but it didn't really blow in the direction that we were expecting it to, and that worked in our favour. We've woken up, it's cleaner, it is overcast, it's a bit pretty rainy here these days, but we'll take good waves and rain any day.
It's a bit fresh on the scooter riding in this morning.
Agreed. It was a little bit cold.
Definitely rained overnight because my bike seat was very wet.
Oh, you don't have a little rag in your seat?
Oh, is that what that's for?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've got everything in my bike. I've got like, but it's not like renting a bike in Bali, that's for sure.
Raincoat, first aid kit.
Yeah, like a little thing where I can, if I get a puncture, I can repair my own tyre.
Wow.
Yeah. Had to pay extra for a bungee and oki strap so that I can attach my surfboard without it flying away.
Oh, you could pay extra for that. Oh, I've just been using my leg rope.
Yeah.
Just wrapping it around.
All right, Bronson's backed up his 7.5 with a 4.33. He's in the lead with an 11.83 total. Here goes Taj Richmond, late dropping into this one. Hard off the bottom, long locks flowing in the breeze. And a series of carves takes him through to the inside before the whitewash says, I'm done with you, mate, and chops his legs out from underneath him. 8.5 minutes to go. Going to Taj's top two. If it's his best wave, it's 3.41. It might even put him into the lead. Yeah. Apart from a couple of highlights from Bronson, a bit of a slow and sleepy affair. Minojo Yahagi needs to get moving. He's just got a half-point wave with 17 minutes done in this heat.
He's got his iconic hat on.
How is it iconic? I swear he's only worn it for like the last couple of years.
Well, I feel like no one else does it. I think it's iconic because he always wears it.
I mean, every 50-year-old surfer back home does it.
Iconic for the QS.
Yeah. So the World Masters in the Azores, I'm going to say it was 2016. Dave McCauley won a World Masters title running surfer.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Dom Thomas. That was lofty. That was dusty Bruce Irons spec. Without the landing. Bronson quickly in, quickly out. 7 minutes to go.
Dom's actually really good in the air as well. I feel like he's seeing Bronson do these huge airs and just going, hang on a second, let me get into this conversation. He's awesome from Port Stephens, or that Newcastle, Merewether region. Wow, Dom gets a completion there as well. How is the stand tall? He's definitely back in the conversation, looking to get out of the threes. That was crazy.
You see Kate Moyle's sequence of Dane yesterday?
Oh, it's amazing.
Here's the replay of Dom. Just hucked it to the flats. You can see the way the Cloud9 wave horseshoes back and allows you to throw that. And gives you a little bit of a landing as well. That's going to be a fantastic score for the man in blue.
Go Bronson. Oh my goodness. Wow, he does that so well. Just showing us why he's World Junior Champion, really.
Yeah, intuitive tube riding from Ronnie. Whoa, Taj, deep, late, critical. I'd love to see him get spat out of that one. You know that he's got hard drives full of footage of himself getting spat out of waves like that, surely.
Oh, absolutely.
The amount that he surfs up here. I was never in doubt. I just made it look so easy. It wasn't, but for Ronnie, no biggie.
Yeah, I've got this on lock, really. It's a battle for second, honestly, between the rest of the surfers in this heat. Minojo.
Well, let's see what Dom gets for that big punt. tighten things up a little.
Surfer in red in second now, needing a 4.78. Last wave for red is a 4.17. That's not enough.
Oh my goodness. 867.
Yeah, best wave of the event so far. The judges loved it.
Wow.
Battle for second, you reckon, between
Not
Bronson,
anymore.
Taj, and Minojo. That was insane. Here goes Bronny, little insider. Oh, ramp. Oh, that was like, it's crazy how they do some of those. That was purely out to the flats. He never went above the height of the lip. It was just projected straight to the beach. It spins so fast, and then trying to land on dead flat water with no cushioning whatsoever. It's young ankles only.
Literally, that is crazy.
See Matt Miola.
Yeah, he is a weapon.
Oh, he posted a clip yesterday that was just him in windy ramps, testing all his soft tissue. I think I did a hammy just watching it. And then Albie Leia posted a clip the other day that looked exactly like right here at Cloud9, but it was just windy Maui.
Oh, wow.
But it made me do a double take. I was like, hang on a second. Is this guy going to pop up in the round of 64? Here goes Dom Thomas once again.
Whoa.
Big lofty one. Has he got the landing? Might have got blown out by the whites in that shot. He might still be there. Here goes Bronson. So it's a two-man shootout right now. Oh, Bronny just about had that one. 3 minutes to go. It's an air show for first between Dom Thomas and Bronson Mady.
Wow, they're both kicking and scratching to get back out there. Well, Bronson's actually going, you know, I've got just under 3 minutes, I'm good. But Dom is not giving him room to breathe at all. He's been in Tahara. He actually had a really great event. It was super cool, but that was 867. Wow.
How was the little moment in the air where it was like a bit of a tweak?
Yeah.
Like it wasn't just one fluent rotation. He sort of almost did like a bit of a shifty in the middle of it. It was so sick.
It felt like it went slow-mo for half a second. That was crazy.
Remember those Dusty Payne airs in Lost Atlas where they were just like super late rotation?
2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes.
And then Yago did a couple of them stab high the other day. They just looked like straighties until the last minute. It was super stylish.
And the, awareness to have to do that right at the last minute and go, yep, okay, I'm going to tweak it now.
Yeah. Proprioception off the charts. 90 seconds to go. Bronson only needs a 4.78. Dom will be looking to get rid of his 3.6 as this turns into an air show. And he's probably unimpressed with that. A few years ago that would have been a mad shifty straighty, but on the score. Might replace his 3.6. Didn't really sell it with the body language. He could have ridden out and maybe eked out a couple of turns and maybe got rid of that 3.6. Maybe he will anyway. Let's see what the judges bring him.
Right now, anything's a bonus for Dom.
55 seconds remaining.
Probably.
50 seconds to go. Minojo Yahagi still just has caught the one wave.
Last air by Blue, a 3.53 will not go to
That is
too high.
priority for the majority of this 25-minute heat.
35 seconds remaining.
If we've said it once, we've said it a million times. Sometimes priority can be a curse. I don't think it's done Minojo any favours whatsoever. I mean, he's only cashed it in once. Here he goes, second wave. He's looking for an 11.83.
Wow. Gets swallowed up.
10 seconds remaining.
Will be underwater, travelling very, very fast right there. Here goes Dom Thomas, signing off with another air rev out to the flats. And that's it. So, still waiting on a couple the scores to come in for Dom. 3.53 for his previous, so it doesn't go into his top two, and then a minor score just then. But it's official. Dom Thomas and Bronson Matey through to the next round. We say farewell to Taj Richmond and Minojo Yahagi. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back with more action from the Siargao International Surfing Cup right after this.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
This is for everyone who made it happen. The surfers, ocean lovers, and locals of Siargao. Together, we fundraised and built mooring lines around the island so boats can anchor safely without harming our coral reefs. What began as a small act of care grew into something beautiful, a community effort to care for the sea we all share. Follow Adopt a Mooring Line to learn more and be part of a global effort to protect our reefs.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
How? Oh mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're gonna be getting cone today. Yeah, let's go.
Welcome to the Siargao International Surfing Cup, Heat 2 of the day in the water right now. Heat 2 of the round of 64. Chris Binns and Dai Wacko in the booth. Rinta Utu, Roy Kanazawa, Marlon Harrison and Kyan Falvey in the water. Good morning, Dai.
Good morning. Morning, Binzi. Two Japanese surfers up against two Australians. This is a great heat.
Yeah, two of the standout Aussies to this point as well. Marlon looked very comfortable yesterday, just getting tubed and doing the beers, and Kyan's been solid through this as well. What can you tell us about Rinta and Roy?
You know, Rinta is former Challenger Series surfer. 2024, I guess. But he is back in the QS trying to get the CS seed again. And Roy Kanazawa is, I believe he is in the top rank in Asian region at the moment. Came third at Kurui Pro QS 6000 earlier this year in May. So these guys are very experienced surfers from Japan.
Did you see the last heat? What do you think of the air show between Dom Thomas?
That was fun to watch. Super fun to watch, but on screen,
Whoa.
金沢ロイ選手一発目大きなレイバックを決めてくるか、これは前に出てこれないですね。
That was a minor score for Roy Kanazawa. In your esteemed, informed opinion, who are the best young up-and-coming Japanese surfers at the moment?
Well, I gotta say, Tenshi Wami is one of the upcoming young surfers. He's still 20 years old, and he's already in a Challenger Series following all the comps.
He's a big kid too.
Yeah, he's a solid kid, and he's back in Siargao. This is one of his favorite spots in the world, that's for sure. So he's back in Siargao, and he did great run last year's Siargao International Surfing Cup. So I would say, yeah, Tenshi is another great upcoming juniors. But Roy Kanazawa, he is super sharp, super stylish, super polished surfer as well.
switch action so far.
Is there many good waves in the last heat?
It was an air show. Bronson Mady came out and was playing around with the tube. Wasn't getting massive scores. They weren't the biggest or deepest tubes. It's onshore, but he was threading them beautifully. And then he started doing punts. He got a score for a 7.5. And that flicked the switch. Something dropped in Dom Thomas's mind. The penny dropped, and he came out and launched some mega airs as well. So Dom got an 8 point.
Yeah, that was a crazy air. 867 was it?
Yeah, an 867. So the highest scoring wave of the event so far. It was a crazy air rev. It's like a two-stager where sort of slow, and then he had to push it around real quick right at the end and nailed it. It was beautiful. The wave just bent back and threw him towards the beach.
Right.
Yeah, it was great. Bronson's 7.5 was pretty sick as well, and there was a bunch of other airs that were great. So yeah, it was cool. It's
Turning to air show now,
yeah,
eh?
it's a fun wave, this one. It's a pit. You can do punts, and then you can definitely lay it on rail. Meaty sections as well.
It's offshore today, but it's kind of bumpy out there today. Probably all the effect from the last night's onshore. It's peaks everywhere, and probably best a good condition for the airs.
The wind is meant to go a little bit more.
Roy is up and riding, nice floats and lap the second turn, fins out and gets the finish as well. So 3 quick turns combo, great surfing. ブルーの金沢選手2本目、こちらですね。小さめの波、フローターをして綺麗に前に出てきます。フィンを抜いてここは見せてきますね。しっかりフィニッシュも決めてきました。
Yeah, so the wind goes east northeast, which is ideal. It's really swinging around today.
Right.
Right, surfer in blue. Last wave of 4.17.
Yeah, so Roy Kanazawa is sitting in the 5th place in Asian ranking at the moment, so it's pretty important event for Roy Kanazawa and water here on Felby. Got a little bit of covered up on a smaller wave. It wasn't that deep, but still it was beautiful tube ride.
Nicely done. Just
Nicely done.
threaded it to perfection.
And also Winter Auto sitting in the 7th in the Asian ranking. So
And here goes Marlon Harrison, one of the standouts yesterday. Oh, he's packed that one.
Finding that exit.
Yeah, I don't know how far he went, because that was ambitious to say the least. He was bringing in the confidence that he would have taken out of yesterday's performance. It was one of the notable heats of the round of 96. We saw Owen advancing with a 6.33 and a 6.4. He also threw away another 6 to progress alongside the man we just saw eliminated in the last heat, Nojo Yahagi. Speaking of the last heat, we're going to cross down to the winner of it, True Starling. He's catching up with Dom Thomas.
Yes, thank you so much, Binzi. Dom, so far?
Yeah, I've seen Bronson start going for some airs, and then I broke my other board, and this is like my air board, so I was just like, fine, I'll just do the same.
That 8.67 was absolutely insane. I kind of felt like that's where your head was at as soon as you saw Bronson kind of take to the sky. I was like, feels like Dom might do that, and you did. I mean, you've had a really great run. Japan was really cool to see you just get a bit of confidence and some rhythm coming into this event. That would be really a really great backing, I guess, as well.
Yeah, Japan was really good, just like to get a couple heat wins under the belt, and then coming here last year I went pretty well here, and just knowing the wave and knowing what I can do out here was just very exciting. Yeah.
I guess having that good foundation as well. Talk to me about who's here, who you're travelling with, and who you've got in your corner.
I'm actually here by myself this trip. Yeah. But Mum's coming to Taiwan with me. She just couldn't make it to this one. But yeah.
Taiwan's super cool as well. That's the next event, so we've got a fair amount of heats to run over the next 2 weeks. Hopefully a couple more heat wins. How's the preparation coming into the Cloud9 event?
Went home after Japan and just chilled with the boys, and had some fun and relaxed a bit, and then kind of last week got a bit serious and started surfing heaps, and then got into rhythm and come here feeling really good.
Well, it's great to see the explosiveness of
Thanks a lot, True. And that was Dom Thomas. Who's in the tube right now? Not sure, because they are inspecting the sea floor. There's the lifeguards in the foreground. Those guys stand there all day long.
Sometimes it gets sketchy out there, so great to have them.
Yeah, it's a funny one when you go out to Cloud9. Like, there's no shelf, there's no reef platform that you jump off. It just progressively, it's flat all the way out, sort of shin deep water, and then it just slowly starts to drop off. But there's no real surprises. There's no jagged rocks or holes or any ledges or shelves or anything. It's a great wave.
It's just a great wave, and the reef is not as sharp as the other places like in Indonesia, so it's not 100% safe, but still feels safer. But on screen we have something white, lousy. In the tube, come out super clean and gets a couple turns in, so it was on a smaller size but still great surfing. And this last of Cam Felvey, nice opening curves to start with, nice second turn, and here gets the finish. Good combination from Cam Felvey. Again, the last wave comes in at 3.70, so at the moment, Cam is in the lead.
Yeah, that puts him in the lead, and it's not huge points, but he'll take some confidence from that. He looked very fluent from start to finish. 3 strong turns, no bobbles or wobbles, stumbles, no false movements. It was pretty rhythmical surfing, and the kind of wave that you can build on. Here's the replay of Rinta Uta's last wave, cracking a big section, just the one turn, but we've seen the judges reward aggression and taking on that section like that, so you think that's definitely going to be Rinta's best wave. We'll let you know where it ends up as we see Kyan kicking out. Not sure what he got up to before that. 12 minutes remaining, so we're halfway through this heat already.
Alright, so 3.80 for the last of Rinta Otto. That one with a big one turn. Put him into the 3rd place. This is the last of Green on screen. Clean exit from the tube. That was Manning, Green, Cam Felvey. Looking for a wave to better 3.0. And on screen we have Raiki Masuda is getting ready for upcoming heat number 3. We have Reef, Hazelwood, Kobe Clement, Reiki Masuda, Kanoa Hije. It's gonna be a great heat again.
11 minutes to go, and Roy Kanazawa 4.17 for his last wave. Into Utu a 3.8 for that one turner. Owen Harrison 2.67 for his last wave.
Kim Belvey just locked in 3.90, extending his lead slightly. But do you think sometimes surfers get too excited when you see big airs before you hit?
Whoa! Oh no, sorry, that was Kian. Done it nicely, and the punt. So wasn't the biggest tube, wasn't the biggest air, but put them together. And that should go into his top two.
Right. So he got a tube ride for 3.70.
Let's have a look at this. So nicely threaded, clean exit, eyed off the ramp, got the front side, slop grab, and he's out there. So he's looking to replace a 3.7. Anything over a 3.9 would be his high score.
For his 3.70, he got one tube ride, and this time he got tube and air. So yeah, last wave comes in 4.90, best score so far in this heat.
And the template's there. If you can do that on a set and get get a bigger tube and get an even bigger ramp, you get an even bigger score. So lots of lessons to be learned from the way these guys judge it.
Yeah, that's pretty much what judges want, from Cloud9. Tube ride and air combination to get the good scores. So that's exactly what Kayan is doing right now. He just needed to do it on a bigger wave to get better scores now.
9 minutes to go. What have we got up next? So the top seeds in the next heat. So basically every heat in this round of 64, we're seeing 2 top seeds who haven't actually surfed yet, and then the white and green jerseys will be the crew who've come through the earlier rounds, as we see Roy Kanazawa.
That was
cracking that one.
Big, huge layback turn from Roy Kanazawa. 金沢選手現在2位ですが 0.93 を上回るライディングを、してきましたね。素晴らしいレイバックターンでした。Let's take another look. Love the layback turn there and straight into the second. It's a great two-turn combo.
There's Reef Hazelwood in the red jersey coming up in the next heat. He'll be up against Kobe Clements from the Northern Beaches in Sydney, Australia, and then Reiki Masuda and Kanoa Hijay, Japanese and South Korean surfer. This is Marlon Harrison flirting with the tube, decides against it, takes it to the sky instead. Had to work hard to grip his board under his feet there, but has regained control and backing it up with a couple of sharp turns through to the inside. Still waiting on that last score from Roy Kanazawa. And there it is, a 4.73, so just nudges him into the lead. Here's the replay of Marlon's wave.
Nice first turn, fin release, gets rotation, and probably he wanted to get one more big turn in, but unfortunately, the wave didn't offer too much after this. But still, a great first turn from Marlon Harrison. It's 267 and 103. That's what he has at the moment. Probably it's going to be the best score for him. 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, we're going to have a heat on our hands, I think, because there's 6 minutes to go. This was Roy Kanazawa.
A little shade.
Getting a bit of shade. Once this last score drops in from Marlon, it's going to be very tight at the top of the leaderboard. I'm not sure whether Roy's going to upgrade his 2-wave total.
6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be a crucial score for White. Marlon Harrison comes in at 4.20, so he is back in the game again, needing only 4.61 to go into the second now.
You need a 4.61 to
And there
advance.
are
Red, you're now in
plenty of
fourth.
opportunities out there. You
And
can
you need a 5.0.
move down the reef a little bit. There's some wider sets that run off. There's some little inside waves that maybe aren't as big but often have great shape. That's where we've seen some of the punts done. And you can work around in there without priority.
Right.
And you've basically got your free range operator down there. So 5 minutes to go. It's Rinta Utu with priority. He needs a 5 to get up to second. Marlon Harrison sitting in third with third priority. He needs a 4.61 to advance. Kayan Falvey is in second. He wants to get rid of his 3.9 to make life tougher for third and fourth. If he drops in a 4, he moves into the lead. Roy Kanazawa, he's got a pair of 4s. A 4.17 is his weakest, so if he can dislodge that and upgrade, and he will make his position stronger as well.
Wow, looks like
Set here. Here goes Rinta Utu. He's chasing a big score.
wow, that was a huge carve from Rinta.
Oh, well, it's just going to be the one turn. The second one won't count. And it's not going to be the number.
オートリンタテイクオフし、この波で 5.0 が必要。大きなカービングスプレーを飛ばしていきます。ただこの後波が続かなかったですね。 5.0 で逆転していきます。That was really unfortunate for Rinta. That first turn was massive, but the wave just dies out for him.
All right, there's the situations on the screen with 3 minutes 20 to go. Into Utu, his last wave was at 3.8. So that has brought down his requirement. He now needs a 5 to get up to second. Marlon Harrison has dropped to fourth. His requirement hasn't changed, however. He's still on the lookout for a 4.61 to get up to second and advance. 3 minutes remaining.
Right, Rinta is up riding again. Nice first turn with a lot of sprays out the back and gets a second turn in, but comes unstuck, goes down. Well, he needed to finish that second turn to get 5-0 to go into the second. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this heat.
That was a bit like his wave before. Had a big, strong opening turn.
Wow.
That was bigger than his previous one. Needed to hold on to that. Unfortunately, yeah, it can get tricky in there. The water just drains out in a hurry.
The water is moving so much here at Siargao, especially inside. So, yeah, just like you said, it's really tricky to finish the end section.
You've got to really have your board right under your feet. If you're slightly off, you're slightly done.
Right.
2 minutes remaining. Can Roy Kanazawa and Kayan Falvey hang on? Or can Rinta Utu or Marlon Harrison
Marlon has
escape? Marlon has priority. He needs a 4.61. We saw him yesterday throwing away sixes. Obviously, he'd be feeling confident. He just needs to get the opportunity. This is Kayan Falvey looking to put a little bit more of a gap between himself and third and fourth. He might just have done it. Anything over 4 and he'll move into the lead with 1:20 remaining.
That's beautiful surfing from Kayan Falvey. 2-turn combo. I wouldn't say the last maneuver will be a completion, but first turn, nice layback. Back into the per zone. It gets fins out. And this time, gets a rotation.
You're not calling that complete?
That was close. If it was a completion, then definitely he would get 4. Still waiting for the last wave for green.
40 seconds remaining.
40 seconds. Can Marlon Harrison get one last swing at it?
To move to first.
The number from Kyan Falvey put him into the lead. If it does, we know that Marlon's requirement will go up to a 4.71.
20 seconds
Will go up to a
remaining.
5.1.
Last wave for green.
15 seconds remaining.
It's a 4.93. That puts him to first. 10 seconds
This
remaining.
is Kyan with the sit-down victory lap because his last wave has come in at a 4.93, so it's given him the win. So it's a sandwich. We've got an Aussie in first and fourth, and Japanese in the middle. So Kyan Falvey and Roy Kanazawa through to the next round. Unfortunately, we say farewell to Rinta Utu and one of yesterday's standouts, Marlon Harrison. We're going to say goodbye to you, but not for long at all. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Siargao International Surfing Cup coming our way right after this very quick break. We'll see you soon.
All right, and the heat is underway. 25 minutes on the clock this morning. That is heat number 3. We are watching the men's round.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
This is for everyone who made it happen. The surfers, ocean lovers, and locals of Siargao. Together, we fundraised and built mooring lines around the island so boats can anchor safely without harming our coral reefs. What began as a small act of care grew into something beautiful, a community effort to care for the sea we all share. Follow Adopt a Mooring Line to learn more and be part of a global effort to protect our reefs.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go.
Sa akin lang, sa'yo wala. Walang battery. Low battery sa'yo.
All right, that was our surfer in blue, and now green. Oof. These guys making the most out of a gloomy Sunday morning.
Here we go. Oh my God.
All right, that was second wave for white, which means everybody now has opened up their heat and got their first wave underway.
back to Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 6000. We are into round of 64 men's heat number 3. I'm in the booth with Jess. How are you this morning?
I'm great, Di. How are you?
Great.
Love that.
Another big day ahead of us, and this is the top seeded round. So very exciting rounds. And in this heat we have Reef Hazelwood, Kobe Clement, Reiki Masuda, and Kanoa Hije. So great matchup.
Yeah,
great
this
matchup.
is a great looking heat. 2 Aussies, 1 Japanese surfer, and 1 surfer from Korea. Kanoa, one of the few surfers who dabbles in both the short and longboard. Obviously won the longboard QS in Korea at the wave pool earlier this year.
And he came equal 5th place in Korea QS 6000 shortboard division as well. So he's an incredible, talented young surfer. And recently he was in India for the Asian Surfing Championships, and he got 1st place.
Really?
In the men's division.
Wow.
So yes, he is very, very talented surfer from Korea.
He's still super young as well, 18 years old.
Yes, still juniors.
Still a junior, and he's winning the Opens divisions in the Asian Surfing Games. That is incredible. Yeah, he's kind of come out to be a real dark horse. I feel like he was still super grom last year, and then this year he's just seems to be on another level.
To me, his improvement is just next level. He just improved his skill so quick over the 2 years.
Yeah, Kanoa, he's definitely one to watch. Looking forward to seeing how he takes on Cloud9. Kobe Clements is pretty much the closest thing I have to a brother.
Wow.
Yeah, I've known Kobe his entire life, and he's known me my entire life too. But he actually turns 21 in 2 days. So he's almost a birthday boy.
Birthday in Philippines, that's
Pretty
great.
good.
Pretty good at Siargao. And we have Reiki Masuda as well. He is doing really great this year on the QS as well. He came equal 5th place in Korea earlier this year.
Amazing.
So he has got great result. And Reef, he is on fire this year too.
Reef has just been going from strength to strength. Obviously won Krui, and then went over to Tahara and placed 3rd, I believe, over there. I mean, Korea.
Yes,
sorry.
Korea.
Yes. Up and riding though, Raki Masuda, one big turn, but unfortunately it just went down there. So 18 and a half to go in this one.
Plenty of times left still, and waves are still super fun, super rippable actually. And I kind of surprised the surfing white. I can't remember who that was, but he was using epoxy. That was Dan Thomas. He was using epoxy epoxy surfboard at Siargao, so at Cloud9.
I feel like a little birdie's telling me that Binzi may be down there with an interview with Kyan Falvey.
There goes White. So red now has priority, followed by green, second priority. Last wave of White was a 267. But white already has a 3.9 and a 3.1, so that will be thrown away. And it will not change the situation for anybody.
We are back.
We are back.
A little bit of a technical issue, I would say.
There is this thing that happens in the Philippines called a brownout, and it's basically just a shorter version of a blackout. And honestly, we've had one, unfortunately, every day so far. So we just lose power for just, honestly, maybe 10, 15 minutes, sometimes only 5, and then it comes back on. But we have that team working really hard to get it back as soon as possible.
Well, happy to be back.
Me too, Dai.
And alive. But in this heat, 3 minutes remaining already in this heat. So Reiki is up and... No, this is Reef up and riding. So he is sitting in the 4th place right now. So in this heat, no one's getting any big scores yet. So far, Reiki is in the lead. Kobe Clements in the 2nd. Kanoa in 3rd. Reef in 4th.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting heat. We haven't been able to watch much of it as we lost power as well. So, yeah, Reiki Masuda, it looks like a small scoring affair at this point in time. Just over 2 minutes to go. And, let's just see what happens in these dying stages. So we got a 3.83 and a 1.07 for Kobe Clements. He's chasing a 3.18 for the lead. And then Kanoa, 2.41 is what he's chasing. That's not a big score.
That is another big score.
He's up and riding here, Dai.
Kanoa on his back and a big, huge off the top and gets a second turn in. That wave looks really great for him. Only needing 2.41 at the back. 増田来輝アップしています。一発大きな技を入れて沖へ戻りますが、現在第1位のポジション。少し停電の影響でライブが止まっていましたが復活しました。残り時間1分30秒。
Interesting exchange there, Dai. Kanoa getting that 2-turner. 2.41's definitely within reach.
Definitely, it'll be, I gotta say, it'll be really close to 2.41.
Yeah,
with
I
that
agree.
Big hack off the top for the first turn.
Yeah, Kobe Clements probably wants to be safe here and get another wave in the next minute. So 60 seconds on the clock, and then Reef Hazelwood, unfortunately, just having a bit of a heat where he's not breaking into any big scores.
He's having a shocker this heat.
Yeah.
You know, last year, I know he did great run last year here at Cloud9, but Kanoa going for takes it to the air. Unfortunately, couldn't quite stick to the landing. But here comes Reef up and riding, needing to score, get the rotation, but didn't ride out of it.
Yeah,
wow.
Unfortunately, just not being able to convert on any of his waves here. 30 seconds to go. We still are waiting for scores for Kanoa Hije. We've got 30 seconds to go, so Kobe Clements definitely wants to be careful here to hold on to that second spot. Really low-scoring heat, this one, so just on 20 seconds to go. We can see some kicking out the back here. And a couple lefts into play, Dai.
Kobe up and riding on the left. Gets first turn in. So his backup score is 1.07. So probably he'll replace with that ride.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's the end of this heat. Round of 64, heat number 3. But we are still waiting for the last of green and blue. That's going to be a crucial scores. But probably we're going to go to the quick break. And we'll be right back with the official result after the break.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
This is for everyone who made it happen. The surfers, ocean lovers, and locals of Siargao. Together, we fundraised and built mooring lines around the island so boats can anchor safely without harming our coral reefs. What began as a small act of care grew into something beautiful, a community effort to care for the sea we all share. Follow Adopt a Mooring Line to learn more and be part of a global effort to protect our reefs.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Let's go.
Day number 3 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We are live and running. Had a little power outage in that last heat, but back up and running here for heat number 4 of the round of 64. So the final seeded round of the men. And heat number 4 looks like a great one so far. We are waiting for the official results from that last heat, so stay tuned to see just who got through that one here. But right now in the red, Shohei Kato taking on Teddy Dagbilly in the blue, Edward Alciso in the white, and PJ Alapayo in the green. My name is Jessie Starling, and I'm joined in the booth by my big sister True. What are you making of this heat so far? Oh, well, this day actually.
Well, so far it's been a good day. We had a 6:30 start. We've been running for just over an hour, but yeah, I've been loving it. First heat of the day was pretty cool. It was a bit of fireworks between Bronson and Dom Thomas. And that right there is Teddy Billy, who got a 3rd in NIAS in that event over there. So, yeah, it's nice to see him back in the Rashi for this event. He's never been here before. And I was talking to him on the boardwalk the other day, and he was like, I'm really excited to be here. I'm keen to surf some heats. Shohei up and riding, though.
Here we go, Shohei Kato, currently on the Challenger Series this year. So he's juggling the 2 schedules, just coming off a 9th place over in Ericeira in Portugal, where he took down some pretty big names. Names like Jacob Wilcox, Edgar Grogier, Ian Gentile, and it was his best result on the Challenger Series to date. This is obviously his first year there. But, you know, this is the reality of making the Challenger Series. If you don't have a strong start, you do unfortunately have to balance these 2 schedules, but it's not a bad place to come to, Cloud9. You take it.
Yeah, I feel like we've been saying it, the Asia Tour is the dream tour for sure. There is so many great waves on offer. There's so many great destinations, and I think Cloud9 is probably my favorite spot on the tour.
You meant to say Cloud9.
I know, yeah. Cloud9. 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 Yeah, it's probably my favorite place to come. I mean, this year, compared to the last 2 years that we've been here, Jessie, this year's been a little bit rainier.
Yeah, so we are here about a week later than we usually run this event. So it seems like the wet season has started a little bit earlier, but this is about the time that these guys really start to roll into their rainy season. But we still have really fun waves, and actually believe the rain pretty much kept the wind away. So there was talk of potentially the wind running northeast all night, and that's exactly not what we want. We love those southwest winds here at Cloud9. And then we had a big storm, and it just felt like the storm just pushed the wind away. We've got really clean conditions. We still have a northeast swell, which is what we want this morning. Great looking winds. We have a higher low tide than what we did yesterday. So we'll be hitting the low tide around 2 p.m. this afternoon, and potentially running all the way through.
Yeah, well, let's see it. I mean, we may as well. We've got 16 heats of this round to run.
Here we go. Shohei releases the fins on that first one. Carved back around for our Japanese surfer with a big finish here for Shohei Kato. So he's going to add a nice number to his scoreline. That first one for Teddy, just a 2.3, so nothing crazy at this point in time. Just going to load up the results of that previous heat. We were waiting for a couple of scores to lock in. So let's take a look. It was Raiki Masuda moving on through, and Kobe Clements and Reef Hazelwood in 3rd and 4th. Kanoa Hije getting the score in the dying stages there. So bit of an upset in that last one. 2 high seeds on the Australian rankings going down early. So this is big points to move through this round. It's a it's not a keeper result, unfortunately, to be knocked in the round of 64. So we are getting to that more pointy end of the tour where you just have to be consistent at this point in the year.
Yeah, you have to be. And I feel like, particularly with this being the second last QS 6000 of the season, you need to come out with a bang. You can't really make too many mistakes. I mean, for Reef Hazelwood getting knocked out in that last heat, he's had a first in Cruy, and then since then, he's not really had the greatest of results. He got knocked out first round in Nias. He didn't have the best result in Korea. Tahara, he made a couple of heats, and this one getting knocked out in the round of 64 for this event. So that would be a big blow to Reef's Challenger Series campaign.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get back there. Teddy, having a look here. He might have a bit of wall to work with on the inside. He's a bit on his toe side rail, regains it here. Unfortunately goes down. Seems to be wearing a knee brace. So maybe just dancing around an injury there, but just couldn't engage on those fins. He was quite over those toes on that rail there. So he'll just be resetting right now. But Shohei Kato getting a 4.83 on that last one. It was a really nice wave, carried his speed beautifully through it. And I feel like you can see the confidence he's taking away from the Challenger Series.
Yeah, you really can. And I think for Shohei, he's always put such great results in. He's got a good result here a couple of years ago for Shohei Kato as well. And it's just exciting to see him, put that into practice in the Challenger Series. It's obviously hard to double dip in both, but it's what you got to do.
Here we go. Eduardo, local boy. That's a vertical turn in the pocket with the airdrop down here. Quick carve to follow that one up, but really capitalizing on just those big sections out the back here. You can see the swell direction. It's a little bit different to what we saw yesterday morning. We are really dealing with turn sections today rather than barrels. It's a bit shorter and sharper, but with this period of swell that we have, we're getting lots of waves coming through, not a lot of lulls. Here we go, Shohei. Having a look here, airdrops down, and just as I said, no barrels. Thank you, Shohei, for proving me wrong. And it gets a finishing turn there. So confidence building right now for Shohei Kato.
Yeah, he's looking comfortable out there. 4.83, he'll back it up well with that last one. And I just think, the further throughout the day that we get, I think the better it's going to be in regards to seeing it hollow out a little bit more. So hopefully Shohei can find a couple more nuggets, get a little bit more shade or a little bit more coverage from this rain, and Teddy looking to answer back.
That's a good looking layback. Unfortunately goes down, so it feels like he's really nursing an injury there. So just trying to find his strides in this heat, find where he can really find this push and pull limit. But right now we've got Dai down there with Raki Masuda. Take it away, Dai.
かなりハードヒートだったと思います。ライブでは少し停電の影響で、配信が止まっていたんですが、その中でもしっかりとスコアをまとめて1位で、ここトップシード破り勝ち上がりました。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
すごい波自体がトリッキーな波だ。
試合を運べたっていう印象ですか？
そうですね、ずっとロースコアだったんで、すごい怖かったです。
His plan was to just keep himself busy and trying to get small ones so that he can build up scores, and that's exactly what he did, and he is very very happy, stoked about the result. それでは最後の QS6000 が日本で行われて、その後 QS2000 と続きましたが、また違うステージリーフポイントでの、クラウド9での試合となりました。その間、何かこの試合のために準備したことなどってありますか？
今年はない時期が多かったりしたので、ここに来る前は宮崎でゆっくりしてメンタル的にも回復させてきました。
いい波乗れました？
いい波はぼちぼち乗れました。
He spends a lot of time at home before this comp starts, try to get energy back, and that works really well for him. では最後にたくさんの方応援してくれてると思います。次はラウンドオブ32です。メッセージの方お願いします。
はい、自分らしいサーフィンしてもっと点数出せるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。次も頑張ってください。Thanks, guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Raiki. Yesterday, Raiki doing his first ever post-heat interview in English, and he absolutely killed it. But I love just the relationship and the personality you can get with Dai. I mean, you can just see they all absolutely love Dai. Wow.
Yeah.
Big straighter there from Shohei Kato. This is that confidence we were talking about. The Challenger Series really does help and allow a surfer to level up here. There's a lot to break down here, True.
Oh my goodness. Gets the grab, a little bit of a tweak as well. For Shohei, the slob grab, I mean, you could even feel the passion. He's going, yeah, that was it. That felt good. He got the height. It's what we're used to seeing from Shohei. It was the excitement that we saw from him here in this event a couple of years ago, 2 years ago now, and he's really bringing that back. He brings a lot of personality and flair into his heats too. So I feel like that's what we're going to start to see a little bit more from Shohei. He's already got that foundation, a 4.93 and a 4.83. He'll say goodbye to the 4.83 and probably eclipse the 4.93 as well.
Yeah, we saw Dane Henry pull off a massive straight air yesterday and get rewarded for it. You can see right now that's Tenshi Iwami and Filma Alapaya on screen. So Tenshi tapping into the local knowledge of Filma, who is just one of the guys. I mean, we've spoken about him every day, every year at this event. He is just so incredible when it comes to surfing this wave, and obviously has a big hold on the local community, supporting that next generation and supporting anyone who wants help. So Tenshi's been tapping into that the last few years, and he'll be coming up against Takumi Nakamura, who has been a real standout this event so far. Dale Kalupo and Zaina Sink will be joining them in the round of 64 heat number 5. So that'll be underway in just under 12 minutes. But look at this score for Shohei, a 7.17. We knew it had to go there, True.
Yeah, there was no doubt about it. You're looking at the 7.5 of Bronson Mady from that first heat, the 8.67 from Dom Thomas on that answer back as well. It's pretty amazing, you know, how good these guys are in the air and how they can make a one-turner into a near excellent or an excellent score. It's guys like this, Jay Okalupo, who can do that as well. We talk about personality and flair and heats. We'll see a lot of that from Jay in this next one too. I mean, that is a stacked heat for heat number 5. And I feel like we'll see some really great back and forths. But that was absolutely crazy. Shohei just dominating this heat right now off the back of one turn.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of time to react either, so you could see how fast twitch his reflexes were. Just his ankles were just popping really quick to get the speed, really let go in that section once he was there and used that wind to get the extra height. So Shohei just showcasing this class and talent and just variety that he can draw upon at any moment in competition here at Siargao. Obviously, he's been here the last couple of years. 2022, his first time competing here, and he absolutely loves coming back and surfing here every single year. So, fair enough. It is one of the best waves to have a competition at. Right now, it is Eduardo, the local boy, in second with a 3.5. So, no one really coming close to Shohei. No backup score. Teddy with a couple of ones, and PJ up and riding here, deep on this one. It's going to be Teddy making the most of the end section. Tries to get a little cover up there. Seems to be finding this flare, finding that push-pull that we were talking about with that knee. Looked a lot more confident on his feet that time round. Chasing a 1.78 to go up into second, but it's a really low-scoring affair for second, third, and fourth at this point in time. Teddy, one of the few surfers who has chosen Asia to compete through. So he represents Sweden but lives in Bali, and he's choosing Asia to elect to get to the Challenger Series. But nice finishing turn there for Teddy True.
Yeah, I think, obviously I was in Krui and Nias commentating those two events. So I've seen a lot of Teddy competing, particularly his pre-heat routines is pretty awesome. He just has his music loud, playing off his phone, and he just dances and kind of jumps around just to get loose and really psych himself up. So watching a lot of Teddy surf, I know that that's not the surfing that, the quality that he produces. So I feel like for him, he's, navigating that knee brace and maybe just trying to find the best spot out there. But PJ, he's looking to get a start.
Yeah, nice bottom to top turn here. That's a good looking hook. More room to work. Gets the fins free on that second one with the ride out. So 2 great turns there from PJ. You can see he's one of the local surfers on Tenchiawami's board. Eduardo out the back here. Wow, massive jam in the pocket here. And right behind him too, we got a flurry here. Shohei having a look, lays into it, holds the rail, loses it on the bottom turn, back over. Surfing.
How was the difference of emotions then? We're just going up and down that whole time, pretty much on every wave. But Eduardo, that was pretty huge. But this one of PJ's, he's got such great backhand style. That first turn, really smooth. That second one gets a little bit hung up there for just a moment, but recovers really well. This wave for Eduardo was smooth and really nice. Love that first turn. He throws so much spray and just leans into that second turn, just really kicking the fins away. And then Shohei Kato as well. This one big carve down. Absolutely loved that. Wow, that was style in itself. Really, really love that one turn. I don't know if it's going to be the 4.93, but I tell you what, that was just smooth surfing. If he had a combo that with another turn, we'd be looking in the 6s for sure.
Yeah, Shohei has just such a beautiful way to showcase just clean traditional technique. He gets every single rail really deep in the water off the bottom turn, fins are showing, and then transitions beautifully to having his other side of the rail just deep in the water again. So we absolutely love what Shohei is bringing right now. He's looking just gears above than what we've seen in the last 12 months. Right now, Teddy trying to answer back. He would have heard the cheers from the tower from those last 3 waves. And it's a little nerve-wracking sometimes when you can hear your competitors getting some big scores.
Yeah, it is so nerve-wracking, but I feel like, as competitive surfers that are on this QS region and it's a big amount of events, they need to be prepared for that, because you're going to have heats where there's people cheering for you and heats where they're cheering for someone else, and you just got to answer back with power and personality and strength. And I feel like Teddy really has the opportunity to do that here. He needs a 5.1.
Big turn. A bit of a skatey turn there. Felt like he was just hanging up on the coping for a little bit. Unfortunately, couldn't get the drop there for Teddy. So a bit of a reset here with 6 minutes to go. We've got scores locking in. Waiting on the last one for Shohei. The judges feels like they're deliberating whether it was a ride out or not. It's looking like it's probably not going to be a ride out and factor into his top 2. So situation looking like this. Eduardo deep in the tube with a layback. Wow, he's got really cool style when it comes to those big rail carves. Couldn't get the air reverse there, but still got some really, really great surfing done out the back. Gave the judges a barrel. They'd be licking their lips at that one. So he's got another score to lock in. He's currently sitting in second with a 4.1 and a 3.5. PJ Alapayo at this point in time chasing a 3.1. His last wave, a 4.5. So getting himself a pretty hefty score for this heat, but look at this, True.
Yeah, that was lovely. Wow, there was no doubt about him making it out of that barrel, lays into the rail once again, and he's like, I'll go for a little quick reverse, but kind of lost control of it a little bit. He's in second. He needs an 8 to go to first place. So it's not going to be an 8, but it's definitely going to better the 3.5 that he's got. It's a 3.9. So he's just slowly creeping out further and further ahead of PJ and Teddy. PJ only needs a 3.5, so it's really, really close between second and third right now. Teddy needs a 5.5. He can do that. He just needs the wave.
So Shohei really holding down this heat just based on that massive straighter we saw, that 717. Big, lofty. The judges loving these straighties. Di reckons Julian Wilson setting the tone after Burley. And I agree with him. Teddy, here we go. Deep in this one. He got great coverage there. Comes out into a full roundhouse. So he's back in this heat. He's found himself the best wave of his heat so far. He's got 4 minutes 20 to try and back it up and give us a last minute shenanigan in heat number 4 of the morning. So 4 minutes to go. And got a nice cover up.
He did. He disappeared for a fair bit. I was thinking, oh no, and then he just popped out. So I think the judges will reward that. It was a little bit technical. So let's take another look at it. He's got such great barrel riding stance. This is why we saw him get a third in Nias, completely disappearing, comes out, gets the carve as well. So that is a better wave for Teddy. He needed a 5.5, gets a 4.13.
Yeah, he's back in the game. Chasing a 3.87 now, so he's really allowed himself to have a chance to get back in this heat. We've seen how hard it is to break into that 4, even that, especially that 5-point range. So to bring that requirement down from Teddy, it was pretty smart surfing here. He's really given himself an opportunity to crack into that top 2.
For sure, and I feel like Cloud9 is one of those waves where you can actually make a heat in the last 3 to 5 minutes, really, because it's not too long of a paddle out if you don't get any sets. It's quick to get back out there. So for Teddy, he's in a really great position, only needing a 3.87. He's got himself back in this heat in the last 5 minutes, Jessie, and I think for him that he runs off confidence, he runs off momentum, and I think that was a really great confidence booster for him in the back end of this heat. And hopefully he can just keep running with that, get another wave in 3.87. For PJ, his requirement is a little bit lower. He needs a 3.5 and he has priority, so he's a real threat right now.
Yeah, he's having a look here. Needs a 3.5, chasing the tube, gets coverage here, and the exit wasn't super clean, but still disappeared in the barrel here. He's trying to find more points through this inside section. That's going to be all she wrote. Wow, look at that tube out the back. That was just clean as a whistle. 2 minutes 20 to go. So scores to lock in for our local boy, PJ Alapayo, who needs a 3.5 here, True. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I don't know. The start was a little bit clunky. I'm feeling like it's not going to be the 3.5 that he needs. I'm thinking around a 2.8 for PJ, and wow, he gets a 2.8.
Oh,
so, yeah, not the score.
So, put me in the judge's tower. Wow, deep in this one for Shohei. It's a smaller wave, but great travel time. He's going to wrap this one up. Oh, no, he's going to head back out. He has got the lead and pretty much seeing himself right now in that round of 32. There is no wonder that he is on the Challenger Series. He's looking really just put together all round. Great heat from Shohei Kato. He's given us barrels. He's given us turns. He's given us big airs. He was deep on this one here.
Yeah, really deep. You can see him just gaining speed, trying to find an exit, which we all know he does. And he's really just manufactured that wave. I feel like for Shohei, he's thinking, do I go in? Do I go back out? That one turn carve, that was where the money was at for me. That was so nice. He didn't get the completion for it, but such a strong turn. Probably, outside of the 717 from that big slob air, highlight for me from Shohei. So right now it's all eyes on on PJ and Teddy. Teddy got a wave, didn't quite get the score, so he really needs to try and find something in the last 40 seconds.
PJ having a look again here. Needs a 3.5, but just gets clamped on that one. We've got 30 seconds to go. Third and fourth currently stuck on the inside with sets rolling through, so a bit of a nightmare situation for PJ and Teddy. We're going to have to see something pretty crazy for them to get out there and for Eduardo and Shohei to let the score roll through. Shohei's going to have another look here. Bit of a Perso wave, a victory lap, as Stace would like to call that one. 10 seconds to go. He's going to take this one all the way through and just pretty much cruise control into the round of 32 here for Shohei Kato. Just a finner to finish off. Why not?
Barely even got out of first gear.
Wow, big air from Teddy. Mate, not the ride out though, unfortunately, and potentially just after the hooter. We've got no scores locking in from the judges for Teddy. So it is going to be Shohei Kato, Edward Alciso moving on through to the round of 32. Guess what? We're going to a quick ad break, but we'll be right back with heat number 5 of the round of 64 right after this.
Let's get started. go.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Hello, welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup. This is QS 6000 action going down at the classic wave of Cloud 9. That's it out the front. Light onshore today, but that's just meaning that the competitors can spread their wings and throw up some mad punts. We've seen some big scores this morning for tubes and aerials. Right now, Heat 5, round of 64. Tenchi Owami in the red jersey, Jay Okalupo in blue. They're the two top seeds. We haven't seen them surfing yet. Zaina Sink we've seen in action already, as we have Takumi Nakamura. And this promises to be a pretty good battle. Zane's looked lethal, and Takumi is just a power monger of the highest order. And here he goes. He's got his Rising Sun board shorts. He's got his long hair. I think he might have left his speed dealer sunnies on the tower, but he's 110% at all times, or nothing, and that was a nothing. Here he goes on the inside, looking to put some runs on the board for the first time. 2 quick turns, he is out of there. Chris Binns in the booth. Alongside me is True Starling. G'day, True.
Hey, Binsy. Wow, here we go. Zaina Sink. We saw him almost make it out of one pretty good tube, but opts for backhand turns on that one, but pretty small wave, so nothing of consequence. Must say, Shohei Kato in that last heat, pretty exciting to watch. Got a big slob air. It was so lofty. Really clean grab and a clean completion as well. It was really, really exciting to watch. And then he was just like, yeah, cool, I'm just going to cruise. I'm not getting out of first gear for the rest of this heat. So big congrats to Shohei Kato. He has a very special connection with this place. Getting a pretty good result here 2 years back as well. But Tenchi Iwami, he's got the backing of Philmar Alapeo in this event. And it's always good to have Philmar in your corner. Zaina Sink up and riding again. Strong, wow, backhand turn. Gets a drift, but not the completion. And, well, he gets a completion, I'm sorry, but not a second turn. So Zane, he's just trying to get a little bit of momentum. And I don't mind it because it's been a little bit slow. And just starting with a good foundation is always the way to go.
Yep, here is the goofy footer in the white jersey. It's a pretty tricky section to deal with, especially on the backhand. You're coming out of it and there is so much boil and turbulent water underfoot, trying to stick those landings. As we see Jay Okalupo from deep downtown, barely gets himself a little shampoo and he is out of there.
Just trying to get a start. It seems like it's kind of tricky to find those easy entry, easy exit tubes out there right now. I don't know, it's kind of just not quite hitting the reef perfectly yet. Hopefully with this tide it'll help it to do that, but Tenchi Iwami's out there with that first priority yet to take off.
Alright, well, while we wait for Tenchi Iwami to trouble the scorers for the first time, we're going to cross down to Daiwako with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, mate.
素晴らしいヒートを見せてくれました。スタートからフィニッシュまで存在感たっぷりなヒートだったと思います。まずはヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、本当ここ僕が大好きなポイントの一つで、まずもうここに来れたことがもう自分はすごい嬉しくて、でヒート最初ちょっと入った時にいつも通り自分ちょっと緊張するんでいつもちょっと緊張してるなっていうのは自分で分かってたんですけど、 ちょっと待ちすぎないようにリズムよく乗っていこうかなっていう作戦だったんで、それができたかなと思います。
緊張するんですか？
緊張は常にします。なんか自分の中でも、本当なんていうんだろう、自分にプレッシャーかけるというか、緊張しない方が自分は怖いので、そこは自分は緊張をパワーに変えてます。
He's just super happy to be back here. This is one of his favorite spots in the world. He was kind of nervous in the beginning in the heat, but still managed to get to good scores. それでは最後にというか7点のライディングについて聞きたいんですけど、あれはもうエアーのランプが目の前にあったと思います。絶対に決めてやるっていう確信があって飛んだんですか、やっぱり。
そうですね、もうパドルしているときにセクションがもう前から来るなっていうのは分かってたので、もうそこにとりあえずぶっ飛ぼうかなと思って、回しに行くかストレートでちょっと迷ったんですけど、自分がストレートエアが得意だったので、それバッチリ決めれたんで良かったです。
すごくヒートを通して自信が見られました。それはやはりチャレンジャーシリーズを通して戦ってきたこの1年のその成果なんでしょうか？
そうですね、もうその通りで、本当に今年チャレンジャーシリーズ初めて出て、もう本当にチャレンジャーシリーズはもう自分が思ってた想像以上にレベルも高いし、その分自分でも勝てるっていうことも分かったので、そこは自分の中ですごい自信になってるし、今本当に自分もサーフィン本気で頑張ってトレーニングだったり本当にすごいフォーカスしているのがすごい自信につながっているのかなというふうに思います。
He has now a lot more confidence in his surfing in the competition throughout this year because he is on a CS tour and he just loves to be competing. では最後にたくさんの方、ライブで応援してくれています。メッセージの方お願いします。
いつも皆さん応援ありがとうございます。もう本当に今年は CS 行って今回 QS も出てすごい忙しいんですけど、とにかく楽しんでいきたいと思います。ここ大好きなポイントなのでいっぱいヒートしたいです。
素晴らしいライディングを披露してかなり目立ってます。次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys in the booth.
Arigatou gozaimasu. That was Daiwako and Shohei Kato, winner of the last heat. While those guys were having a chat, we just saw an interesting one. Jay Okalupo, I think he had second priority possibly, pulled into a tube from deep. That's not what we're watching right now. This is Tenchi Iwami on his opener. So we saw Jay pull into a tube, and then it looked like Takumi, who had the superior priority, has taken off down the line. Here it is. So that's a bomb from Jay.
Wow.
And Takumi says, nah, I've got priority here. Jay managed to straighten out. I don't think he really got close to him. He did as well as he could.
Doesn't look like there's any indications that there's going to be, something happening. So it feels like it's okay. Dane Henry on screen. Standout from yesterday. Which is, for the likes of Dane Henry, he's a pretty big name now. It's kind of expected for him to go so big. Yeah.
So, but just looking at that, if there are no repercussions, then doesn't Jay get the score? That was a pretty hefty tube, a 0.77. That can't be right.
Maybe they didn't think he was that deep. I'm not too sure. Maybe our angle's deceiving.
I mean, that's what you get for falling off.
Take it up with the judges.
Might need to
head up with the replay. No comment from me. I'm not too sure. But this next heat's going to be good. Tully Wiley, Pajar Ariana, Dane Henry, Rafael Castro. That's going to be a really exciting heat. Just under 15 minutes to go. Zane, he's got out to an early lead, a 4.17, and that's 3.33. Takumi has a 2.5. Everything else is around the 1 zone, but Tenchi looking to really get a start. Surfs with so much power. Driving through another nice carve there. 3 calves on this wave. He's looking to go a little bit more vertical or do something a little bit different for a bit extra. Gets a strong finish there. So that's going to be Tenchi's best wave by a country mile. He hasn't even broken the ones yet. So let's see where that locks in for Tenchi. Got just on 14 minutes remaining, and this is going to be a really tough heat to get in the back end of this one, but this was a really good wave from Tenchi.
Oh, he's a powerful lad, isn't he? Only 20 years old. He's big, tall, strapping young man. Big shoulders, not afraid of swinging them around and displacing a ton of water, and he's done that here as well. Score still to come. Links it through to the absolute death. Every last fraction of a point. And there for Tenchi.
Yeah, he's, as you said, definitely a powerful surfer. 3 points locks in for Tenchi's last wave. I really love watching Tenchi surf too, because he's got a really smooth style. He's got great kind of coil approach, as he's really coily. He's got that beautiful backdrop knee, and oh my gosh, Zayn sink.
Guy had some work to do just to find safe passage to the channel. That was a preservation move more than a point scoring exercise for the man from the Sunshine Coast.
Wow, this was kind of hectic.
Well, he really wanted to be under the lip, but just got held up a little bit, and then it was a battle to just find his feet and work hard to get around all of that water that's moving and rushing all over the place.
It'd be so hard as well to adjust your line really quick like that on your backhand out there, and for Zayn it seemed like he was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go for the tube, and then he thought there's no exit here, I'm gonna try and do turns, but you know, both answers kind of didn't really end up with a good result, so he'll just get himself back into a priority rotation now. He's got the lead, a fair lead at that as well, so he's sitting pretty comfortable.
12 minutes to go, and it's Jay Okalupo still sitting with priority, yet to really fire a shot. He'd love to cash that priority in on a tube like the one that he had previously, but instead of having to, excuse me, pull out to avoid his competitor, he'd love to just keep flying through it.
Absolutely. And I feel like if he gets the opportunity to get one like that, he's on. You know, Jay is so good in the tube. He's really aware. He's had a great result in NIAS as well. So for him, he's definitely one to watch in this event in Cloud9. I keep referring to that event in NIAS because it was a right tube as well. So, yeah, I think for Jay, he'd be feeling confident and pretty at ease out there right now. It's just finding the wave that's going to really allow him to open up and either get a tube or go to his turns.
So just confirming that was his tube earlier where he had to pull out to avoid Takumi. That was his .77. So he did get scored for it. Interesting. So Zayn sink from the sunny coast.
Yeah.
If you end up doing a post-heat interview with him, can you ask him about the Dutch flag in his Instagram profile?
Yeah.
Love to find out what's going on there. Oof. Here is Jay Oglupo. He wanted to be under that. He's going to take it to turns instead. Lays it on rail. Will he get a section to back it up? So there's a lot of hard work there for Jay. I think he would have paddled into that one hoping it was going to stand up and bowl. And now here goes Takumi Nakamura. Just beefcaking his way down the line. And cracks it once more. So that wave didn't look too great when he paddled into it, but he got some work done.
Yeah, he did. And he kind of needed to as well. He's only got that 2.5. I mean, score-wise, you're looking at it thinking, this isn't a very high-scoring heat compared to that last one. with Shohei getting that 717, and it's just a telltale sign that one turn or one big moment can really change a heat and can change, oh my goodness.
Tenchi deep, driving over the foam ball, still going, gets the clean exit, now puts it on rail, and that's going to be a good number for the 20-year-old Japanese powerhouse.
Wow, that was a heat changer. That was a heat-changing moment for Tenchi, like we were literally just talking about. And, yeah, that is just showing the knowledge that he's been soaking up from everyone, from Filmar, particularly at this place. And this is that last one of Jay Okalupo's as well. He was just pretty deep at one. Didn't really open up for a big tube. Gets a really strong first turn, really laying into the rail. Love the approach. Takumi's last one straight out behind it. Takumi looking to get rid of a 1.0. Couple of really strong turns. He's such a powerful surfer. He's got a great style. Love that last two-turn combination. This one, though, Tenchi Iwami, that was smooth. Really, really open pit. Wow, I'm really loving this. This is going to be a pretty crazy exchange between Tenchi, Jay, and Takumi, and I'm feeling like Tenchi's going to get the better of it. Jay gets a 2.93. Takumi getting a 3.83, so Tenchi needs a 3.34 to go to second. I think he's going to do that. He might even go up into first, to be honest. That is a pretty... That was a really exciting wave. Dane Henry getting ready. He's going to take on Tully Wiley, Pajar, and also Rafael Castro. That's going to be a tough heat, but an exciting one because those three surfers all approach this wave really differently. Two goofy footers, two natural footers. So it's going to be a fun one to watch. Tenchi gets a 6.5. Goes straight up into first. Pajar, he's ready. He kind of just lets his surfing do the talking in heats as well. It's really exciting to watch. But yeah, Tenchi going out in front of 6.5. Thank you very much. He'll take that in the last 7 minutes.
Sure will. He's feeding off the good karma that he got from his 25 surfboard donation here in the Philippines a couple of years ago. Big kid with a big heart. And Cloud9 loves him right back.
Pretty sure he's got his whole family here as well, supporting him, his mum and his dad. So it's really cool that they're here, just, you know, making sure he's got everything sorted and got the good vibes going. Dane, the local kids, giving him, Tully, giving Tully some support as well. Tully, he's on the Challenger Series.
Speaking of big kids, the Wizard.
Yeah.
Up next.
Just over in Portugal and Brazil for those two Challenger Series events. Made the call to come over here to Cloud9, and why not? It's so fun. Such a great wave, really good atmosphere. He'll be out there next. For heat number 6 of the men's round of 64, the last seeding round for the men. Women's round of 48 is on standby. So we'll see if they run this afternoon.
Yep, so what have we run so far on the women's side of proceedings?
Only the women's round of 56.
Yep, so we ran 16 heats of men and 2 heats of women on day 1, and then 2 heats of women and 16 heats of men. And then another 16 heats of men today because we just have such a huge field to work our way through. And then things start to accelerate a little bit once we get into the round of 48. And then we still have, on the round of 32, more top seeds to come in. So there might be some women who don't surf until the 5th day of competition at this rate.
Yeah. It's an 8-day event. Here we go, Tenchi. just goes down, looking to replace that 3 that he's got in the last 4.5 minutes of this heat. He's getting busy now. He's probably checking over to Filmar saying, hey, what's a go? What are your thoughts? And Filmar's probably just giving him some adjustment tips in regards to where to sit out there. So Tenchi getting back out into the lineup. It's kind of tricky. It would be so hard to have watched the last 2 days, and now here we go.
Oh, big ramp.
Oh my
Zane a
gosh.
sink. He had the first half looking good, and then lost contact with his craft. And he would have been worried about landing on his fins right at the impact at the end of that one. But he saw that ramp coming, big horseshoe of a wave with a section just begging to be boosted off. But yeah, the landings are tough enough on your forehand out here, let alone on your backhand. And then once your board gets away from you, game over. Look at that section. He was, really looked like he was well on his way, and then just, unfortunately, his board flipped underfoot. Valiant attempt. Here he goes once again, sticking to the face this time. 2 strong turns.
Under 3 minutes remaining.
And yeah, just went into full comp mode there. Kiwi grinder mode. Just
Yeah.
clicked it 4 times.
Yeah.
He's out of there.
Sometimes you just got to do it. Got to get a couple of turns. He only needs to better a 3-3-3. So, Jay.
That was a big turn. It had a big wind up, and it paid off once he connected with the lip. I feel like Jay's been really wanting the tube in this heat. And apart from the one wave where he was denied the tube through priority, hasn't really worked out for him, which is a shame because you'd love to see him just standing tall inside a couple of Cloud9 nuggets.
Yeah. Not many of those out there today, unfortunately, except for that one that he got. That was probably the first I'd seen. And love this first turn.
Big turn. That was beautiful. And the wave flattens out a little bit through the midsection, so not much on offer points wise, and he's out of there. So all of the income for Jay Okalupa on that wave will be for that first turn.
Yeah, that was huge. Got the waft. Really pretty tricky section. Zane gets quick rotation, not the completion though, so quick in and out for him. Jay only needs a 4.57. He could really challenge for that, I reckon. There's a big question mark there.
He's going to go close.
1 minute remaining.
It's not quite the score. It's a 4.13, but that is his best score. So he now needs a 3.38 for second. Under a minute to run.
Wow, so Jay really is just hoping to get one a little bit wider. But Takumi only needs a 3.68, and he has the first priority. So that is also a really tricky situation for Zane to be in right now, with Takumi holding the first priority and third and fourth only needing in the threes. So nerve-wracking last 25 seconds, really.
20 seconds remaining.
20 seconds. This is Takumi. So that was the reverse of the previous scenario.
10 seconds.
Zane Jay just got literally eaten up.
4, 3, 2.
Wow, that was so crazy.
Well, Tenchi Iwami takes the win. Zane a sink through in second. Some minor admin to sort out from the judges to lock in the final scores. But while that's all going down, we're going to take a quick ad break. And we'll be back with more action from the Siargao International Surfing Cup right after this.
get started. Let's go.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup. Heat 6 is in the water. Heat 5 results are in, and it's Tenchi Iwami and Takumi Nakamura getting through. So the two Japanese advancing, and unfortunately the two Aussies, Zane Asink and Jay Okalupo, bowing out.
Finishing first, and in second on the last second, getting the score that he surfer in green.
So Takumi needed a score, got a 4-1-3 on his last wave, and snuck through, pushed Zane down to third. Sorry. In Heat 6 right now, Tully Wiley from Torquay in Victoria, Australia. Mare Ariana from Indonesia, Dane Henry from the Gold Coast, and Rafael Castro from the US, but he surfs in the Asian region because he lives in Bali these days.
Castro, wearing green from USA. White.
Well, Dan Harry in the tube, come out super clean, surfing all the way to the inside, kicks out. That's beautiful surfing from Dan Harry, and we are waiting for the last of red, Tally Wiley, and Dan Harry's wave. This is the reply of last of red, huge one-turn hack. And at the back, traveling in a little cover up, and layback turn in back into the power zone and trying to find the wall to work on, but unfortunately the wave didn't offer too much after it. So comes in 2.33 for the first of white and 1.0 for the first of red. So probably it wasn't a completion for the first wave for Tally.
Yep, judges deciding that Tully didn't ride out of that one. Here's Dane Henry on his second wave. Whoa. He knew he was going to take to the sky, and he's in the whitewater. He's whitewater rafting, patting the kitty, doing whatever it takes, and you would imagine that will be deemed a completion. He spun it lightning quick, board glued to his feet, rock solid frontside grab. And boom.
Wow.
That is clinical. Just not really getting any favours from the whitewater, but I think he's done enough to prove the point that, yeah, lads, I stopped that.
That was really smooth air reverse, full rotation, clean landings.
Maybe these guys aren't lifeguards. Maybe they're sort of judges who get deployed close to the impact landing zone just to determine whether people ride out or not.
Right, make sure they right out of it, but looks like it was a completion for Dan Harry's second wave. Couple of scores locked in 5.33. Great way to start this campaign. Dan already locked in 5.33 and 2.33.
Now White is in first with a 5.33 and a 2.33 backup score. Red sitting in second with that opening wave.
And inside file up and riding, but quick in and out. But like you said, Vinzik file used to surfing in the US region, I think. And this year he changed it to Asia
Yeah,
Tour.
living in Bali.
Living in Bali. But this is, I think, his first year actually in the Asian Tour.
Oh, really?
Yes, he just changed it this year. And he's doing really great so far. He came third in the QS 2000 held in Japan in September. But at the back, Tali Wiley up and riding. Big first turn and straight into the second. It's a completion. It's a great, solid turn from Tali Wiley.
Yeah, so he'll be happy with that one. Judges obviously deciding he didn't ride out of his first. He's made it official this second time around, cracking it, not once, but twice.
He's a solid guy, so a lot of power, a lot of sprays at the back. It was a great combination. And at the back, Dan Harry was in the tube, but it was too deep. Couldn't ride out of it.
Alright, so 5 minutes off the clock, and it's Dane Henry's 5.33 air reverse. That's the notable wave at the moment. Still waiting on a score to come in for Tully Wiley's big blast two-turn combo, and there it is, a 5.17. So the two Aussies with a 5 each are doing it pretty nicely. 5 minutes done in this one.
Red, you have a 1.0 backup score, needing a 2.50. Green in third, now looking for a 5.60. And Surfer in blue.
This morning we had a little bit of like a bumpy condition this morning. Peaks everywhere, but with this light offshore, it seems like cleans up a little bit. And there's a chance of getting barreled and the tubes and turns and airs, so it's getting better and better throughout the day. 18 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this heat.
Hello.
So Made Ariana still holding on to the first priority, but live action. Dang Harry in the air, gets a rotation. Clean land. Tried to surf to the inside, but that was a great one maneuver.
All right, we're waiting for a score to come in for Dane Henry's last wave as we see two surfers taking off. Whoa. Who was that?
That was
on the
Made
inside?
Ariana.
Was that
Wow.
Pajar going down?
Pajar.
While everything's getting settled out the front. Well, hang on, here goes Rafael Castro. Big turn, drops the shoulder, throws a bucket of spray. All right, we've got lots of scores for the judges to work out. In the meantime, we're going to cross down to True Starling, who is with Tenchi Iwami.
Thank you, Binzi. Tenchi, that was a really tough heat, but you made it work by just one moment.
That was such a fun heat because that was all my homies heat, and then that was so hard to take a good one, but I'm lucky that I get the battle. I'm so stoked. Yeah.
And you have a really great connection with this place and someone supporting you as well, Philmar Alapeo. What were some words of advice he gave you before you paddled out?
He said me like, don't too deep, but I was going too deep. And then I didn't get a good one, but he said, don't too much, don't too deep. And then I got a 6.5 that battle. Yeah, that was so good.
I remember watching it live and I was like, okay, this is a heat-changing moment for Tenchi. Came in at a 6.5. I know you have lots of family here supporting you, but there's also people at home that I'm sure you'd love to say hi to. Is there anything you'd like to say in Japanese?
朝早くから応援ありがとうございます。なかなか難しいヒートだったんですけど、なんとか一歩いい波に乗れて、ヒートをメイクできたので、このまま、この勢いで勝ち進んでいきたいと思います。このままよろしくお願いします。That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tenchi. Luck in the heat. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, True and Tenchi. He's only 20 years old. I just saw that he went and did a residential English course in Bali.
Yes, he's not too sure if still studying in Bali or not, but yes, he did go to Bali for studying English for a couple months. On screen we have Taliwali up and riding, big carve to start with, but wave didn't offer after that. It's just one big carve. So last wave for Deng Henry comes in at 4.57, just one big maneuver. Put him into the lead. This is the last of red. Nice big hack off the top. He is already locked in 5.17. 4.74 will put him into the lead. With 15 minutes and 5 seconds to go.
Now looking for a 7.54 to advance to the next round. Under 15 minutes remaining.
File up and riding, just racing down the line. Takes it to the sky, but unfortunately didn't quite stick to the land.
Andy King making his way down the boardwalk. Here goes Rafael Castro, throws up the air rev. So Dane Henry with 5.33 and a 4.57 in the lead. Tully Wiley with a 5.17. He'll be looking to get rid of his 2.57 as a backup and really separate the two Aussies from Rafael Castro and Mate Ariana, otherwise known as Pajar. Rafael's coming 31st on the Asian Qualifying Series rankings at the moment. All about those top 7 positions. Deep in the tube. This is Dane Henry and the big searing layback. Not done yet either. Jams it a couple more times. And then just the fun ollie pop air reverse, almost as a claim as much as anything else.
Wow, that was a beautiful ride from Dan Henry.
That had a little bit of everything, didn't it?
Tubes, combination of turns, and it did pop in the end. That's a great surfing from Dan Henry. Let's take another look. It's beautiful pull in. And nice layback. I love that turn. And this one as well, and it gets a pop here. He does everything on one wave.
Well, that's going to be a decent number for the man in the white jersey. Out the back, here goes Aimade Ariana. Quickly in, quickly out. So I imagine that Dane Henry's 4.57 will be long gone. 12.5 minutes remaining in this heat, so exactly halfway through. This is heat 6, round of 64 at Siargao International Surfing Cup. Tully Wiley, the big foot goofy from Torquay. Obviously no slouch on his backhand with bells and winky pop in his backyard.
Still in third, looking for a 4.58. And blue.
That was Dylan Wilcoxon making his way down the steps. It is such a user-friendly wave, this one. Walk out on the boardwalk, down the stairs, shuffle through 100 metres of ankle-deep water.
You kind of have to be careful with the stairs, though. It's kind of slippery.
And they camber the wrong way. They don't. They sort of slope down, so it's quite easy. Haven't done it yet, touch wood, but you could easily see your feet just flying out from under you. That's your head.
You know, you don't want to get too excited to go out and running on those stairs. It's really slippery.
Doing the concussion protocol before you even hit the water. Not good. I made a bit of a mistake before. It's the top 5 men and 1 wild card from the Asian region. Australia is top 7 and 1. Ash Jenner about to go out and do battle with Dylan Wilcoxon, Jin Suzuki and Harry O'Brien. Harry's been one of the standouts across the first couple of days of competition.
Oh, looks like Dan is non-stop, up and riding, looking for the air. Wow, that was really high.
So the judges gave him a 4 for that last wave. Oh, wow. Have a look at this. Pajar Aimade Ariana, well, found himself a bomb. Didn't get much travel time.
It was a wide open tube, though.
It was.
I don't know how much deep he was in because it was kind of angle. So I'd love to watch it again from the beach angle if possible. But that was a great surfing from Pajar. Wow. It was a big one of the sets, covers up, but like you said, it didn't travel a long time in the tube, but it was a big.
Yeah, it had its moment.
Right.
It was he was never super deep. He did well. He almost went over the nose coming out of it. Had to wrestle it. As we see Tully on his backhand cracking it and doing really well to hang on to that landing and then belting it a couple more times as well. So you would imagine that will replace his 257, but after I said Dane's last wave was definitely going to go into his top 2 and then it fell quite a way short, I'm going to keep my scores a little bit to myself. 9 minutes remaining. Here is that man, Dane Henry, and that wave didn't offer him much, and he replied in kind. Probably one he won't want to think about ever again.
Here is the last of red. Bang. Vertical off the top with buckets of spray and straight into the second turn and third. I gotta say, this is gotta be better than, this can be better than 2.57.
Well, that first turn was done no favours by how tight the shot was. I think if it was a pulled back shot and you just saw the massive nature of the fan of spray that the wizard just conjured up, you'd be even more impressed. Here goes Rafael Castro, styling off the bottom as he pulls through the back of the closeout. 8 minutes remaining, still waiting on a number to come in for Tully. Pajar, a 5.87 for his last wave, so the judges loved it.
Right, yeah, I gotta say, I gotta agree with the judges because it was one of the bigger sets, big tube, come out super clean and did a turn, so 5.87. So now he's back in the game, needing 1.87 to enter the second. Still waiting for the last of red. Could be his backup score.
Your needs will change, but right now, blue. Here we go, locking in for red. Looking good, red.
Yes, the best wave of the heat dropping in. Tully Wiley, a 6-point ride.
Wow.
For his last 3-turn combo, and I reckon 5.5 of those 6 points came from the first turn because it was massive. It threw a big rooster tail out the back, and that has put him into the lead. Dane Henry sitting second now, needs a 5.85 for first. Pajar Aimade Ariana is chasing a 4.03 for second. Rafael Castro a 6.73, his requirement for second. 6.5 minutes to run.
This is what 6 point looks like, and that's a great 3-turn combo, but pretty much the first and the second turn to the 6. Great surfing from Tully Wiley.
You know, it's only 9 o'clock in the morning.
I know. I checked the time just before I came here. I was kind of shocked. We started at 6:30 this morning. It's a big day ahead of us. We're gonna finish off this men's round of 64, heat 16, and we might go to the women's side this afternoon. Or we might have a break on the low tide again. We're not too sure yet.
Yep, play that one by ear, see what happens with the water running out. What the conditions are looking like at the time. Here goes Rafael Castro, travelling, and gets the exit, backs it up with a turn as well. Wasn't the biggest wave, but there was nothing more he could have done with that. Beautiful surfing from the American, and who knows where the judges will go with this one. That was a great tube. Couple of sections, navigated it very nicely.
Wow.
And then gave it a quick 1-2 on the way out.
That was a very steep section to take off. Did really great, but at the back, Paja went for it.
That was
Unfortunately goes down.
5 minutes remaining. Here goes Dane Henry. Big section. Wow, that was a great turn. And again, releases the tail. Now,
two-turn combo. Great two-turn combo.
They, I think, were the best two-turn. That's the best combo we've seen in this heat.
I gotta say, it'll be Dane's best wave.
The first turn was massive, and then the second one was so technical and fast and spontaneous.
Wow.
This just came from nowhere. Bang! Explosive surfing from Dane Henry.
It was a pretty tight section to hit two turns in, but he managed really, really well to put two turns in the tight section.
And we've still got Rafael Castro's score to come as well. Long tube. Will the judges penalise him for the size of the wave? Here goes Tully Wiley, parking it on his backhand, and he was just about out. And then had the rug pulled from under him. Last wave for Rafael Castro, a 4.23, so that's his best wave. And here's Pajar once again.
Another beautiful tube ride from Pajar. He likes it.
There goes Dane Henry once again. He'll take off straight into the tube, so the waves are turning on. Big ramp coming up, and can't stick that one. The action is coming in thick and fast right now.
Well, waves are turn on now.
Yeah, we're in a pretty great section of the tide.
Wow, down to last 3 minutes and a lot of waves to lock in. This is a Pajar's last wave, traveling quite a long time, and it's deep. It was not as big as the last one he got for the 5.87. Still, it was long travel in the tube.
Oh, if Dane had stuck this, that would
have been
up in the excellent range. But he hasn't. He would have done us all a favour, but as it is, his previous comes in at a 6.5. So that is now the best wave of the heat for those two turns, and fair enough as well. They were two lightning quick turns. The first was a big powerful fin release hammer, and the second was a lightning quick fin throw reverse. And 6.5 the result. He's now in the lead. He's got another number to come. I don't think it's going to factor in though, because he didn't ride out of his second manoeuvre after the tube. Tully Wiley is sitting in second, looking for a 5.84 for first. Rafael Castro now needs a 6.94 for second. Aimade Ariana is looking for a 5.31 to get up to second, and he did just get a long, deep tube. So this one is wide open, and it is a 5.43. So Tully now needs a 5.3 to get back to second and advance. Here goes Rafael Castro. He's looking for a 7.07. Very tidy, tucked in tube, but can't come out. So look at that. Three surfers with less than 0.6 separating them. Well, 0.65 separating them.
Very, very close heat so far. Down to 1 minute 20 seconds, but Tully Wiley needs 5.30. That is not a small score, but he's already locked in 6 and 5, so definitely it's easily he can done.
Yep, and he got the 517, just the one turn?
Yes, I think so.
And then the 6 was the one big turn and 2 backups, so he knows what he needs to do. He knows the wave that he'll be looking for. And it's funny, Pajar, both of his scores have come from tubes. Tully Wiley, his scores have all come from turns. Here goes Dane Henry, who's been doing a little bit of everything. Wow, that was a beautiful open face carve.
Beautiful.
Then Sinclair kicks the fins over that section. You know he's eyeing off the ramp down the line. Little air reverse. And doesn't stick the landing, so that does not go into his top 2. 20 seconds remaining. Can Tully, the wizard Wiley, dig up a wave from somewhere? Pajar is going to be sticking right to him. Let's not watch the replay. Let's go back to the live action. Where's Tully?
I love the first carve into the second turn. Fins out.
Well, I think the heat just ended, so we don't know. Doesn't look like Tully got a chance to take another wave. This is the wave that he was looking for, but unfortunately too little, too late. So it is Dane Henry through to the next round, joined by Aimade Ariana, otherwise known as Pajar. We're going to have a quick break. We'll come back with Heat 7 in the round of 64 at the Siargao International Surfing Cup right after this.
Let's get started. Let's go.
The 29th Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 6000 is proudly hosted by the municipality of General Luna Siargao and the province of Siargao del Norte.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
We are back. Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 6000. We are into men's round 64, Heat 7. We have Dylan with Coxon in red, Jin Suzuki in blue, Harry O'Brien in white, Ash Jenna in green. I am Dai Wako in the booth with Jesse. Welcome back. Hello.
We actually get to do a heat together this time.
This
well,
time,
actually,
hopefully.
let me not jinx it.
last heat we had together, there's a little bit of technical issues.
Yes.
A couple times.
Yes, a couple of times. We've had a couple of brownouts, unfortunately, but looking like everything's running smoothly. I could totally jinx this. I'm just going to stop talking about it.
Right.
But we've got a good heat on our hands here, Dai. Jin Suzuki, tell me about him.
Jin Suzuki is, in the surfing industry competing quite long time. He's still young, actually, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. He's still upcoming young surfer from Japan. He charges, he loves tube, and he loves the air. He is very, very good at air game as well. And today it looks like you can have tubes and airs, so it's his field.
Well, let's do it. Jin Suzuki.
Yep, and on screen we have Ash Jenna up and riding, but quick in and out. And also we have Dylan Will Coxon, who is the winner of the NIES Pro QS 6000, and now he is sitting pretty good position in the Asian ranking, 3rd place in the Asia ranking. So top 5 will go to the CS next year. So definitely it is the important event for Dylan as well.
Definitely, and he's still super young.
Super young.
16 years old.
16, yes.
He is so young, and he's won a QS 6000. Here he
Right.
goes, Di.
And he is very good at the air as well. But this one, quick just in and out.
Yeah, quick in and out to start off for our Indonesian surfer. I was doing a little bit of research on Jin Suzuki. He knows what it's like to win on a QS level as well. Had his maiden win back in Shonan in 2019.
Yes.
Took down Rio Wider, who's now on the championship
Right.
tour. So he's definitely got the skill set to be in that top league.
And he won the QS 3000 last year in Miyazaki in Japan as well. So
Cool.
he definitely knows how to get a win at the higher level.
And we also have in this heat Harry O'Brien, who has been a real standout actually the last couple of days. In that opening round heat, had a 7 and a 6. And then yesterday, I completely rode off the competition. I was like, oh, we're probably looking for turns today. Not so much barrels, just because of the way that the swell direction
Right.
changed. And he got that crazy big round open barrel. So,
Whoa.
wow.
That was Jin Suzuki. It wasn't as deep as he wanted to be in, but still that's great technique. But yeah, Harry O'Brien, he's on fire last 2 days, I
Yeah.
guess, and he's just having fun, right? He
Yeah.
was saying that he's not looking for the points
No.
this year, just trying to get a good surf.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 is one of the places that you want to go, so.
Fair enough. I mean, I was chatting
Yeah,
to him
fair enough.
yesterday after his heat, and I was like, so what's the plan? Is the end goal, the Challenger Series? Because that's what everyone really is here for.
Right.
And he was like, honestly, if I get there, great. If I don't, all good. I'm just here surfing fun waves. I was like,
Wow,
respect.
fair enough. Yeah. Well, he's having fun. This is run of 64, so good heat.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is his third time surfing Cloud9 with 3 other people out. He's playing the game very well.
And then waves are turned on right now, like it's firing. From the last heat, I think there's a little bit like a bumpy kind of condition this morning with the onshore wind from last night. But I think the light offshore clears up so much now, and there is a section and a barrel as well. So
Yeah, and we've just got on and off rain squalls coming
Yeah.
through, and I feel like that's really keeping the wind down. We've just come past the high tide mark, which was at 8:30, and it's just 10 past 9 local time here. So we're 40 minutes past it. It was a 1 meter high tide. Our low tide is 0.4, so we actually have a higher low tide than what we had the last 2 days where we've gone on hold. So potentially
Wow.
room to run through today with
hopefully,
this new higher low tide.
I really love the break, but still I love to watch. I love to
You
watch
love
the
the
heat.
break because you get to go surfing. I hear you though, Di. I mean, it's one of those places where we can start really early. It gets really light here. We've got 6:30 starts, and we'll run all the way through till about 5:30.
Yeah,
so they're
right.
massive days.
Massive
here.
days.
So we can really pick apart the tide, and we've already plowed through a lot of competition here.
So this is already, men's top seeded round of 64. Heat 1 to heat 16 will be done today. But on screen we have Ash Jenna in the tube. That was one of the biggest sets, and then clean exit. So great ride from Ash Jenna. So not the big scores on the scoreboard at the moment. But probably the last of Ash Jenna will change that.
Yeah, Ash travelling with Tommy Whitpain, who is also moving through the rounds. We'll see him coming up later this afternoon. Very talented goofy footer from Burleigh. But I believe we had another Aussie take out that last heat.
Right. Yes, seems like Binzi is at the tower with the last heat winner, Dane Henry.
Yep, you believe right. We did have another Aussie take out the last heat. It's Dane Henry. Mate, this event feels like it's yet to quite find its rhythm. There's some waves are slow, some it's pumping, some waves appear, it's turns, it's tubes, it's everything. One thing that's consistent is you're ripping.
Yeah, cheers, Binzi. Yeah, it's definitely pretty tricky. It's kind of just coming in flurries right now. Not really too many tubes, not too many turn sections. You just got to go for whatever and kind of hunt around. That was my game plan, and ended up, kind of working out.
There doesn't seem to be one thing that the judges are chasing in particular. So does that mean it sort of leaves you wide open to catch every wave that comes your way?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tubes are probably what they're scoring the harshest on because they know how good the tubes get out of you. So I think it's just if that's speed or airs, and yeah, just kind of working on my own surfing and trying to do what I can do to get through the heats.
And at a comp, are you a guy who surfs a lot, or do you like to save all your energy for your heats? How do you go about it?
I usually surf like every single morning. Yesterday I surfed like 4 times. I was like pretty frothing. It was super fun. When the low tide heats are on, it's like that's kind of been my little time to have my best sessions because there's not as many crew out. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of surf a bunch, just kind of when I feel like it, when I'm fiending it.
It's a pretty amazing wave, even when it's not at its best. There's so much push and it's got so many sections to it.
Yeah, it's great. I absolutely love it. I'm kind of connecting really well this year with Cloud9, and yeah, it's you can get tubed, you can do a big turn, big carve, big punt. It's kind of got everything, so it kind of suits my type of surfing, and really keen to keep showing what I've got.
Who's your crew this week?
I'm staying with Malcolm Flynn, Maverick Wilson, and my coach Adam Duffner. We're all in a little house over there. Shout out to our Watergate Villas, Jack Burbage for hooking us up. It's been sick to stay here. Stayed there last year, and it's such a good spot. So yeah, real close to everything, and sick crew to hang with.
Sunday morning back home, any mentions to friends and family?
Yeah, hey everyone, mum and dad, I know you're watching, my girlfriend, my nan and my pop, my brother, my sister, any of the local crew from Sport 87. Hopefully everyone's tuning in, and hopefully I put it on a show for you guys.
All right, on to the next. Congratulations.
Too easy. Cheers, Vinzy.
Dane Henry, back up to you guys in the box.
Thank you so much, Binzi. And Dane Henry, he was on fire in the last heat. He got the tube, come out, did 2 big turns, and an air reverse.
Oh,
on
wow.
the one wave.
Oh, wow.
He did everything in the last heat.
It just feels like he's coming with a different type of energy.
Right.
He's just pushing really hard. You can see he really wants to be on that next level up the Challenger Series, and I feel like bringing that energy to competition is exactly what you need to do. And it's also been the factor, it's been a real theme this week where we've seen a lot of our competitors who have had a really early start and then kept the ball rolling for the entirety of the 25 minutes. 9 times out of 10 take out the heat and win. And the people who have sat and wait, unfortunately, have been scrambled in the last 3 minutes.
Right. So pretty much, well, I had a chance to talk to Shohei Kato. He was kind of nervous because it was his first round, and he was trying to just keep himself busy. And that's exactly what he did, and it worked out well and came first.
Shohei looked great, actually. Right. He looked really good. He gave us a lot of variety, whether it was barrels, turns, did a massive straighty. It's the Julian Wilson effect you're talking about.
It is. Yeah. It is the effect. Julian's effect. It's a trend now.
It is a trend.
It was huge straight air from Shohei Kato. He was super stoked to make that one.
Yeah, he's definitely leveled up recently. I feel like that Challenger experience, it's really lifted his game.
That's exactly what he was saying. He got the more confidence in his competition surfing why because of the Challenger Series, and especially the last event in Brazil, he did great.
Yeah, in Portugal he got a 9th there as well. So he's looking sharp. This guy on your screen right now, this is Saxon Reaver. He is looking to get to the Challenger Series for his first time, working with Coach Andy King, one of the great coaches of our sport. He's coached Gabby Medina to a world title, has helped out Mick Fanning a lot as well. So yeah, pretty cool to see Andy King over here and helping out this next generation.
That's super great to see, to helping out next generations. And Yuji Mori is actually brought his student. He's a talented surfer, but as well as he is a great coach back in Japan. So he brought one of the student, the kid, to Siargao to just sharing experience. And yesterday I had a post-heat interview with him, and the kid was with him together on the screen. So.
I saw that actually. That was epic. I couldn't hear the interview, and I was wondering, maybe little brother?
That was his student.
That's really cool. I love that idea of giving back,
right?
And passing forward to that next generation, and trying to just help building our sport and our industry. And so when you see someone like Yuji do something like that, and just out of the kindness of his heart wanting to have his student experience this level and this type of arena of surfing, I think it is got to be the best thing happening in surfing. Definitely. When you see just these people passing forward knowledge.
That's what we need to do, our generation, to just give him back to the next generation to, to pass it on.
Here we go, live action. Harry O'Brien, Lennox Head surfer, 2 really nice turns. He's been one of the standouts of the event so far. Cheeky little 3-turner there from Scrap. It's going to get him a score on the board.
Definitely, that was a great combination. He's on point. He's in a good rhythm with the ocean, with the Cloud9. Well, this is a replay of the last of White. Great first turn and straight into the second, throwing a bucket of sprays and doesn't stop. Get the third turn in, so 3 turn. Great combination from Harry O'Brien. Looks like Dylan was on the wave as well. 11 minutes to go in this heat. Not many waves have been ridden in this wave, actually.
Yeah, it's been really quiet. Especially what we saw at the end of the last heat was a real flurry. We saw a lot of back and forth action between the competitors. So, yeah, just a bit of a slower paced heat this one. We've got scores locking in right now, though. Jin.
Suzuki Jin 選手、これは十分に入ってきますが、潰されてしまいました。
A little bit deep in that one. So clamping down on Jin Suzuki. Unfortunately, loved the fact that he was going for it and trying to find these barrels. Looks like the wind, it's swung around again. It's looking really clean right now for our competitors. And it's nice to see a couple barrel opportunities starting to come back into play again.
Definitely, the wave has been improving a lot. But this is the last of White. Good first turn. Better second turn to me. And gets the third turn in. That comes in at a 3.57. And at the back, this is Jin Suzuki. Stalled travel in the tube. Unfortunately, didn't come out of the tube.
How was the full body torque stall? Like threw his arms up, really just put the pressure on the back foot then to get in that little tube and then just clamp down on him. But you can see Jin looks really comfortable in a barrel. Definitely.
And I love how he did that. 2 hands stalled. That was really cool to watch.
And Jin's hometown, is it beachy? Are we talking reef break?
Well, his home break is Rivermouth.
So
that's why he's super good at tube riding.
Wow. And on your screen, this is Noah Arkfield. So he is one of the up-and-coming junior surfers out of the Philippines. Got 5th here 2 years ago, back in 2022. He's a real talent. He's a real scout coming for these guys. They see him being one of the big dogs to really challenge for Olympic gold medals, world titles, and I would say him and Marama are the 2 best aerialists in Filipino surfing.
Noah has great air techniques as well. He probably 2024 in Miyazaki in Japan, he had first finals in junior event in Japan. He was showcasing his air techniques.
Yeah, he's incredible. He's from here, from Cloud9, so I feel like this would be probably one of the events that he would be pretty desperate to win. It's your local wave, it's an international field, and it would really set his mark for being this big talent that he's scouted to be.
Definitely, you always want to take a win at home, especially at the highest level. It's a QS 6000, one of the highest QS on a tour. So definitely he want to take a win. To do that, he needs to, get through this first round.
Yeah, big heat coming up next. So heat number 8 will feature Harley Walters, Noah Arkfield, just the guy we're talking about, Hiroto Arai and Saxon Reba. Wow, that's a massive heat right now, though, in this one. Ash Jenner traveling through this, great exit and confidence, the body language. Yeah.
That was a great wave. Well, at the back, Harry O'Brien up and riding. Whoa, that was the steepest section to hit. Gets a second turn in, but unfortunately didn't ride out of it. But the last of Ash Jenner, that was a great wave to pick. Great takeoff, straight into the barrel. Let's take another look. Wow. Deep inside of the tube, travel, come out with the speed. That's a beautiful ride.
Yeah, stayed really fast in that one as well. And then Scrap really hard section to hit there, and then it gets up and under the next one. Unfortunately, couldn't project out of it, but yeah, that wave for Ash Jenner, I mean, it was such a clean barrel. He was just perfectly positioned in it, really deep, and the exit was shrinking, so he had to be quick to try and escape that one, and he did beautifully.
鈴木仁、ここからエアーを見せてきます。どうでしょう。成功してきました。前に出ました。Wow, that was a huge air from Jin Suzuki.
I didn't see that coming. He didn't have a lot of time to get speed to get up into the air, so Jin looking like he's showcasing that air game you're talking about.
I thought he was going to go for the tube first, but quickly he just changed his plan and takes it to the sky. So let's take another look. He had a moment to go into the barrel, but just changed his plan to take it to the sky and landed on flat section actually.
Wow, big first turn from Dylan Wilcoxon, but unfortunately that wave's splitting into two, so it's not going to give him any more opportunities. Bit of a nightmare heat right now for the young Indonesian surfer. He's sitting really high up on those rankings. He wants to back it up with another big result here. 5 minutes 40. We've got scores locking in, so the last of Ash Jenner, it improves.
Wow. Still 4.43 for the last of Ash Jenner. So it was big and good tube, but I don't, judges didn't think it was deep enough. But this is the last of red Dylan, big one maneuver. Unfortunately, wave didn't offer too much after that. We are still waiting for the last of blue and red.
Yeah, so Jin on the back of that air, he was looking for a 3.67. He gets it, goes up into second with the highest wave score of the heat so far. It's a 5.5. Harry O'Brien down into third, chasing a 4.44, and Dylan Wilcoxon a 4.91. So just past this 5 minute mark, we've got a situation. We finally have a bit of a back and forth battle on our hands here.
For about like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, just Ocean went just super quiet. But now it turns on again. Last 5 minutes, there's a lot of wave coming into the lineup.
So Jin, given the judges something to think about there, and they loved that air, it feels like he's really starting to make a bit of a statement. Airs, they're going to come into play right now. Here he goes again.
Going to the air again. Oh, almost stick to the landing, but well, I think it was a smart move for Jin Suzuki, to just try and keep himself busy, because he only needs 3.10 to go into the lead. So definitely with the 4 minutes mark, you want to be in the lead.
Yeah, and he would know a 4.44 and a 4.91 for the talent of Harry O'Brien and Dylan Wilcoxon. It's such an easy task for those surfers. So he's really trying to set himself apart. Like you mentioned, get himself up into that lead, feel a little bit more secure to try and get a spot into the round of 32. There's big points. Unfortunately, I was talking to True about it. Around a 64, it's not a keeper result, and not at this point in the year.
Probably, yeah, this is the last half of the season, and you want to be in top 16 at least to keep the score, to keep the point.
So 3 minutes 20 on the clock right now. Looks like the Ocean just taking a little bit of a breath in at this point in time, but it feels like it's going to get scrappy soon. We get around that 3 minute mark and everyone just starts swinging for absolutely everything. I'd love to see a little bit more of Jin Suzuki. I feel like he's given us something to talk about here. He's really showcased that he can do more than just be an incredible barrel rider. He's got a lot of height and loft when it comes to his airs. That 5.5, it's the high mark. We're kind of still seeing that trend though. People struggling to get anything above a 5.
Right.
And even crack into the 5s, to be honest.
It's still, it's still hard to get into the 5 and 6s. You need to have some kind of combination tube or airs, but this is Dylan up and riding straight air. Wow, almost. It was that close to the landing, and if he could have made that, that could have been a really big score.
It's like watching in slow-mo.
Right.
You never really know. Here we go. This was a really hard section. Got a lot of height there, but it looked like he was a little too far on his back foot and just came off on his hillside rail there for Dylan Wilcoxon. So 2 minutes to go. That's the approach that he needs, though. Probably heard the score of Jin and thought, right, I'm taking to the air.
It looks like sets coming into the lineup, so
big looking wave. It's going to be Ash Jenner in position for this one. He's currently in the lead. He's going to find another barrel. It's not a super deep one here for Ash Jenner. Brings it back around. He's got a really nice body torque on his calves there. 90 seconds to go.
Wow, crucial moment. Very stressful moment for blue, white, red. There is a set. And white has first priority, so anything can happen in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, you can see this afternoon. I'm doing it again, Di.
Still 9 in the morning.
Oh, gosh. Ash just was a little bit too wide on that one there. I don't see that going into his top two, but he's really been able to find these clean, open barrels. But with this swell direction, we've got a little bit too much north in it. So it's making the barrels kind of hard to sit deep in them. We really want a bit more east in the swell where it comes that just straight on. And that's where we see these perfect Cloud 9 barrels that you can just sit in for at least a good 5 or 6 seconds. So we're hoping the swell direction pivots a little bit more towards the east here. But with 45 seconds to go, Ash and Jin have really played their cards really well in this heat.
Definitely. Well, no takers on this one. Dylan was looking to get it. But no takers with the 30 seconds to go. There's a few lines at the back. Looks like Jin Suzuki up and riding. Suzuki Jin 選手この波で 3.10 をスコアすると1位のポジションにそしてエアを見せてきてメイクしました。Another beautiful air reverse from Jin Suzuki at the back. White up and riding, needing a score 4.44. Great 2-10 combo, and he likes it.
Loves the passion. I love the passion from the surfers. So 2 scores to lock in. Interesting exchange there. Jin Suzuki looking to better a 2.5.
Right.
Harry O'Brien chasing a 4.44. I feel like that number is going to go up based on that last one we saw from Jin Suzuki.
Wow, so that's the end of the heat number 7 of round of 64. We're gonna be on hold for a little bit. We are still waiting for the last of blue and white, but we're gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back after the break with the official result of heat 7.
Let's get started. Let's go.
The 29th Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 6000 is proudly hosted by the municipality of General Luna Siargao and the province of Siargao del Norte.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Big upset in the round of 64, heat number 7. We see rank number 3, Dylan Wilcoxon out of the draw. Jin Suzuki coming through with the win. Ash Jenner in second. And unfortunately, we lose one of the early day standouts, Harry O'Brien, as well. We move through the rounds, though, right now, rolling into heat number 8. It's a big one. In the red, Harley Walters. In the blue, local guy and one of the standouts of Filipino juniors, Noah Arkfield, taking on the vet Hiroto Harai and Saxon Reba. Straight into it, Saxon goes down. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by someone I know kinda well. My big sister, True Starling. True, welcome in.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, happy to be here. And Hiroto tries to get his campaign underway, but I hope you know me kinda well.
I know you're alright.
Not
Surface
too
level.
bad.
It's alright. No, just kidding. You literally know me every day of my life. But we have a 25-minute heat in this one. It's going to be a pretty cool matchup. We're looking at 4 different surfers who have completely different approaches, really opposing styles as well. Feels like this could be a really great opportunity for these 4 surfers to really test out their new rivalries this year.
Oh, absolutely. And I love that as well. I feel like there's so many new rivalries that are coming through, particularly, we're seeing a new generation of surfers enter the QS region. And I think it's really cool. It's exciting to see how everyone responds to that, how they lift, and the storylines that kind of gives as well. I know, for Noah Arkfeld, this is one of his most exciting events. Harley Walters, though, first year in the QS.
Yeah, second time being hit to Cloud9. Came here last year for his first time. That was a big second turn. So Harley's pretty much going from strength to strength at the moment. Made the finals at the Stab High and was very, very impressive there, doing acid drops into airs that I was shocked. I didn't know Harley could do that. I was going, wow, Harley. So he's really set himself up to be one of the best aerialists in the world right now, showcasing his rail work.
Yeah, he really is. He's got such a great backhand attack and absolutely jams it there as well. I really love how Harley was like, you know what? I know that there is barrels out there, but right now I just want to do turns because I need to start with a good foundation. And I feel like the last couple of heats has been somewhat tricky to break into the 5 range. So I think for Harley to start off with a good 4, a high 4 even, it's such a great way to set up his campaign in this heat and to apply pressure.
Saxon Reba, Northern Beaches surfer. I'm going to go out and say North Stain.
Yep.
Yes. Thank goodness. Could be wrong. Apologies if we are. But
No.
is...
I think it is North Stain.
Yeah, he's travelling with the Northern Beaches crew. So Kobe Clements, Axel Carrotta, Xavier Bryce, over here working with Duke Kelleher and Andy King. And Andy King, Diane and I were talking about it, he's a big name to have in your corner.
Oh, yeah.
One of the biggest.
100%. Wow, look at this score for Harley, 7.5.
Wow, goes big to start off. He's not leaving anything behind, straight back into it. Harley has just gone into another gear recently. He's absolutely ripping. He came over to Portugal to support his brother and Oscar Berry over in the competition over there, and I think he just loved being a part of it and hanging out and seeing what it was like to be a part of all of that, surfing those waves and seeing the talent there. And he's looking confident and comfortable here.
Yeah, he really is. Love that first turn. Gets a bit of a release as well, so that's a great backup. It's a 3.5 for Harley. That 7.5 was absolutely insane. I mean, thank you very much. We've seen 7s for 1 turn, and Harley did it for 2. So
Thank you, Harley.
Thank you, Harley, for the entertainment in the first 5 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, 11 points in the first 5 minutes. So he's definitely asked a question to his competitors. Noah Arkfeld, he has been a name who has been in the limelight the last couple of years, especially when we come over to the Philippines. A lot of investment going into him in the future of his career. The first year we came here, I'd never heard of him before, and I was so pleasantly surprised with how talented he is. I was saying it to Di, him and Marima have to be 2 of the best aerialists in Filipino surfing. Harley looking here, right on cue.
Are you joking?
Went to the air, unfortunately didn't get that one, but Harley, he's looking loose and fun right now. This is his first full year on the QS. Like I mentioned, wants to get himself to the Challenger Series, but back to Noah. This is his home wave, his hometown, and it feels like he's got a point to prove here.
Hometown hero. Noah is, and I agree. He's got a point to prove. He wants to make a statement. Let's see what he can do.
He's in the barrel here, but that one really closing out quick down the line. You can see how deep he took off on the peak there. Out the back, this is Hiroto Arai, definitely the veteran in this heat here. Nice first turn to kick this one off for Hiroto. That's a really bowly second section. Got the fins out the back. So Hiroto trying to answer back to this standard that Harley has already set in this heat.
Yeah, Hiroto's been on the tour for, I think, about 14 or 15 years, which is pretty crazy. He's been competing for a really long time. He's got a lot of knowledge. So he's starting off well. I feel like right now it's a battle for second. You don't know what's going to happen in the next 18 minutes of this heat, but let's dissect this wave a little bit more. Beautiful bottom turn to top turn combination for Hiroto. He's got such a great low center of gravity, and it really works in his favor, particularly on waves like this when you do have to react really quickly and it's easy to get caught off guard. So for Hiroto, that was a beautiful way to start his heat.
Yeah, Hiroto definitely kicking this one off. It was a 4-1 at 7. His fellow countryman, Jin Suzuki, was very impressive in that last heat, and he's down at the tower with Dai.
非常にこう自分の思い通りにいかないような形のヒートだったかなと思うんですが、どうでしたか？
実は作戦とは全く違う、予想してた波とは全く違う展開で、かなり、厳しい戦いでした。
序盤厳しい戦いが続いて、なかなかスコアが出てこない中で、エアリバース、最初こう中部に入るのかなというセットアップを見せてたと思うんですけど、あれはどういう感じで波に乗ったんですか？
エアのやつは、そうですね、でも最初から多分姿勢が低かったと思うんですけど、もう飛ぶ気で乗ってました。もうこの時間帯の、スコアも3点台出してもすぐに越されちゃうんで、とにかく1点でも 0.1 点でも高いスコアが欲しかったので、もうすぐ飛びに行こうと思ってました。
そこをしっかりメイクしてきました。そしてその後少し時間が空いて、なかなかスコアがしきれない中2位を死守していたんですが、最後にもう一発エアをしました。あの辺りのメンタルどういう状況でした？
いや本当そうですね。そもそもその最初の1本目ももうかなり時間が残り時間少ない中で、本当にここから2本本当4点近いスコアを揃えるのは、波も変わってしまったので結構厳しい展開で、最後のあれは本当にもうニードスコアがなんとなく 3.0、3.1 ぐらいというのは1位にジャンプアップは消えてたんで、そこに自分が2位から1位に上がらないといけないのは絶対必要だなと思ってたので、とにかく本当にここは、負けてられない気持ちで飛びました。
やっぱり CS2 がかかってる最後の2戦、6戦、QS6 戦、そういうところも影響してますか？
そうですね、かなりこの、フィリピンと台湾のこの2戦はもうすごく重要な大会に、ここで負けてるわけには、CS に出場したところで勝てもしないので、ここを本当に大切に、準備をしてきました。
Yeah, his plan didn't go well as he planned in the beginning, so he was kind of nervous, but he knew that this result makes big difference for him. He wanted to go to the CS next year, so that's how he got the strong mental and he got the right out of the air reverses. では最後にたくさんの方応援してくれています。メッセージの方お願いします。
今でもこうやって最後に逆転できるっていう、モチベーションもメンタルもあるので、次のヒートもしっかり楽しんでしっかり勝っていきたいと思います。応援の方よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。Back to you guys in the booth.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Jin. To think his plan didn't go the way he wanted and he still got the heat win. Not a bad way to not execute a plan.
Yeah, well, if it's not working out in your favour and you're still winning the heat, something is going right.
Yeah, you're doing something right. We have a couple waves to catch up on. During that interview, Hiroto Arai, he's just got such beautiful technique. That carve really opening up. And you just watch his bottom turn. He gets so low and so deep on his rail. And then we saw Saxon, the goofy footer, get a couple under his belt as well. Big airdrop off the one turn. And then couldn't find anything more to work with here for Sax. And that is pretty much us up to date. So let's take a look at what we've got going on. We'll get back to that in a second. Live action, Noah Arkfield goes to the air. Unfortunately, something went wrong there for Noah, but he's got to start to really figure out this scoreline here. He's got 2.07s. So 207s. So he needs to really set the foundations, maybe find a wave, get a couple of turns in, and then start to build and go for those risky maneuvers from there. Right now, though, Harley Walters out there with the lead and first priority. That's 7.5, the high mark of the event today. With a 5.83 as his backup, has him pretty comfortable in first place. Hiroto Arai with a 4.93 and a 4.17. Chasing down Harley, he's looking for an 8.4. Saxon Reba chasing a 5.13 to catch this guy, Hiroto. Unfortunately, a little bit deeper on that one there. So Saxon, he'll be chasing a 5.13, and it's pretty much reset time for Noah Arkfeld.
Yeah, it is. And feel like that is happening a lot, not in regards to Noah, but just in heats. Sometimes we're seeing people wait 12, 15 minutes for a wave to come through, and it doesn't really happen, and they have to fully reset. We saw it happen with Teddy Billy, and he was able to get that score in the last 5 minutes, but time ran out. And that's the thing where you have to go, okay, plan A is not working. I need a reset, catch a couple of waves, get myself in good rhythm, and then kind of build from there. And I think that's what Noah needs to do, because I know he has really big expectations of himself for this event and probably for the next event. I'm sure he's heading over to Taiwan, so I think, yeah, he needs to reset right now.
Harley having a look here, stays high before dropping low and just belting this first section. Goes up, fins out on the second one for Harley. He's looking really comfortable in his skin. Feels like his decision-making skills as a competitor have gone up in the last 12 months as well. He's had a couple of good results this year on the QS. Saxon, right now, trying to find some more points so he can really build and get to that Challenger Series. Start his campaign there. So 12 minutes to go to try and find this. Here we go, Noah looking deep here. Gets a little cover up. Wants to find something bigger. He's looking to his competitor, trying to avoid him. Goes down on the full rotation there from Noah Arkfeld. Feel like he's moving a little too fast.
Yeah.
Maybe getting a little bit too far ahead of himself right now. Feels like this is a complete reset button. This is okay, I just need to stop. I've got 12 minutes and start again.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this last one of Saxon's. Just a quick in and out. You can see it bottoming out. And then for Noah, good entry, didn't get quite a deep cover up and quite as long. And then, you know, he's so good in the air for Noah. He almost made that, but it's such a tough one because he almost had it and it would have really changed the trajectory of his heat. But yeah, I do agree. He probably needs to just go, you know what, I'm going to put 2 turns down and then get myself back into this heat, get myself, you know, chip away at that requirement. Right now he needs an 8.33. All he needs to do is get into the 4s, and he's looking at getting another 4.
So we've seen in this heat so far, 2 turns can get you a score as big as a 7.5. So we know that they're out there. The judges definitely changing their line, obviously still rewarding barrels, but they've realised that with this swell direction change, turns are definitely what is going to get you through heats today, and airs. The judges are absolutely loving airs, thinking back to Dom Thomas this morning with that massive straight air, I believe, that he did.
And Bronson made it. Oh no, he got a bit of rotation.
Yeah, and Bronson, there was a great back and forth battle there between those two surfers, and feel like that's kind of where we're going to see this event go this week. Looks like these conditions potentially setting in for a few days now. Harley looking left. There actually is a really fun left out there.
Yeah, there is for sure. It's probably not as consistently good as the right, but there is some really, really fun lefts. And I think if you're a goofy footer, you're definitely eyeing that off before you go right too. They're thinking, oh, maybe the left is going to be good right now, but it's tricky to find the good ones.
Noah having a look here, builds speed, goes for the ramp. There's the full rotation again. Unfortunately goes down. You can definitely see his skill set. It's there. It's strong. Just unfortunately not getting these landings down pat here. So Noah still going to try and stick to that air game at this point in time. He would have had a lot of support from the local community, whether it was Marama, Filma, or just any of his friends and family around here. So he's going to stick to his guns, try and go big in this heat and really have a shake-up situation. He's not looking for much. 9 points is what he needs to get himself into second based on 2 waves. So he needs a pair of 4.5s, which is nothing for the talent of Noah Arkfeld. So let's see if he looks at it that way. And right now on your screen, Zeb Stokes getting ready for his second heat of the event. He'll be out there and he's going to take on what looks to be a great heat, actually coming up against one of his best mates, Ben Lorenston. He'll be out there with Yuji Mori and Morgan Siblick from the Challenger Series, straight here to Cloud9. And there's Ben on your screen. Very talented surfing family. Ben, the younger brother of Gia Lorenston, who is just in front of him. We'll see her coming up in competition in the seeded round of the women.
Hopefully soon, hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, potentially this afternoon if we run through the low tide.
Maybe, yeah.
So just over 8 minutes to go right now in this heat. We can look forward to another afternoon or mid-morning through afternoon of jam-packed surfing. We started at 6:30 this morning. We're going to try and push through as many heats as possible and hope that we can get through the low tide today. So we've just come past, about an hour past the high tide. So we've still got plenty more hours up our sleeve.
Who are your picks, Jessie? We've been talking about picks for this event. Sorry, super off topic.
You know my picks.
Oh, Lennox Smith.
Yeah.
And, oh, that was nice for Saxon.
Yeah, big opening turn there. Yeah, Lennox Smith and Miller Brown.
Yes.
But then I saw Charlie Haitley, and I was like, oh, she's really good. She got second out here last year. Sierra's not in the draw this year. She could be a real shot for the trophy, but I'm still going to go Miller.
Yeah, I back it.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
I back it.
Yeah. Yuji Mori, he's on your screen. Yuji actually with a really cool story. I was talking to Di about it. Brought one of his students over here to experience what it's like at a QS 6000.
Oh, wow.
And he's going to be able to watch him and maybe even caddy for him in that next heat. So Yuji getting ready for competition in white and purple boardies. That is so crazy and so cool. Wow, sick. I love how
style.
There's getting way more fashion in surfing.
It is 100%. It's way more stylish. Just, I don't know, and everything's a little bit different. Everyone's got something a little bit different, you know. The former board is super cool. There's some new cool, like, old school kind of rip curl ones that are coming out too.
Yeah, we saw Takumi Nakamura. He was repping the old Rising Sun Billabong board shorts as well. The extra long ones. They were sick. They're obviously coming back around. Rivia, Julian Wilson's brand, they're doing some really cool clothes as well. And Morgs getting ready to hopefully just get a couple heat wins under his belt here.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Morgs, he's really looking for that, and I feel like this is kind of his playground. Really, this is his bread and butter for Morgs, and he's so good in the tube. He's got a great carve, really good snaps, obviously, and in the air game as well. He's really strong, so I feel like he's kind of the full package, and I think he could do some damage in this event.
Yeah, Yuji Mori taking out his student behind him as his caddy, so I just love how he's paying it forward, you know, really introducing him to this level of surfing, exactly what it's like. And to have that experience at such a young age, it's priceless.
It's pretty amazing to see, you know, the dedication that this level of athletes put into their preparation, whether it's, you know, leading up into event, heat preparation, and then how they digest a heat win or a heat loss, you know, post-performance. And I think for someone that's so young to be able to see that and go, okay, I'm going to implement that so early on in their career, it's a massive leg up. It's huge. And then you go into the Challenger Series and you see how much more seriously they take that. And then the CT as well. It's just a whole new game.
It's definitely getting younger and younger. Obviously, Tia Dabrowski being 14 years old, just qualifying for the tour. Harley here locks in for this one. He has had such great wave selection this heat. Wow. Sick.
This is...
No words.
Yeah. 5.83 is gone.
Yeah, this was epic. Break it down for us, True. Noah really wanted this one too.
Yeah, and you could see why. Look at that wave. Harley completely disappearing, coming out with the spit, and he's going, yeah, this has actually been a really good heat. I'll take it. A 7.5 on the very first wave. There's no complaints there. That's just immediate confidence, immediate like, yeah, I know I'm making it through this heat. Now I just need to surf. And that's exactly what Harley's doing. We're seeing shades of just a little bit more freedom from him, and that's the most excited I get when I get to see Harley surf heats, is when he surfs free, because you never know what you're going to get.
You can see a bit of a look at that wave there for Noah Arkfeld. You can see maybe starting to get a little bit frantic. Coming down to 3 minutes 40 here. We've got a set rolling through. Surfers caught a little out of position. Oh, wow. Score's starting to lock in for the last of Harley Walters. It's a 7.6, so he's comboed the field. Harley can basically paddle in. just say, job well done, call it a day. He's got a 7.5 on his first wave and then just improved with that 7.6, 15.1 points for Harley Walters. What a change. This time last year, got knocked out in the round of 96, now is dominating the round of 64. So Harley really leveling up in 12 months.
Oh, 100%. And I think it's courtesy of going to all of these events, traveling around the world, finding his feet by himself, and this was just smooth. I mean, he is just really in rhythm out there, and every event he's getting better and better, and I think he's just getting more confident. He's up and in and out of that one again, so he's just having fun out there right now, and I feel like that's probably the highest heat total we've seen for the whole event.
Yeah, definitely. It's the high mark of the first 3 days of competition, and for a little bit of everything as well. We know we've seen Harley take to the air, we've seen really beautiful rail turns, and of course a bit of barrel riding. Right now Saxon looking to do something similar, needs a 5.13, puts it on rail for the first turn. That's a nice second turn here for Sax, and he knows it. Bit of confidence there from Saxon Reba. So just over 2 minutes to go, has to get a 5.13 to move up into second. We got movement out the back here. Noah Arkfeld deep on this one. Missed the first barrel. He's not going to make it out of the second one. So frantic times right now for the local boy. Just past this 2 minute mark. Scores to lock in for Saxon. Where do you see that one going true?
For Saxon, he needs a 5.13. I feel like he could really challenge for that. That second turn was really smooth. I really liked it. Let's take a look at this last one of Harley's though. Just kind of cuts it short. It's a bit of that wave's not going to factor in a 2.17. This is really important for Saxon. Bit of a carve down. That was really smooth. 5.13. It's really touch and go. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
No, you call it.
I feel like it might be just short.
There you go.
I could be wrong. I honestly have been wrong this whole event, and that's okay.
That's okay.
I really don't care.
It's all subjective.
I'm happy to be wrong about it.
Yeah,
I don't think I'm going to be there.
You're right, though. Yeah. It's coming in short. We're just waiting on one last score to lock in. There it is. It's a 4.37, so he's lessened the requirement here for Saxon. Now needs a 4.74, so not much less, but it is less. So he basically has to do what he did, but just with a slightly bigger first turn, and he'll see himself through into the round of 32. Issue, he has fourth priority and only 35 seconds on the clock right now, and the guy whose spot he's trying to take has this first priority, can take whatever wave he wants. So Saxon really needs to find a small one and surf it up. Harley Walters, here he goes again. Bit of a victory lap here from Harles. He's got 20 seconds to go. He's going to make his way in and just enjoy what has been a great heat for Harley. He's going to be into the round of 32, adding it to his tally this year, hopefully moving up the rankings. Looking out the back to see if any more waves are rolling through, but it feels like time, unfortunately, is going to run out for Saxon Reba and Noah Arkfeld. So it is going to be Harley taking this one out with the highest heat total of the event so far. Hiroto Arai in second. Great heat between those four surfers. We've got plenty more heats coming up. We'll be back right after this short ad break. Don't go anywhere. We will see you very soon.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
This is for everyone who made it happen. The surfers, ocean lovers, and locals of Siargao. Together, we fundraised and built mooring lines around the island so boats can anchor safely without harming our coral reefs. What began as a small act of care grew into something beautiful, a community effort to care for the sea we all share. Follow Adopt a Mooring Line to learn more and be part of a global effort to protect our reefs.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go.
Yo, welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup, coming to you from a beautiful Cloud 9 here on the island of Siargao in the Philippines. Heat 9, around a 64 action. The big dog, Morgan Siblick, is hitting the water in the red jersey. He'll be joined by Ben Lorenzen in blue, Yuji Mori in white, Zeb Stokes in green. And he's not hanging around. Morgs just packs a bomb to kick off his Cloud 9 campaign. Crossed paths with Morgs on the boardwalk a little earlier. And he was pretty excited about the punchy conditions that we have out the front. Looks like it's pulsing a little bit at the moment. We just saw Harley Walters drop, biggest score of the event so far. Crispin's in the booth. Alongside me is True Starling. And True, let me know what Harley got up to.
He didn't really put a foot wrong. Not really much to say. Big backhand belts, 7.5 on his first wave. Got tubed, a couple of big backhand turns after that. Then he was just free and just going for airs. Tried to see if he could get a frontside air on the left, I feel like, but kicked out before there was much of an opportunity. And 15.18 total. It was very entertaining to watch. He just ran away with it very quick. It was good. It was smooth. He didn't really look like he was surfing out of his skin, so I got excited.
Here's Ben Lorenzen, quickly in, quickly out. There's a bit of juice out there right now.
Yeah, it feels like it's picking up again.
The wind sort of backed off a little bit as well. And this is Zeb Stokes threading the pit. Picked up by Yuji Mori, tucking straight under the hood.
So
that wave just spat its insides out into the channel.
So Di was saying that, and Jesse and I were talking about it in that last heat, Yuji actually brought one of the kids that he coaches over to this event so that he can, experience what it's like to be at a QS 6000 and the work and the effort that you need to put in.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I remember back in the day, Adrian Buchan used to do that with a guy by the name of Caleb Tancred. As we see, speaking of Championship Tour, here goes a guy that's done that dance before. Morgan Siblick, of course, made the WSL finals in 2021. Had an incredible year. That was the funky COVID year where we had the Aussie Quaddie, 4 CTs in Australia. And he has got an insane backhand. I don't think it's any coincidence that year Rottnest was added to the schedule, which was punchy lefts, Narrabeen lefts. Morgs dusted John a couple of times in the Aussie events and found himself in the final 5. So it was a dream run for the rookie from Australia in 2021, and he would love to get back to the big show once again.
I actually remember watching that heat of Morgs and John in the water at Narrabeen, and I was surfing, and I was like, wow, this is crazy.
There goes Zeb Stokes. So we've got a bunch of scores to come in. 3, the result for Zeb's opener. 2.5 for Yuji Mori. So the judges are really keeping a lid on the tube rides. They want to see you deep, driving and doing work to get through them. And then Morgs a 5 for his last wave. And we're still just waiting on the number for Ben Lorenzen's last engagement.
Yeah, Ben has such a strong backhand. He got a quarterfinals at the NIAS Pro, which is actually his best ever result he's had in a QS 6000. So I know he's hunting for, another result like that or another good kind of points grab, and obviously the QS6000s are the years to do it. So hopefully Ben can do that at 4.9. He gets for his last wave.
0.68 to grab that lead.
Right, so all scores are in. It's Morgan Siblick with a 5 in first, Ben Lorenzen with a 4.9 in second. 18.5 minutes to go. Let's go debrief the last heat with the high-scoring man of the event so far. Harley Walters is looking to our own Jessie Starling.
Yeah, Harley, this time last year you got knocked out in the round of 96. This time you're scoring the highest heat total of the round of 64. Big change in 12 months, Harls.
Yeah, I need to do something. I don't know, just so stoked to be back here in Siargao and get 2 good waves. It's sick, the waves are pumping.
You've had an alright year this year, from going to Portugal, hanging out with the boys, obviously competing on the QS, and then a really big result over there in Stab High. Feels like you've kind of stamped your authority this year. Harley Walters is here.
Yeah, I don't know. Stab High was probably the funnest comp I've ever done. It's not really a comp, it's kind of just like a big party with all your mates and try and do some big airs. But I was stoked to make the final there and I think I got 3rd, but yeah, it was sick. And Joel won, so it was perfect. But Portugal was fun, just hanging with the boys. They were in the comp over there, and I was just surfing and shooting, but it was fun.
Have we got any rev him up and get back in competition?
I don't know. That's up to him. If he wants to do it, he wants to do it. But I'm sure he'll be back, and he's too good not to. I back him.
Into the round of 32. Plans stay the same?
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it's pumping still and do the same thing. If I can do that a couple more times, I'll be stoked.
We love it, Harls. We'll see you in round of 30. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, JJ. And Holly Walters. Yeah. Man with the hot hand right now. Why is Jessie JJ?
I don't know. She's just always been JJ.
So middle name's not Jane.
We don't have middle names, sadly. Actually, not sadly, but yeah, no. Jessie, yeah, she's always been JJ.
Fair enough.
No comment on that. She used to be JB, but then it got to JJ. Yeah, I know. So random.
Fair enough. All right. Well, all scores are in. Morgan Siblick still in the lead. And Lorenzen is sitting second. And it's a 5, it's a 4, and then there's a 2 and a 3 for Yuji and Zeb. So still got a fair bit to come before this heat takes shape. Morgs and Ben would be happy with their openers. They'd be looking to build out. Though here goes Yuji Mori. Whoa, have a look at that bowl. Just the cup on that wave, but where he took off didn't really allow him to get behind it and pull into it or get down in front of it and do a turn. So he gets out of there.
That could have been a really scary exit, low key, because that one was just looked angry coming back at him. That was crazy for Yuji Mori. I mean, he's only got a 2.5. I mean, it's been a pretty slow heat in regards to waves, but 5 and a 4.9 highlights. Zeb, he's got a 3 already. That wave not cooperating much at all. Sometimes if you start off strong, you can kind of sit and wait, but these heats have been going so quickly. The time is just flying by.
So it's a 0.9 tide right now. The high was about an hour and a half ago. It was a metre. And we're looking at a 2 o'clock 4 metre, 0.4 of a low. So we've got a long, long time to go yet before we start worrying about the tide.
It's not even on the radar right now. Taj Stokes. I'm sure he's nervously watching on his brother Zeb, who's in this heat. He's heading out in the next heat. That is pretty crazy. Back-to-back heats for the brothers. Taj got a semi-final finish. Went down to Alistair Reginato in the event in Japan. So I know he's looking to kind of get himself back into, you know, a finals day appearance. He then went over to Portugal and Brazil.
Yuji Mori just spread his wings. It was huge. How long do you reckon he tried to hang on to that one for before he gave up?
Last moment. Always. Can't give up.
Oh. That was a monstrous launch from Yuji.
Yeah, he's not scared, Yuji. He's ready for it every time. Pretty awesome, actually, to see how he goes for it. And he needs to do his student proud. He needs to show him how it's done.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Back in the day, Ace used to take Caleb around to events. I remember him being at J-Bay and just seeing how it all played out and free surfing with everyone.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who were around the championship tour 10 years ago would remember Leo Fioravanti, Kanoa Igarashi and Jack Robinson when the three of them were sponsored by Quicksilver. They were at every CT. They were with Belly and just this large sort of Quicksilver entourage, and they would be just the three Groms at every CT, being cheeky little Groms, catching tons of waves. So they've, you know, been around it for that long, and obviously that familiarity is pretty comforting to have when you finally do make the grade, because they haven't looked back.
Yeah, really? They haven't, have they?
Well, Leo got knocked off. He's dealt with the cut, but no, Kanoa obviously found his feet. Big win in, I'm going to say it was 2019 maybe, when he won Karamas. That was incredible, and that was one of those events where you could pick it from round one that he was the guy to beat. And he held his form all the way through. Here goes Zeb Stokes, deep driving, coming out of that one. Nicely done. And behind him, here goes Morgan Siblick. Big hammer coming up right now. Just cracks it once, twice, and can't hang on. That was an awkward landing. That lip just really comes at you quick. So much water draining out off the reef.
That was such a crazy second turn. We need to reassess it. We'll go back with this one for Zeb though. That was very nicely done. Obviously feeling pretty happy with it, but this one for Morgs, this first turn, lovely. This second turn, wow. That was such a hectic landing. To be making a turn like that is so difficult, but particularly on one of those sections is insane. Morg just absolutely going for it, but yeah, not getting a completion. Such is life, but still a really strong first turn. But Zeb has a pretty good score to lock in, I think, because that tube was really nice.
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest wave, but he got some travel time in. He was well and truly tucked deep behind the curtain. And he'll be pretty happy with that. Scores in a 4.67, so that's his best wave, and it puts him into the lead. Still waiting on Morgs' last wave. That first turn was incredible, so we'll get some points for that. And if he'd hung on to the next one, it would have been up there, but there it is, a 4.03. So Morgan Siblick with a 5 and a 4.03 is in the lead. Zeb Stokes has a 4.67 and a 3. He needs a 4.37 for first. Ben Lorenzen has a 4.9, needs a 2.77 for second. And Yuji Mori has a 2.5, hasn't really fired a shot yet. He's chasing a 5.17 to get up to second with 9 minutes 20 remaining.
Ooh. All right. 4.03 for that one turn. Morgs would be stoked with that. Obviously coming off the Portugal and Brazil Challenger Series, coming over here. That's a pretty long leg of events, 3 events back to back. Wondering if he's going to Taiwan or not too sure, but that would be pretty full on. I know that Taj Stokes, he did Japan, went from Japan to Portugal, then to Brazil, now to here, and he's also going to Taiwan. So that is a long leg of events, a lot of time away from home as well. That's big.
I surfed with Xavier Huxtable yesterday, who said he got back from Brazil to his hometown in Torquay, sort of put his board bags down, went to bed, woke up, picked them back up again, walked out the door. He didn't know what day of the week it was. He was saying he was been waking up at all hours. It's it's a tough one on the body clock.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be so hard to get yourself back into a really good rhythm, especially with that jet lag. But Axel doesn't have to worry about it. He's just come over from Oz. He's like, yeah, I'm all good. I'm fired up, ready to go. Coming up in that next heat with Lennox Smith, Taj Stokes, and also Ryuichi Inui, who just completed his 3 years bachelor's degree of business at university.
Yeah. And for us West Australians, we haven't left our time zone.
Sick. That's great.
And we don't for the whole time we're here, because Taiwan's the same time zone.
Wow.
Singapore's the same time zone. Easy, brah. Look at that. That's a nice angle of the town here at General Luna. It's kind of the northern peninsula where Cloud9 hangs out. In the background, behind that little beach, there's a right-hander called Jacking Horse that accommodates all kinds of surfers of all kinds of abilities. In the middle distance now, that is, what's it called? Quicksilver's.
Yep.
Which is another sponge that soaks up lots of surfers and takes a little bit of the heat off the Cloud9 wave. And then that, of course, is the jewel in the Filipino surfing crown, the one and only Cloud9.
Also just want to do a huge shout out to the Philippine Sports Commission as well, also known as the PSC. Their support, with their support, surf tourism in the Philippines is currently thriving. So showcasing the Philippines as one of the best destinations on the global surf map, and that is exactly why with waves like this, Taj Stokes just executing 2-turn combination, hoping to get up into first. He needs a 4.37, and we're heading over to Belair after Taiwan, which is for a QS 4000 and an LQS 1000 for the Asia region. Let's take a look at this Bonsoy replay. Strong first turn for Zeb Stokes. Really good second one as well. He's looking at edge a little bit further out in front of third and fourth in this heat. Ben, he needs a 277, and throwing spray like that, getting a completion, you'd have to think he's really challenging for it. Yuji Mori needs a 5.17. Ben, boom, big, strong first turn, 2.77. That is definitely within reach for Ben Lorenzen from the Sunshine Coast. Travelling here with his sister Gia. Here we go. Morgs speeding through that one. That was a long tube, and how was a little bit of extra speed he had right at the back end of that. That was crazy the way he did that.
Yeah, took care of half his paddle to get back out. Looking forward to the replays of all of this action. Somehow there's less than 5 minutes remaining. Here is Ryan Williams' drone shot. Morgs, wow, he was deep there and came flying out and just beautifully threaded by Morgan Siblick, who's from Newcastle via Angari. Insane surfer, and I think all Aussies would love to see him back on tour, especially now that the three lefts are in full effect.
Oh,
he was
wow.
Deep, a couple of sections to deal with, and not a drop out of place.
That was awesome. We've got this score to come through. He actually needs a score too. He needs a 4.14, which you'd have to think he gets that off the back of that tube. He's in third. Ben went up into first with a 4.83. Zeb's last wave of 4.47. So Morgs needing a number in the next 3.5 minutes.
Do you know if Zeb is short for anything?
Zeb is Zeb. I've only ever known him as Zeb.
It can be Zebulon.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't think I've ever met anyone named Zebulon, but I'll take your word for it.
I remember there being one of the shippies, Shipstone Bluff Tassie Chargers back in the day was a Zebulon.
Wow.
Red looking for a 4.14, trailing in third. Last wait for
I
Red.
trust you. Oh, here we go. 5.77 for last of Morgan Siblick. He goes up into first. Ben down in second. Zeb Stokes now needs a 5.06. That is a big, tough score to get in the last 3 minutes, but he's got second priority. Yuji Mori being pretty quiet. He now needs a 7.23, so tough situation to be in for Yuji Mori. But if anyone can do it, Yuji can. So let's see what he's got in the next 2.5 minutes, if he can pull through.
Remaining in this heat. White, yeah, first priority.
Hold priority. First pick of the lineup.
Ben Lorenzen has put in some effort to get to the inside and snaffle this one. Why not? He's in fourth priority, so this one is a free swing. It might pay off for him too. Strong turns. He had to work hard to hold on to the last one. That was complete, but the judges will dock him a little bit because it was a little bit untidy. I'm not sure that's going to replace either of his fours.
Out in our competition area, we've got 10 caddies out there. Please paddle left.
Yeah, it was good surfing, but I feel like that wave, I don't know, the 4.83 I thought was better than that, but see where it comes through. He only needs a 5.87 to go to first. Not sure if it'll be that, but Ben is gaining momentum and rhythm in this heat and applying pressure to this guy, Yuji Mori, needing a 7.23 late takeoff.
Oh, he hit the brakes to let the wave fly right by, and then the foam ball just came along and whipped his craft from underneath him, and a backflip in the tube was not what he wanted with 1 minute remaining.
No, that was... I feel like from the start he was kind of always out of timing, out of position on that wave. Unfortunately for Yuji Mori, he needs to restart, get himself back out there and try and find a wave in the next 40 seconds, but doesn't really feel like there's going to be time to do that. Here we go. Zeb holds a priority, had a look at that one, didn't like it. Ben says, I'll take it, thank you. Ben and Zeb Stokes travelling a lot together throughout the QS regional series. Here we go. Oh, Morgs doesn't want it. Ben just going to come in on this wave because it does not look like Zeb Stokes will get another opportunity. Needing a 5.06, so looks like it's Morgs and Ben Lorenzen moving on through.
Yep, there we go. And, well, Morgs would be expecting to get through this kind of a heat, but nothing is a given, but he's done it nicely. A 5.77 and a 5, stamping his tickets to the next round as he gets himself a little trad bug pit on the way in. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Siargao International Surfing Cup coming our way after this quick break.
Let's get started. go.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
G'day, g'day, and welcome back to Cloud9, the only wave in the world, as far as I know, that's named after a chocolate bar. Actually, that's wrong. There's Beng Bengs in the mental waves as well. This is Heat 10, round of 64 action at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. Lennox Smith, the highly touted Aussie, is in the red jersey. He's the top of the Oceania rankings on the qualifying series this year. Taj Stokes is in blue. We just saw his brother Zeb in green in the heat before. Axel Kuroda from the northern beaches of Sydney is in the white jersey. And a lone Japanese surfer in green is Ryuichi Inui. So 3 Aussies and a Japanese surfer. Speaking of Japanese, Dai Wako has just walked in to join me in the booth. And how are you, mate?
Good.
What are you making of the action so far?
Super exciting heat from this morning. All the top city surfers now finally been surfing in the heat, and especially last heat we had a Morgan Sibley, right? Former CT surfer is in QS 6000.
This sort of shows you that there's a bit of room on this playing field. We can see the 4 surfers all giving each other plenty of room, camped out on different little pockets of the reef to try and, while there's no priority,
right,
why not just sort of spread out and see what you can uncover all by your lonesome.
Especially when the north swell kicks in, there's going to be a peak at the left side of the point and right side of the point, so there's heaps of peaks actually here at Siargao. If the east swell kicks in more, then probably one peak, and for all the surfers will sit next to each other, as we have mixed swell of north and east. So probably we have a lot of peaks at the moment. Almost 5 minutes in this heat.
Yeah, no one's wanting to pull the trigger. Playing the waiting game. I mean, this is a stacked heat, so there's no point just taking off on something that's only going to offer you a 3 or 4, because 3s and 4s are not going to get you through a heat like this. As we were saying earlier, the round of 64, 2 top seeds. So every heat is comprised of 2 top seeds who haven't surfed yet, and 2 who have surfed yesterday, and some people even surfed the day before from the earliest rounds. And as the talent level goes up, naturally, so do the scores required to advance. Here goes Ryuichi Inui. That was a big critical turn. He did really well to hang on to that, and then behind him, wow, was that Taj Stokes deep?
Yes, it was deep inside of the tube. He travels quite a long time. He pumped it through, but almost to the exit. Unfortunately, it goes down in the tube, but that was a really deep tube riding from Taj Stokes. And a beautiful one big turn from Ryuichi Inoue. Here is a replay of last green, little bit of airdrop as a takeoff, but beautiful layback carve with a lot of sprays at back. And at the back, this is the touch dogs in the deep in the tube, traveling quite a long time, but unfortunately closing out on him.
So Roshi, a 3 to kick things off. Taj, a 1 that would have been a 7 or an 8 at least if he'd been able to find an exit. Lennox and Axel yet to pull Q out of the rack. 18 minutes remaining. You feel like at some point today, in the next couple of hours, someone is going to get an 8 or above for just a crazy deep tube.
Definitely, you know, the condition is improving a lot compared to this morning. We had a kind of bumpy condition this morning, probably affecting from the onshore wind from the last night, but this light offshore wind cleans up heaps throughout the day. So yes, the surf has been improving a lot.
It's always fun surfing when it's like this, bit of rain,
right?
Flat, you know, sometimes it sort of smooths out the surface, gives it that beautiful texture. Even though the wind isn't, you know, optimal, it's not causing too much harm. Ryushi, that was a committed turn. Can he hang on to it? Gee, it's tough in there because of the power of the white water just trying to wrench your board from underneath your feet. Okay, while this heat sort of meanders along looking to find its rhythm, we're going to chat to the winner of the last heat, who had no troubles whatsoever out there. He looked pretty comfortable. Let's hear all about it. Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, thank you, Vince. Really comfortable out there that whole time.
Oh, a little bit. I really like. It's pretty pumping right now. Just kind of turned on even more so than this morning. And I just really wanted to get one of those good ones, but it wasn't a bag. Got a couple, put on the work boots and got a couple small ones and banged away a couple 5s. So I don't know, I'm stoked to keep going in this event. It's an epic wave to have a combat, so I'm just stoked to be here.
You've had a big run of events as well, in Portugal to Brazil and now here. That's a lot of time in the Rashi, a lot of heats that you've surfed. How do you keep up with, I guess, the energy going into your third contest in a row?
Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. It's like it's definitely fairly taxing. Coming all the way back from Brazil, it's one of the longest trips you can do. So I don't know. I changed my flight and got a few days at home and reset before I come over here. But yeah, I don't know. I feel good and yeah, just looking forward to being here in the Philippines and yeah, got a result in Portugal. So I ended up pulling out of Taiwan and. Yeah, just come here, hopefully enjoy it, and hopefully stay on the Challenger Series and make the top 20, or yeah, even better.
Well, I mean, the Philos is one of the best places to come. I mean, it's so fun. There's so much to do around here, and so many different waves as well. I know you have people at home that might be watching as well. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, I know Mum and Dad are definitely watching, and probably my brothers and all my mates and that. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully keep going, and love you guys. So. Come on, let's bring it home.
Thanks, Morgs. We'll send it back to you.
You beauty. Thanks, True and Morgs. You just know that he needs to be back on the CT before too long. He is that good of a surfer. And, you know, it's guys like Morgan Siblick and probably Connor Coffin are the reason that I think the surfers are so happy to see the back of the mid-year cut on the championship tour. Both of those two went from competing in the final 5 to getting bounced at Margaret River a few months later. So with 5 events, and then it got pushed out to 7 this year. Once you factor in throwaways, there's not a lot of room, and you can just have a couple of bad heats and a couple of events, and all of a sudden you're on the rocks.
13 minutes and 50 seconds still remaining in this heat.
Axel Crotter, a 3.6 for his opening tube. Here goes Taj Stokes. Decided against it, straightens out. Often once you straighten out in there, you still end up having to do the full lap, especially if there's a set behind. Here goes Lennox Smith, tucking straight in. And so it's just going to be the tube. He waited the best part of 12 minutes before that. It's going to be a decent number.
Definitely, it was a beautiful tube ride from Lennox Smith. You know, not many major scores are locked in this heat so far, so definitely it'll change with the first wave of Lennox Smith. 13 minutes to go in this heat so far. Ryuichi nowhere. Locked in 3.00, 1.13. Axel Kuroda's last wave comes in at 3.60, so not many major scores yet. We are still waiting for the last of red to lock in. On screen we have Joe Azuchi from Japan. It's getting ready for upcoming heat number 11. Another stacked heat. We're gonna have Joe Azuchi in red, Reo Inaba, and Raiha Onu on screen. That's a Raiha Onu from Japan, and Koda Kilon in green. So that is another stacked heat in heat 11.
We're getting through it. This is the last round where seeded surfers are inserted into the draw. From this point on, it's just elimination.
Right.
Then we have one more round of seeded surfers on the women's side. And then the race is on for the finals.
So fast wave for Lennox Smith comes in at 3.57. He waited for the wave quite long time, about 10 minutes or so. He did go into the tube and come out super clean, but judges are thinking it wasn't deep enough to get good scores, but still 3.57. It's a good score to start with.
There's waves out there. There's plenty of swell. Conditions are they're totally fine. It's funny, yesterday in the free surf there was so much ripping going on. It was just non-stop. That's what happens when you put 30 people in a lineup like this. Not a single lump goes begging.
You were surfing whole break yesterday, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a bit more sunburnt than I planned on being.
Looks like finally the sets coming into the lineup. So first priority with green, Yuichi Inoue up and riding. Stalled into the barrel, cover up a little bit, and kick out.
Behind him, this is Taj Stokes. And he's taking it to turns instead. The first turn was sensational. I'm not sure how great of a score Roshi's going to get for that last wave. The judges really want to see you coming from behind the tube. If you draw out your bottom turn, hit the brakes, as we see here, he really had to sort of manufacture this moment, and it was a very quick little in and out. And there it is, a 1.73. Taj realised quickly that the tube wasn't worth hunting on this wave, so turned it into a hack instead, and he got a 2.8. So a great comparison there.
Right.
Similar waves for Ryuichi and Taj, but Ryuichi hunted the barrel and only rewarded him with a 1.73. Taj quickly reacted to the situation, read it beautifully. I'm not going to try and get tube because it's really not that great of a tube. I'm going to hack it to bits instead. And he got more than a point better. So 9 minutes 15 to go, and the surfers will learn from all of these things. That's why they listen intently to the beach commentator who's reading out the scores. They can see what each other's done, see how it's all been rewarded. Yeah, turns. Currently the order of the day, unless it's, you know, a clear-cut big pit that you just pack.
This is the last of blue. That was a beautiful opening carve from Taj Stokes. That one actually 2.33. So there's not many big scores yet in this heat.
Now looking for a 1.16 to advance to the next round.
Yeah, Axel and Lennox with the best of the heat so far. And here goes that man.
Whoa.
Axel Carrota, wow, late to the party and gets detonated upon impact with the lip.
It's a very steep section to hit. Pretty much airdropped the section. Couldn't quite stick to the landing, but if he could have made that one, it could be a big score. But that was a really scary moment. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this heat. There's still plenty of time. But you know, Ocean just goes really quiet for the last 10 minutes or so. Wow.
Oh. Got some lines rising. Hard to see where they're going to quite land on the reef. Axel Carrota deep with fourth priority, quickly pulls through the back. Nothing off of there.
Ryuichi up and riding, goes to the floats and right out of it. Great turn from Ryuichi nowhere, trying to get rid of the 1.73, and definitely he's done that job, extending his lead. He is currently in the second, 2.13. Will put him into the lead. You know, not much difference between all the surfers at the moment.
Green looking for a 2.13 to move to first. Let's see what the judges think on that last wave for surfer in green. We got 6 minutes still.
6 minutes to go in this heat. We're still waiting for the last of green to locked in, but looks like blue is up and riding. Currently heat leader Taj Stokes, nice first turn. It's on a smaller size waves, but great read on this wave. Managed to put a couple turns in, trying to get rid of the 2.33.
5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Green is back up again. One maneuver on that last wave.
So we're almost reaching the 5 minute mark. The last of green comes in 3.13, enough to go into the lead, but the back. Lex Kuroda up and riding, quick to hit. Nice combination in a tight section. That was Axel Kuroda needing 1.53 to go into the second at the moment, so definitely he will improve his situation with that last ride.
Here goes Lennox Smith. He's waited over 20 minutes to get his second wave. Just one turn so far, and he is out of there. I think there was a second one. 2 points would put him up to second. It's a pretty decent turn. You think he'd go close?
Yeah, definitely he'll improve his situation. He has only single wave 3.57, which is actually the best score so far in the series. So probably that with the last wave, he's gonna go to the top 2.
Currently you're in first. You have one more score.
4 minutes remaining. This is the replay of Taj Stokes' last wave.
2 minutes and 55 seconds.
It's beautiful surfing.
It was one of the smaller size waves, but still managed to put 2 good turns in, and this is the last of Ryuichi.
We should have a replay of... Okay, we're going to see Axel's and then Lennox afterwards. That was nicely done by Axel, and then this is our 4th surfer. So all 4 surfers with scores to come in. The scoreboard is going to get quite the rejig. Okay, we're not going to read anything out until all scores are in, because there's not much point updating the scenarios as they're all going to bounce around all over the place. We can tell you last wave for Axel Kuroda was 4.5. Last wave for Ryuichi does not go into his top 2. Still waiting on the last scores to come in for Taj Stokes and Lennox Smith.
Well, last wave for Lennox Smith is 2.50, so actually it's not enough. Still in the 3rd place. With 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Lennox Smith now needs 2.56. Taj needs 3.11. So that's the situation at the moment. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Very, very tight heat. Not much difference between all the surfers.
To advance to the next round. We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds still remaining in this heat. Again, white in first, green in second, looking for a 4.97. Red in third, needs a 2.56.
2 minutes remaining.
Blue in fourth, you need a 3.11. 1 minute and 55 seconds remaining.
This is very important wave for Ryuichi. Needs to get rid of the 3.00.
Oh, not happening.
Wow. That was a big maneuver, but unfortunately it comes unstuck.
Out the back, here goes Lennox Smith, deep driving, not super deep. He'll want to do a couple of big turns. Goes the big wraparound figure 8. Roundhouse cutback, love that. Now Taj Stokes on the wave behind. Wow, that was a critical turn. Did really well to hang on to that.
Wow.
1 minute 15 to go. A ton of scores to drop in. And this one is going to go down to the wire. Expect there to be more waves ridden in this last minute as well.
Definitely. Important exchange between red and blue. They are both 3rd and 4th. This is the last of green. Comes unstuck, so won't go to his top 2 score. But these last two, it's going to be very important.
So this is Lennox. Not super deep. We can see his surfboard the whole way. Love the roundy. Got the rebound. Wasn't a big wave. And then Taj, just the one turn, but look how critical that is. Gave himself a tiny, tiny little understated fist pump self-rev up thing. So he was feeling it. Last score for Lennox, a 3.77, puts him up to 2nd with 15 seconds to go. Very important number to come in for Taj Stokes. Axel Kuroda would be feeling comfortable, maybe. 3 seconds to go. Taj on the inside. Will this be needed, or did he get the score on his last wave? Back. This is Ryuichi. This wave won't count. Taj's will. So we've still got some numbers to come. And this is Lennox Smith. Will he be through to the next round, or will Taj Stokes have done enough? They've bumped him out. It was one turn. It was really critical. He committed. The judges love that. It was high risk. He definitely didn't hold back. In If he'd cut it short or played it safe on that turn, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. But the fact that Taj pushed it as hard as he could and still managed to cling on, and he only just hung onto it. It wasn't at all a given as he rode out that he was going to complete the deal. So the judges will be watching 1,000 replays of this. They might even review this inside wave of Taj's as well. This is a complete bonus. He just took off on this one because why not?
So actually 2 waves
so he's got 2 scores
to
to come. He needs one of them to be over a 4.31. Personally, I think the first wave is more of a chance than the second.
Right, but the lowest score he has now is 2.80. So if he could have improved 2.8, then that means
he could.
Right.
Both of the scores that he has in his scoreline right now could vanish from the system after the heat has finished. So, this is nerve-wracking stuff. Okay, there it is. The first one comes in at a 3.57. So his requirement now on the second one is a 3.77. Smaller wave, did a bunch of turns.
Not too sure. Great 2-turn combo though, but it was smaller waves.
Smaller wave, it was an inside wave, and there it is. It's a 3-something, but it's not going to be enough. So Axel Kuroda gets the win, and Ben Lorentzen hangs on only just. Lennox Smith hangs on only just, and unfortunately we say commiserations to Taj Stokes and Roji Nui. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Siargao International Surfing Cup coming our way right after this quick break.
Let's get started. Let's go.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
We're back. WSL Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 6000. We are now into men's round of 64, heat number 11. We have Joe Azuchi in red, Koda Kilon in green, Rio Inaba in blue, Raiha Ono in white. I am Dai Wako in the booth with Jesse. Welcome back.
Oh, Di, it's good to be here. I'm really excited for this one because a lot of my favourite surfers are in it.
Right.
I absolutely love the way Raiha Onu surfs. Joe Azuchi has to be one of my favourite surfers as well. Koda Kilon is a really good friend of mine, and Ria Inaba, you really never know what you're going to get. So, full of surprises in this heat.
This is very stacked heat
It
for
is.
Japanese crew as well, you know. Koda Kilon, he surfs great. And he did a good run at last year's Siargao International Surfing Cup as well. But on screen we have surfing white, Raiha, up and riding, Ono 選手一発目から縦へのターン、そして少し中部に入っていきますが、ここはクイックにパドルアウトします。本日はメンズのラウンドオブ64をすべて行っていく予定です。
And Raiha here with his little brother.
Yes.
Met him yesterday. Got a quick little cameo on the broadcast. Said, what do you think of your brother's heat? And Raiha said, he said it was good.
It's okay. You know, his brother doesn't surf. He sometimes surfs, but this is a replay of last of red Joe Azuchi 選手 大きなカービングターンから中部に入り、そしてもう一発カービングを入れてきました。And this is the last of green. Koda up and riding in the tube. Unfortunately, couldn't quite find the exit. But at the back, Rio Inaba up and riding. Almost had the exit, but goes down. And this is the last of white. Raiha. Big first turn to start with. And stalled, cover up a little bit, and kicks out. And another one.
Oh, it's all systems go here, Dai. Joe Azuchi tucks in beautifully here. I just love the way he serves. He draws such clean lines. So barrel into a big two-turn combo. We are on.
We are on. Well, the ocean went a little bit sleepy in the last heat. We didn't have any waves for like 10 minutes also, but this heat, it's on.
It's on.
From the start.
And you know what? 3 of these 4 competitors would have spent a lot of time competing against each other.
Right.
You'd say that the 3 Japanese surfers, they know each other's competitive style in and out by now.
Definitely. They know exact thing that, the other guys will do. So this is a very interesting heat for me too. And like you said, Joe is on the CS tour right now, so he has a lot of confidence in his surfing. And, as you know, Rio is Olympian in the Paris 2024. And he surfs great. He's one of the best surfers in Japan. And in Raiha, he is one of the upcoming surfers in Japan. And he spent a lot of time in Indonesia for practicing this kind of wave. That was Rio Inaba goes down.
Would you say that Rio Inaba would be as far as like structure and build goes, he'd probably be the strongest, like strength-wise Japanese surfer?
Oh, yeah.
He is so strong.
He's strong. He's big.
He's built. He's got muscles on muscles.
Yes, and then his surfing is so powerful, on point. He does little turn, but big sprays. So he's got a really power. He's a strong person. And his backhand is just on point.
And he's the type of surfer that you would think wouldn't thrive in small stuff, but he actually has a really good small wave game too.
Yeah, exactly. When you are strong and big, people don't really surf good in the smaller waves. But Rio Inaba, he can surf small waves to Tahiti, the 10-foot chopper wave, or pipeline as well.
10-foot chopu would actually be my worst nightmare. If someone was like, go surf 10-foot chopu, I would be like, no.
I'll watch.
I just want to watch it.
I would watch.
It looks terrifying. And you know what? It was so interesting because you qualify as an Olympian and it's such a big achievement, and then you have to go surf chopu.
Right, that's
the
scary
scariest
moment.
wave in the world. So it's not like you can showcase, much of your rail surfing. It's like, no, you're going to go and get barreled and learn how to get barreled at that wave too, because it's such a specialty wave. So I have so much respect for all the Olympians, but the Paris Olympians that went through and did, the training stints back and forth to Chopu, it's incredible what they did.
Rio and Kona and Kanoa and Shino spent a lot of time in Tahiti last year for Olympics, so they gain a lot of knowledge. And when you're surfing bigger waves and hollower waves, I don't know why, but you get better at surfing, like turning as well.
Yeah, you do. I feel like you figure out where you are on the board more.
Right.
So it makes you more in tune with your equipment and exactly where you're supposed to place yourself on the wave, because a wave like Chopu as well, you have to be so perfectly tucked into a specific spot, because too high or too low, you're going down.
You have to be precise on every step, pretty much. Paddle, take off, the line you take, everything has to be perfect to get the barrel.
And then there seems to be more of a spiritual side to it as well, where you can't be ego. You can't have big ego about it, because then it seems that Chopu will pretty much set that ego back down. Be like, actually, I have control.
So it seems like Binzi is at the tower with the last hit winner, Axel Kuroda.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ty. Bit of a grindy one?
Yeah, it kind of stopped, like kind of at the start of that heat. I feel like there was a flurry at the end of the heat before, and then the whole heat was kind of flat, and we were just grinding the whole time, like everyone needing 3s and 2s, but happy to make it.
Been asking everyone this. Obviously, Cloud9, fame. Do you have a...
Yeah, it was kind of... I know from yesterday in my heat, all I did was a couple turns and I made it as well. So I knew, like, if you kind of hit a steeper section, they were going to reward it as well. So I saw, like, the tubes were kind of stopping a bit. So I just kind of did 2 turns on one and they rewarded it. So I kind of feel like they're scoring, bits in both, which is good.
It was interesting to see at the start of the heat before there was priority 4. You all just spread out. You had a own patch about 20 metres apart. Shows you the line.
Definitely, like, probably three takeoff spots. Like, at the start of the heat, it was so confusing. Like, I felt pretty lost because we were all spread out. Like, people were sitting wide and deep, and then Taj was further out the back. So I was kind of like, just kind of waiting for someone to take off so priority gets going. It's always pretty tricky at the start when there's no prior, but
once it found its rhythm, it sort of...
No, I had no idea. I saw him get one, but I had no idea he got a second one, and I let Leno get one as well, and I was sitting there with first prize. But no, I'll take it. It's good.
Another day. Enjoying your time here in Siargao so far?
Yeah, it's been sick. We came here last year and we all had a hell time.
So red, you now have a 717 and a 483.
Enjoying the show. Well done, mate.
Cheers, Benny.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Blue now needs a 9.07.
Thanks, Binzi and Axel Kuroda. But back to this heat number 11. Joe Azuchi locked in a 7.17.
Yeah, went big on that last one. So that's a bit of a statement to make, especially at this point in the heat. We're over that 10-minute mark. And 7.17 for a heat that started off with a lot of waves. It was just Joe finding that perfect little barrel into those 2 turns there. The judges loving it.
And then probably that last of white will be another great number from Raiha Ono. He's already locked in 4.00. Last wave comes in at a 4.40. So Joe Azuchi is in the lead with 7.17. So this is going to be a 7.17.
He just gets on the tail right at the start. He wipes off speed. He's able to stay in that for longer. And then that was a huge turn. So much spray coming off the back. And then again into a finner. So technique, class, style. It ticked every box there for Joe Azuchi. I really do believe he is a Challenger Series and above surfer.
Right.
He is just so well-rounded. He's one of those guys where, obviously you shouldn't put expectations on people, but he's one of those guys where I just expect him to do well on the Challenger Series just because of how talented he is.
He is. He's a talented surfer. And that last ride was one of the good examples out here. Cloud9, get tubed, travel in a tube quite a long time, and come out, do the big turns, and then that's how you get good scores and excellent.
Yeah, he's keeping it pretty simple, and a morning where it's been hard to find some of those barrels, and he just found one that was really clean, had a nice wide exit for him as well. So Joe Azuchi, yeah, I feel like he's been competing for a really long time as well.
Really, really long time.
Hasn't had that big maiden, well, he's obviously won a lot of QSs, but hasn't had that big 6,000 win yet.
I don't think he has got a good result in a QS 6,000 and above, like a high level of the QS 6,000. But you know, like you said, he's got the skill set for good results, and it seems like he's on the way to it.
Definitely.
This time.
It's really cool to see, no matter what tour you're on, whether it's the qualifying series, Challenger Series, or the championship tour, a lot of just cool friendships. A lot of countrymen do travel together. Joe, obviously, like we mentioned, spending a lot of time on the Challenger Series, and the Japanese crew that traveled together on the Challenger Series just seem like the tightest unit. They seem like almost like a family, those guys.
You know, they used to travel by themselves separately, but this year they, stick together, they travel together, and on the beach they sit together. So I think it's a great way to support each other in a CS series.
They're the only country that bring their own mini flags
Oh,
down
really?
to the beach. So they all have mini Japanese flags and they fly it. They wave it when they get good waves in the comp.
Yeah, I've seen the little flag stickers on Amuro's face.
Yeah. They all have mini Japanese flags as well. It's amazing to see. Right now though, we have Raiha Hidai.
小野ライハ選手、これは厳しいところに当ててきた。ここはこけてしまいますが、現在第2位のポジションがホワイトの小野ライハ 4.40、4.0。第1位がレッドの安土城7点台、そして 4.83 をスコアしています。3位の稲葉レオ、逆転に必要なスコアが 5.47。
So the sole Aussie in this heat, Coda Killon from Maroubra on the east coast of New South Wales. And you can see him just taking a bit of a breath in there. He's actually quite a spiritual person, Coda. He's just really into taking a moment, pausing, having a breath. He's actually got this really cool thing going on his Instagram where he'll put a quote up, an inspirational quote up pretty much every day. And he'll just take a photo and type a quote over it. So, yeah, Codes, he's a ray of sunshine, really. It's the best way to put it. He's so contagious to be around. His energy is just so nice. Right now, though, doesn't have much going in this heat, a 0.87, so pressure building for Coda Killon.
Right, pressure's building, but still, he's got a skill to get 7.53. But at this point, probably he's just looking for first wave under his belt and trying to get rid of the 0.87. He has first priority, so he gets to choose the next set. But at the back, Raiha up and riding again. 小野選手ストールをして、これはエアを狙ってくるか、しっかり大きく飛んでストレートエアを見せますが、前には出てこれません。Another straight air from Raiha Ono. I wonder how many times we will see that straight air.
I hope every single heat.
Definitely.
Honestly.
On screen, we have Yuma Nagasawa coming up next in heat 12. I really like his energy. I like his backhand attack, so it's going to be a great heat again.
This is a replay of the last of Raiha, so you can see he stayed really high, tried to gain some speed, and then just landed too far off the back of the wave there for Raiha Onu, but love the fact that he's going for it. We spoke about it yesterday. He decided to pull out of the last few QS 6000s and go and spend a lot of time in Indonesia to get better at surfing, but more specifically barrel riding.
Barrel riding, so probably, for this kind of wave at Cloud9, a lot more horror, and you kind of need to have that skill on the Asian tour because we have Krui, Nias here at Siargao.
On your screen there, Macklin Flynn. He was a quarter-finalist here last year. Actually went excellent in one of his heats, got an 8.07. And it was his first time in a big QS 6000 format. And he was super impressive. Got a third in the Yelling Up QS 1000 right before this event last year. But if we look at from above, Dai, look how beautiful this reef is.
Wow, it's beautiful shot and beautiful setup at this point.
It really is just a beautiful part of the world. Even take away the competition and the really fun waves and the amazing people. As far as like tropical island, like beautiful on the scale of 1 to 10, it's got to be a 10.
Definitely, it's got to be
stunning here.
10 or 12. Even.
I love that die. It is a 12. I agree. Siargao is 12.
There's no sun out today, but still it's a beautiful place. You can be here, you can just have a coffee and a chill.
Yeah, it's amazing. And there's so much to do around here. There's so much more just to surf. Actually, one of my best friends from home, she surfs, but not too much. And she said, do you think I'll have fun over there? And I was like, go. And she came over and she fell in love with this place. Live action here, Dai.
イノバレをアップしています。小さめの波ですが2発大きなターンスプレーを上げてきました。インサイドまでつなげて、そしてここフィニッシュも入れました。逆転に必要なスコアは現在 5.47。 残り時間まだ 6分20秒あります。これが何点出てくるか。本日はメンズのラウンドオブ64を全て行っていく予定です。Beautiful three-turn combo from Rio Inaba.
Yeah, great three-turn combo. Definitely his best of the heat so far.
Right.
Let's take a look at this replay here. I was thinking this is going to have a nice wall. Great first turn. There's that wall of spray that we were talking about, Dai. Again for a second time. And look how much speed he can get even just through this dead section here. Comes up and into it. Vertical approach. Stomps on that tail for the ride out there. So Rio Inaba needs a 5.47. I like those three turns.
Yeah, few good scores locked in, and it's gonna be close to the requirements. It's 5.27, not enough for the second, but now he needs 3.13.
Yeah,
very small score that he requires now. We are about reaching 5 minutes mark, so Raiha now is not in a safe place. He is in second place, chasing 760 to challenge himself for the first place. Matsumi Joe Azuchi is in pretty much the safer
he could come in
place. Yeah.
He is just absolutely cruising, but Joe's the type of competitor who doesn't want to fall in his lineup. He looks like he was having a look there, decided not to go. Rio Inaba needing a 3.13.
稲葉レオこの波で 3.19 が必要です。大きなターンしっかり前に出てきガッツポーズを見せてきました。Wow, needing a 3.13 and one big hack. I gotta say that was a yes to the requirement.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely see this going there. I mean, steep section, really vertical hit, a lot of water out the back there, and a big smile to sign that one off as well from Rio. So I'm feeling it. I like that. I feel like Raiha in a little bit of danger, and Raiha making a mistake had priority over Rio for that wave. So nervous times right now, but Kota Killon, he's been sitting with priority for a long time here, Dai, and Rio Inaba's just gone up into second under his priority.
Well, here is Kota finally up and riding. It's traveling in the tube, still in the tube, but unfortunately it goes down. It was a little bit, too fast and too deep.
It felt like he was looking to do turns on that wave, and then it started to really cup out and run off on the reef there for Kota. So might free him up a little bit now with under 4 minutes to go.
Right.
Feels like he could start swinging, but look at this. Rio Inaba to second.
Last wave for Rio Inaba comes in 4.23. Enough to go into the second. So now Raiha needs 5.11. That is a big score. And Kota needing 8.47. So this is the last of Kota.
Yeah, let's break down what happened here. So it started to really bowl out. Beautiful technique from Kota, but unfortunately just coming a little bit too far away from the wall there, and that lip pretty much breaking on his back. So Kota, he's going to have to set the reset button right now. He's got a 103 and a 087. We've just seen Rio Inaba get 9.5 points in about 2 minutes. So it is telling us that Kota Killon definitely has the potential to do it. Rio also doing it under priority.
And then, Rio just showing that one big hack can get you 4 points. So same thing can happen to Kota. He's got a powerful backhand attack. So definitely under priority, he needs to be busy.
Yeah, he needs to really start to get a wriggle on right now. 2 minutes 40. There's action out the back here, Dai.
Whoa, intense moments. First priority with Joe. 安土城選手現在1位ですが、この波にテイクオフ 4.63 以上でその差を広げます。大きなカービングターン、そしてフィンアウトしたターンを見せますが、ここでこけてしまいます。現在第1位がレッドの安土城、残り時間2分20秒。
That was on its way.
That was definitely, he was on the way to another great score, but unfortunately comes unstuck on the second turn. Let's take another look.
Just so beautiful off the bottom and then into that massive carve. So much water out the back. And how's that? Was just hanging up on the coping of the wave there. Came down, but with not enough speed. If he had made that second turn, that 4.83 was out the window for sure.
for sure. The first curve is huge in the critical section. Well, at the back, important way for Raiha. 小野選手、この波で 5.11 が必要。一発目大きなターン、カービングターンを入れてきた。さあ、2ターンコンボになりました。5.11、11が出てくるか。Well, very important way for Raiha, needing 5-1-1.
I'm thinking it might not get there. It's a great first turn, really critical on that part of the wave there, and then into a carve. But thinking back to the 527 of Rio Inaba, it was 3 big turns.
Right.
So it had to be better than that. It's beautiful surfing, absolutely nothing wrong with it. I just don't see it going there, unfortunately.
You know, he did everything he could on that wave. He did great turns and great, second turn. But unfortunately, the wave didn't really cooperate with him. 1 minute to go in this heat.
There we go, Coda Killon having a look here. Needs a big score. Frustration starting to set in, unfortunately, for Coda.
So last wave for White comes in at a 3.33. Not enough. Still needing 5-1-1. 40 seconds to go in this heat.
Look at Rio sitting out the back. He's not even phased about Raiha right now. I would be sitting on Raiha, just sticking to him.
All right. So Rio Inaba is hunting for something. Last 20 seconds. Using his first priority. イナバレをテイクオフしました。この波で 4.23 以上でその差を広げてくるスーペーのアクション。そしてもう一発スーペーのアクションでこのライディングを終えます。That was a great defense from Rio Inaba. But at the back, Raiha Ono. Oh, that was the last chance for him. So that's the end of the round of 64. Heat number 11. Looks like Joe Azuchi and Rio Inaba are moving through to the next round. So we're going to go to the quick break and we'll be right back after the break with the action of round of 64, heat number 12.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
This is for everyone who made it happen. The surfers, ocean lovers, and locals of Siargao. Together, we fundraised and built mooring lines around the island so boats can anchor safely without harming our coral reefs. What began as a small act of care grew into something beautiful, a community effort to care for the sea we all share. Follow Adopt a Mooring Line to learn more and be part of a global effort to protect our reefs.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Let's go.
Surfing Cup. Surfing in the water now. We have Alistair Reginato in red. Iko Watanabe in blue. Yuma Nagasawa in white. And Macklin Flynn in green. So good luck to those guys in the water right now.
All right, welcome back to competition. Round of 64, heat number 12. We are back. Alistair Reginato in the red. Iko Watanabe, he is out there in the blue. Yuma Nagasawa in the white and Macklin Flynn in the green. Beautiful drone shots right now of the tower. Straight into it is Iko or Ichi Watanabe. Unfortunately going down there. 22 and a half to go. Taking us through alongside myself is True Starling. And True, it's cleaning up. I feel like it's getting better.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's...
True's got the giggles.
I do. I have the giggles. Let's be pretty real, straight up. I do have the giggles, but it's fun. We'll get over it. It looks really fun. It's clean. I think it's low, like less water. Oh my gosh. Wow. Iko just got absolutely eaten by that wave. Okay, fun fact.
Ready?
Iko or Ichi,
Mhm.
his nickname. Ichi is obviously 1 in Japanese.
Yep.
The number.
Mhm.
So his nickname is basically number 1.
Oh, I love that.
How cool is that?
Yeah, that is cool.
So I think I'm going to start just calling him number 1.
Let's call him Itchy.
Yeah.
No, Itchy is awesome. He's
He
such
is.
a vibe. He's a great guy to be around. He just had... We had almost all Japanese heat in that last one. Kota Killon, the sole Aussie, but unfortunately getting knocked out. It was Joe Azuchi and Rio Inaba moving on through. And we've got a big name in this one. Alistair Reginato spent a lot of time on the Challenger Series. He's here trying to get back there. So got a couple of call-ups at the start of this year, but didn't have an official spot on that Changers Series. So wants to get back there. And he's just that type of surfer who belongs there, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. He is. He's got that really smooth, talented style. He's got some flair. He's just a really well-polished surfer. So it's good to see him back in the Rashi here for this event. I mean, why not? It is such a beautiful place to come to. And I think, a lot of surfers, they're bringing their partners here because there is so much to do. And it is so picturesque. It's so pretty. And yeah, it's just really friendly. And it's such a great place to come to for a holiday. Heard you talking about that with Di before, but yeah, I saw Morgan Siblick's girlfriend M just before as well. She's here. She's like, yeah, I just thought I'd take time off because it looks so beautiful, and it really is. I feel like it exceeds expectations, this beautiful place of Siargao.
Wow, looks like this is a little nugget here for Yuma. He's in and traveling, comes out, gets the exit. So Yuma, he's quite the personality. He absolutely loved that one. So he's splashing the water, was super deep, had a bunch of travel time here from Yuma Nagasawa here, Trues.
This was awesome. Straight into the pit, and he was deep the whole time of that wave. And how is that? He's like, yes, this is exactly how I wanted to start this heat off. He's feeling good. Jessie, I don't know if you watched any of the event over in Nias, but
I thought you meant this one. I was like, what are you talking about?
yeah, have you seen any heats of this event? No, in Nias, after one of his events, because Yuma is obviously a rapper. Well, not obviously, but he's a rapper.
Sick.
And he rapped. He did a rap after one of his post-heat.
Demo.
Yeah, it was... Or no.
Why?
No. I'm not demoing it because the rap was in Japanese and I'm not very... Fluent, yeah.
Japanese.
So, but he will do a much better job, I'm sure, hopefully. He gets a heat win. I'm sure we can coax it out of him. But yeah, it was awesome. And then he had this other game that he had, a Japanese game that he was playing in a post-heat interview too.
Cool. Yeah, he's quite the personality. Quick pop quiz. Who was the other surfer to rap in a post-heat interview this year?
Griffin Colapinto.
Well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Excellent stuff. Macklin Flynn. Oh my gosh. Just got a full lip to the head there.
That was hectic.
He came, you know what? He is not scared. He just surfed the right for his first time last week, which we know is an extremely terrifying wave back at home in Western Australia. And he was trying to tell Binzi that, once the skis are out there and everything, it's not that bad. No, Macklin, that wave is terrifying.
Yeah.
We're going to get another look at this one from Yuma Nagasawa.
Wow.
So deep, completely on the foam ball there.
How is that?
Just great technique as well, the way he could stall, get extra coverage. It was a 6.83, and this one we're going to get a real-life action. Lip to the head, unfortunately, there for Macklin. Wow, big turn there from Ichi Watanabe. So it's all happening right now. We're going from strength to strength for our Japanese competitors out here.
We well and truly are. I mean, this is going to be really exciting. Obviously, Yuma and Ichi, they have such great personalities. They really let it shine in the heats, whereas Macklin and Alistair just got second in the Tahara Pro. They're probably a little bit more reserved. They keep it close to themselves, and that was huge. Iko just saying, yeah, thank you very much. He was actually wearing the Bonsoy yellow leader jersey for the Bonsoy Asia Super Series in Krui. after he got a win at the Hamamatsu QS 2000.
Is there really a yellow jersey?
Yeah.
Epic.
Have we not seen it yet?
No, because it's Kei Kobayashi and he's coming up this afternoon.
Okay, well, you wait because it's an actual a splash of gold.
Here we go. Alfie goes down. So Alistair Reginato trying to get some shade out here at Cloud9 this afternoon. It's really starting to clean up to allow us to see a couple of more barrels. Someone who got a beautiful barrel, then followed by a two-turn combination, was Joe Azuchi, who is down there on the tower with Dai Wako.
素晴らしいヒート運びでまずはラウンド1、勝ち上がりましたが、このヒートになるまで3日間待ちました。まず第1ヒートやってみてどうですか？
結構、前のヒート波数少なかったんですけど、最初来てくれたんで乗っていこうっていう感じで行きましたね。
7点台のライディングはもう自分の中でも、それぐらい出る波だなというふうに思いながらテイクオフはしていたんですか？
いや結構、バックアップとか、5点台とか狙おうと思って乗った波がまさか出たんで良かったです。
7点のコールを聞いた後、気持ち的にはどういう気持ちでした？
結構安心して、じっくりあとはバックアップ揃えるだけかなと思いました。
試合の運び方としてはやっぱりプラン通りには行っていたのか、もしくは試合中に調整しながら変えていったのか、どちらになりますか？
1本目 3.0 だったんですけど、そので行こうかなっていう作戦で行きましたね。
でもプラン通りにことが運んだということですが、His original plan was gets a 3-point and he gets a 7, gets a 5, so he went with his original plan and he's super happy with the result. さあ今日はこれで試合の方終了ですが、この後はどう過ごして明日に備えますか？
この後はちょっと休憩して、明日またあると思うんで、チューブだったら最高です。
それでは、たくさんの方が見てくれてると思うので、メッセージの方をお願いします。
明日も自分らしいサーフィンして勝ち上がっていくので応援よろしくお願いします。
明日も頑張ってください。安土城選手でした。Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai, and thank you, Joe. Those two are really good friends. Obviously, Dai with great insight into all the Japanese competitors and just is able to draw out so much intel and insight from them. So we absolutely love Dai Wako. We're very big fans of him. Right now, though, 14 and a half to go. Yuma Nagasawa with the high mark of this heat, that's 6.83, has him out in the lead. Iko or Ichi Watanabe, a 5 and a 1, chasing a 1.84. So not too far behind him. 5 for just one massive hit. Macklin Flynn and Alfie not with much right now. So a bit of a slow start for the Aussie surfers.
Yeah, I don't know, for Macklin, I feel like that's a little bit uncharacteristic. I mean, he usually is such a momentum surfer, but sometimes it's just the way it works. So for Macklin and Al, they just need to regain a little bit of composure and then get themselves on some waves. But it looks like we have a little bit of a flat spell in the ocean right now, and it's saying, yeah, we're just going to cruise. We've been producing all day.
It told you that?
It did. Does it not talk to you either?
No. No, sweet. It's all good. 13 and a half years. So, yeah, like Drew mentioned, we're taking a bit of a breath in right now. We've had a jam-packed morning of the round of 64, the final seeded round of the men's division. Until we roll into, we start actually really ploughing through the men's side of the rounds. We still have 2 more seeded rounds of the women's to get through.
Yep.
So next up will be the round of 48. So we've got 8 heats in that. And then the round of 32 is seeded as well. Let's take a look at the Bonsoy Asia Super Series rankings. Kei Kobayashi currently in first place there. Katu Agus not too far behind him. And the young gun, Dylan Wilcoxon. Unfortunately, we lost him out of competition this morning. So room to have a bit of a jump about on the rankings here, True.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kei, he's got that yellow jersey off the back of a good result over in Korea. And he also just took out the last, I think, 3 QS 2000s in Japan or something crazy.
What?
Yeah, so he has been really consistent, and that's really landed him that extra 2,000 points above everyone else. But also Kei, in the events, he's been really vocal. He's saying, what do I need to do to get into the excellent range? Why wasn't that into the excellent range? He lets his personality shine. You can really see how much it means to him. And you could see that as well in the quarterfinals in Tahara too. Him losing out in the quarterfinals was a tough blow for him. It was really tricky to swallow. So I know he's hoping to, go one step further in this event.
Yeah, he's always been a big personality, Kay. He's always not been afraid to tell his story and show what he's truly feeling. So we love seeing personality really shine through in our athletes that we get to watch compete. So a couple of the athletes coming up next. Just flash on our screen for a second. So heat number 13 is going to look a little like this. Ryaru Ito will be in the red. Eden Hassan from Oz in the blue. Diego Cordero from the Philippines and Toby Espejon also from the Philippines. They'll be in white and green. So Toby, one of the scouted juniors coming through, saw him compete in the World Juniors at the start of the year. Wow. Fortunately lost out in one of the earlier rounds to Brazil's Leo Casal. But he's a really talented young surfer. Looking forward to seeing him compete again this afternoon. Nope, this morning. It's still this morning. So just past 11 and half an hour past 11. So we're a couple hours past this high tide. This is about where we see it start to get really fun. We're getting close to this mid-tide mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are. And Alistair is just loving it.
Here we go. Alfie, second turn here with the ride out. So he's going to get a score. Oh, with the ride out. He's going to get a score on the board. He's definitely going to put himself back in the conversation here, but probably he's going to want to have to push a little harder on his next couple of waves. But Alfie, he's definitely a fighter. He loves to give us a last-minute buzzer beater.
Oh, for sure. And they're always the best ways to progress through a heat or to win, is to get those buzzer beater moments and you feel the stress and then it happens and you're like, oh, okay, that was actually quite good. I mean, you never want to do it. You always want to go out in the heat and dominate from the second that it starts until it finishes. But sometimes when you just scrape through or you just get the score, it's like, okay, I know what not to do next time. It's a big lesson learner. So Alistair, he's hoping to just get himself up into a pretty commanding second place or even a commanding lead with a good two-turn combo. But I'm feeling like it's just this completion that's really letting Alistair down. It locks in at a 2. So, yeah, incomplete for Alistair Reginato, unfortunately.
And Alistair, we know he's good under pressure, right? He is incredible. We see a really high pressure event back home in Australia, the Australian Board Riders Battle. A couple years ago down in Newcastle, Alistair surfs for North Shore Board Riders, very proud North Shore Board Rider surfer. Needed a score, had about 2 minutes on the clock, ran out, got the score and ran in with maybe a second or 2 seconds to go.
That was crazy.
And we thought that North Shelley was going to have their maiden win. Molly, it was before Molly qualified. She had her hands in the air going, didn't make it. But Alistair got the job done for North Shore.
Yeah, they went back on the replay and they were just looking at how, if he actually got over the line in time, and he did. And that was, I feel like, I think probably one of my most favorite wins that I've ever seen from an ABB in regards to how tricky it was and how close it was and the drama behind it. And when North Shore were like, yeah, you're in, that was just crazy how big the team went and how, excited they were to get their first victory in an ABB. It's pretty prestigious. It's an honourable thing to win. And it was super cool to see that, actually. And they've kind of gone out to dominate ever since then. I mean, they've been making finals appearances or even semi-finals since that. And it's a high-pressure environment. It's stressful. You have to, you're surfing not just for yourself. So for Alistair, hopefully he can channel a little bit of that and, just really lift his game in the next 8 minutes.
Who won this year? Burley won last year. I can't remember who won this year. It's really just gone straight out my brain. Macklin Flynn has to give way to Yuma Nagasawa with priority here. Big single hook. Unfortunately, he can't hold on for the finish. But Macklin, frustration from him because that was a really clean and open barrel. So he's going to have to hit another reset button right now with 7 minutes 40 to go. So pressure building on the young West Australian surfer. Alistair Reginato chasing a 4.01, but Ichi Watanabe in the barrel. Travelling, gets the exit. Comes around. He's got some more room to work with on the inside here. Big turn for the finish. Absolutely stomps it there for Iko Watanabe. Needed a 2.84. Easy 2.84.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like he's really in rhythm right now for Ichi, and he clutches up when he needs to. So I think, 2.84, he'll move up into the lead. The 5 is really sitting pretty. Yuma Nagasawa, boom, one huge turn there for Yuma, but it was just that incompletion that really cost him. And then Ichi gets a tube, comes out clean, really leans into that rail. He kind of had to navigate that bump, which is a little bit awkward, but that's okay.
North Shore won this year as well.
Okay, well that's perfect because
I
was talking about
swear
them.
North Shore won the one has won twice.
I was thinking this too, but I also didn't want to say it in case we were wrong.
I think it was this year. Because they've got... It's extremely cool what they do. Macklin up and riding here. That's a great looking first turn. Unfortunately, Nis doesn't get a second connection. It is going to put him back in the heat. It's going to lessen that requirement there. Situation change though. Iko Watanabe goes to the lead. 2.24 is what Yuma's chasing. One big click into a second here for Yuma Nagasawa. So right down the tail end of the wave. Feeling like he needed to get some damage done out the back, but with such small requirements, it's probably going to go there. So we're having a real battle for first right now between both of our Japanese surfers. Our Aussie surfers need to get a wriggle on to start to get back into this heat.
Yeah, they do for sure. And the golf claps there for Yuma Nagasawa. Did you see that? He's like, clapping himself at the end, and I'm loving that. Alistair. Oof. It's tricky. It's tough. I find it so tough to surf a heat when it's like this, so perfect and there's tubes. It's really like you're either going to make it or you're not.
Iko floats for the single maneuver here. So he's still trying to defend. We're waiting on a score to lock in for Yuma and Macklin, and then we'll have a full update. It feels like we're starting to get a little bit frantic right now. Everyone's trying to swing and catch anything that comes through. One great wave will change this. We've only had the one score go above the 6. It was the 6.83 for Yuma Nagasawa. So we can see, we can feel it starting to brew from the Aussies. We got a 3-point ride for that last one at Macklin, and either of them haven't really clicked out of first gear yet. So if they can dig deep and find the answer in the next 4 minutes 50, it'll definitely be one to remember.
Oh, for sure. And I think they need to do it. They need to go big, and we've seen people go big and get rewarded. Thinking back to the airs, to big turns, Harley Walters, Dom Thomas, Bronson Mady, Shohei Kato. There's moments like that where you can really capitalize. You just have to back yourself. And in the last 4.5 minutes, Macklin and Alistair need to do that. They just need to put all their eggs in one basket and aim for that 6.07 or a 7.07.
So just over 4 minutes to go. We've got 4 more heats to round out the round of 64. We're coming close, couple out, maybe about an hour away still from that question mark area. Do we run through the low tide, or do we still try and push through? Yesterday we kicked off competition 30 or 40 minutes just after the low tide. As soon as it swings, the water starts coming back in, and it starts coming back in quick. So we'll have our contest directors really keeping a close eye, seeing if we're going to go on hold in the middle of the day right now. 3 minutes 40. If you're Macklin and Alistair, you're really hoping for some bomb sets to come through. First priority sitting with our 2 Aussies, Macklin and then Alistair. Yuma Nagasawa, though, go back to the lead with a 3.13. So we've had a back and forth battle right now. Iko Watanabe chasing a 4.97. You can see he's competitive for it. He wants to be the one sitting pretty at the end of this. He's up and riding here. He's battling for it again. Gained some speed down the line. Nothing much on that one. So that one just tapering out. Had a lot of north in that wave. Just over 3 minutes to go. We've got some big names coming up this afternoon, True, in the likes of Xavier Huxtable, got second here last year.
Yep.
He's coming up in heat number 16, and Marimata Kong.
Oof. That's pretty huge. They're going to be really, really big heats. I feel like there's still, we've got 4 more heats left, and I feel like we still have so many more names to come in the draw that are just going to make, mountains of this event. I mean, Kei Kobayashi, as you said, Marimata Kong, who's probably the most winningest surfer here in this event. He's won it 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, he's won it 4 times in the last 10 years.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
He's just so good out here as well. He won it 2 years ago. 2
Yeah,
years ago, 2023. Yeah. That was such an awesome
That was
final.
all time, actually. Yeah, that was great.
I remember watching it at X Pizza next to Shaka, and there was so many people that were lining the boardwalk, that were on the beach watching him. It was just absolutely crazy how many people came out to support.
Yeah, we'd love to see a Filipino in the final. Iko Watanabe having a look here. Goes to the air. Doesn't quite ride out of that one, so he's definitely fighting for it. So our two Aussies are definitely leaving it down to one wave right now. Macklin Flynn chasing a 6.07, and a 707 is the requirement for Alistair Reginato, and it just hasn't really been his heat so far. Just unfortunately not being able to connect on too many waves, being a little bit out of sync. He's obviously coming off a big result in Japan. Second place to Caleb Tancred. He'd be looking to back it up again here and still sit nice up the top of the rankings for the Australia Oceania region. We obviously have another QS 6000 straight after this one. So in 60 seconds, we will have the story wrote here for the round of 64. The ocean is looking quiet. It's taking a moment again.
It is. It's just told me that it needs it.
Oh, yeah, it's talking to you. Beautiful.
Just joking.
Just translate. What does it sound like?
Well,
your voice in your head?
Yes.
Randomly sounds
you
like
hear
me.
it to know.
It's crazy. 30, just under 40 seconds. We can see Macklin, he's paddled himself really deep, so he wants to try and get a barrel to get this 607 score. And Air will do it as well. So time definitely working against our two Aussies at this point. 20 seconds to go. No takers on this first one. It seems to be a bit of a lump behind it, so it's all going to come down to this last wave. It's going to run a little bit deep. Might be one of those waves that has two different walls on it. You can see Macklin here. He's deep. With 3 seconds on the clock, he's going to have to go to the air. Takes off. Oh, but cannot get the ride out, so
I feel like you could see halfway through he was like, yeah, I'm not making this.
Yeah, it felt like he was looking for the tube but had to change his line, and it was just unfortunately not the height or loft that Macklin was looking for. So it is heartbreak for our two Aussie surfers, but we do have Yuma Nagasawa taking that one out. Iko Watanabe in second, moving through to the round of 32. We'll be back right after a short commercial break to bring in the round of 64, heat number 13. And Mr. Chris Binns.
Congratulations, last heat's winner.
Let's get started. Let's go.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
Hello and welcome back to Cloud 9. Scene of the 29th Siargao International Surfing Cup. It's had many forms over its existence, but this year it's a 6,000 point qualifying series event, and chasing down those 6,000 points, kicking off his round of 64 campaign in the heat of 13 was Eden Hassan deep in the tube. Behind him, this is Diego Cordero on his backhand. So some scores on the board straight out of the gates, and here goes stylish Japanese surfer Raru Ito.
Yeah, that was actually really exciting last heat. Yuma got the win. Iko Watanabe in second. Ryaru hoping to back it up for the Japanese team. Eden Hassan from Port Stevens. Diego Cordero, who's representing Italy, lives in Kira. And Toby Espejon from here. Ooh, that was nice though from Eden Hassan. Gets the tube, comes out. Diego, good looking wall, big, strong opening backhand turn, just the one as he kicks out. That wave kind of goes a little bit weird by the end of it. Unfortunately, Ryaru going down. Diego, wow, he's staying busy.
Sure is. Oh, he's deep. He's come at that one very late. Doesn't find an exit. One man who did, Eden Hassan, a 7-1-7 to kick off his campaign. And now Toby Espejon for the home team. Looks like we've got another pulse on our hands right here.
Bring it on. Let's see it. Back of that last heat was quiet.
Here goes Raru. Wow, the grab rail bottom turn. Steezy off the top. And a second time, unfortunately, has to abandon ship on the way down. So all the points will be for that first turn. Diego, a 2.5 and a 0.8 sits him in second. Eden Hassan, a 7-1-7 straight out the gates. That's how you do it.
That is absolutely how you do it. I mean, we've seen everyone that's been getting into the 5+ range progressing through the heat, even winning. So Eden has set himself up for a really good heat right now with that 7-1-7.
Sure has. And not even 4 minutes washed off the clock to this point. Priority is with our heat leader, so he'd be feeling pretty good about things right now. How did you see this one of Toby Espejon?
Yeah, he was pretty deep. I mean, he didn't get that clean exit, so I don't know if it'll go too high, but that was so smooth. That bottom turn was crazy. How was that eject button, though? He literally had to go, oh my gosh, I need to just forfeit the completion just to save the board.
Do the judges score the bottom turn? Grab rail bottom turn, that's sick.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Backing that. Raru, Ito, guy's a lord. Charges pipe. Super stylish dude.
Yeah, he's got such a cool approach. I really, really love the way he surfs and the vibe that he brings.
3.37 the result. I'd like to think that 2 of those points are just for his grab rail bottom turn. So a 4-point total sees him in second. Toby Espejon got a 3.5 for his tube. So the judges are saying you needed to be a bit deeper, bud. And Diego Cordero, a 2.5 and a 0.8. So it's all about Eden Hassan's 7-1-7 so far. Drew, what do you know about Eden?
He's from Port Stevens, that Newcastle region. He's actually been doing a lot of these events, and he has been pretty consistent, Binzi. He's been pulling out some big airs. He's been doing some huge turns and really making a statement this year on the QS. It's been awesome to see him go for it. And I don't know, I feel like he's got a really mature approach to surfing heats. And I guess he's just started off pretty strong already, so he's just continuing, picking up where he left off from the event in Japan, which is awesome.
And who's his crew? Who would he be travelling with?
I'm actually not too sure who Eden's travelling with. I don't know the nitty-gritty details. Sadly, I would say probably Dom Thomas in that group. I know he was with his family in Japan, but yeah, I'm not too sure who he is here with. It kind of changes each event.
He just won a junior event last week back home in Oz.
Oh my God.
Wow. Well, he's just found a second wave to back up his 7-1-7. This is a good start to the heat.
That was huge. I literally, eyes are glued to the screen right now. That was crazy for Eden Hassan. And if there's waves like that that are coming through consistently, look at that.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. maybe we won't go on break, because if that's coming consistent, we will be seeing some highlight surfing for days on end.
All right, well, as the judges try and figure out what number to throw at that bomb that Eden Hassan just tore apart, we're going to cross down to Daiwako, who is with the winner of the last heat.
一つ前のラウンドと続いて1位通過、日本人対決を制し1位通過となりましたが、ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
とりあえず1本目のチューブに入れたのがもう最高っすね。
あの波結構インサイドで乗ったと思うんですけど、セットの波ではなくこう手前の棚にしっかり当たるダブルアップしてくるような波だったと思います。あれはもう狙ってたんですか？
そうですね、あそこにああいうなので、みんなレギュラーで奥で待ってて、俺バックサイドやからちょっと抜けれるか怪しいとこもあるから、ちょっとインサイドっていうか、手前で待って作戦通り行ったですね。
あのチューブの中、かなりこうホワイトウォーターと一緒にガタガタってなってるのかなっていうような風にこのライブでは見えたんですが、もうちゃんと出口は見えてたんですか？
いや、もう1回フォンボールでボード浮くし前見えへんし、やべえと思ったんですけど、ちゃんとボードも走ってくれて、でやっぱり多分俺誰よりもチューブジャンキーなんで、チューブのそのかったんじゃないかなと思います。
He's stoked to get a win in this and also super happy, super stoked to get that barrel. He is super happy to get that barrel. He was his plan was get a barrel first in the turn, but the plan went really well, and he was trying to sit inside because he's goofy footer, so backhand attack will have disadvantage, but he got the result. He got the barrel. あの波乗った後もしっかりと見せてくれました。ヒートを通して終始コントロールしていたように見えますが、自分の中でもう何か自信が溢れてるんですか？
そうですね、なんていうの、練習ぐらい波乗れてないんですけど、でもその乗った波は結構決めれてるし、で波も見えてるし、であととりあえずもう俺の前にいい波が来るんで、本当にもう今日はもう神様にありがとうございますってちゃんと感謝したいですね。
そのまま次のラウンド32も行きますか？
もちろんです。
では最後にたくさんの方見てくれてると思うので、メッセージお願いします。
はい、ドキドキするヒートになると思うんですけど、今回はもうちゃんと1本目からえげついチューブ抜けて見応えあったかなと思います。でもバックアップになる波にちょっと乗れんくて、そこは悔しいんで、そこちゃんとヒート振り返って次もちょっと一発かます。
ありがとうございました。次も頑張ってください。Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Dai. And while we were talking to Yuma Nagasawa, the judges have decided that Eden Hassan's last wave, while it was very big, it wasn't particularly deep, so a 4.83 the result. Fair enough. Toby Espion, his last wave was a 3.83. That's enough for second. So Raru Itu is now chasing 3.96 to get up to second, and Diego Cordero is chasing 4.83 to get up to second. So Eden with a 12-point total. He's playing with house money from this point on. That's pretty solid two-wave total, so he'd be feeling very confident, but not quite comfortable just yet. Any of these surfers more than capable of mounting enough of a challenge. And if two of them can, then he can still finish third and be eliminated, so he won't be feeling complacent by any stretch, but he'll be feeling good and confident. Toby Espion, a couple of threes for a couple of pits. He'll be looking for bigger, better versions of those to upgrade his situation. Raru Itu, just the one score, and Diego Cordero, just the one score as well. So nothing set in stone at this point. Pretty much at the halfway mark, 12 minutes off the clock, 13 still to come. And who have we got up next? Ketut Agus, highly fancied Indonesian surfer, up against Koshiro Suda. Tom Whitpain from Burleigh Heads in Oz. We saw him surfing pretty tidy yesterday, as did Ty Richardson. He was ripping, and he'll be in the green jersey in about 12 and a half minutes' time.
Wow, that is a huge heat between those 4 surfers for heat number 14. I'm honestly pretty baffled by how stacked these round of 64 heats are. It's crazy.
There's Diego Cordero on his backhand, and that turn yesterday was the one that was netting him all his points, and he's done it again. We know that the judges love seeing the attack. They rewarded him yesterday. You would imagine that they are about to reward him again today.
Yeah, you'd think so. There was a bit of extra push to it, to all of his turns. I mean, Diego, he's a really determined surfer. He's pretty dedicated. So let's take another look at it, dissect it a little further. Really deep bottom turn, great top turn combination. Gets that extra push, and you can just see how in control he was of the tail and of that back foot. And then the third turn to just finish it off. I think he may have Tommy Carvalho out there as his board caddy. And yesterday I was talking to a couple of board caddies, and I was like, how was it out there? Did you have the best time? And they were like, yeah, it's actually really difficult out there. It looks like it's the best job in the world, but it's really hard to stay in position and stay wide of everyone else because there is so much water moving. So I think it's more of a stressful job than it seems to be. And then you throw in the stress for the person in the heat as well. And you're like, okay, I need to worry about not getting in the way, and also make sure I'm supporting who I'm caddying, really.
There you go. And it's hot too. Water temperature's 29, 30 degrees, which is, I think, about 85 Fahrenheit for anyone tuned in from the parts of the world that use wacky measurements.
That's hot. 30 degrees is
too hot. Saw Dane Henry yesterday. You know, everyone these days is wearing the hooded long sleeve rash vest.
Yep.
Dane had a camouflage one. So when I said I saw him, I just saw
his face.
His face. Yeah.
Wow. Dad jokes coming in strong.
Yeah, but I was actually just meaning like that's what he was doing as a caddy out on the reef.
Oh, it's what he was doing as a caddy.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because it's hot out there.
Oh yeah,
we've seen the lifeguards out there patrolling the whole time. I saw a little kid in the lagoon just floating around in a lifeguard's rubber ring before. I was like, has this kid rescued himself? Is he swimming? Can't be using the lifeguard's equipment as a toy, sure. So it's a very convenient on-ramp to get out to the waves. You go straight down this set of stairs. Unfortunately, they're a little bit cambered the wrong way, so they are a bit slippery, especially when the high tide gets into them and the big waves. And then you get down the bottom, and there's a pretty pleasant seabed to just trot across. Many of the newer surfers will be wearing booties. Most surfers are generally fine.
Yep.
Nothing.
You just deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who's put in any time in reef breaks around the world, particularly in the tropics, would find the conditions underfoot fairly fluffy and benign here in Siargao. The water quality is unbelievable. The clarity is second to none. You're seeing every fish and bit of colourful coral that passes you by.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing as well on the boardwalk too, just looking down and seeing all bits of the reef, and it's so nice. I love it. I love being able to see what's underneath you. When you go for a swim or while you're just paddling around. Here we go, Toby kicks that back foot out. Local surfer.
It was a lively wave, wasn't it? Plenty of energy from Mr. Espion.
The Espion family, they're quite famous around this neck of the woods here in Siargao in the Philippines. They're definitely local legends, hometown heroes, whatever you want to say, over in Cloud 9. So Toby hoping to maintain second place. That first turn was really strong. Second turn, lots of drive, lots of power. Oh, and we have just had a call from, oh, here we go, Diego. This is live action. Big backhand float. Oh my goodness, that was so tricky to land, and he loved it.
Yeah, fair enough. He just got a 4.47 for his previous backhand work. So he doesn't need much. 2.86 would put him up into second. Meanwhile, breaking news. What you got for us?
Breaking news. Yep, we're going to go on hold after heat 14. Next call will be 2:30 for a 3 o'clock start. For the men's round of 64, heats 15 and 16.
Whoa. Oh, the guy, he did like it, didn't he?
Yeah, he loved it.
The double fisties. That was, yeah, a lot going on there.
He's like, I'll take that, thank you. So just under 7 minutes to go. Yeah, so we're going to restart the event at 3 o'clock, potentially. We got a call at 2:30 for a potential 3 o'clock start with heat 15 and 16 of this round, and also heats 1 and 2 of the women's round of 48. So we will hopefully see the women in the lineup if we have the time. Kind of gets dark at around 5:30 here, 6 o'clock-ish. So we have been going until it's been that late though.
White's last wave is enough, a 4.73. White now in second. Green in third. Green, you need a 5.37 to move to the next round. And Surfer in red, looking for a 5.83. Again, our situation, Surfer in blue, still in first. With that big opening wave, 7.17.
All right, well, 5:30 to go.
And Diego's last wave comes in at a 4.73, so that puts him up into second.
7.27. You want to go to first, and Surfer in green now in third.
Just over 5 minutes remaining.
5.37. And red in fourth. Needs a 5.8.
Eden Hassan. Just 2 waves in the first sort of 6 or 7 minutes. And hasn't been headed to this point.
Yeah.
Could have just paddled in.
Literally, yeah, he could have. Fair enough too. I mean, a 7.17, that's a great score. He's got the 2 best waves of the heat, 7.17 and a 4.83. And this is day 3 of the event, and it's his first heat out here, so he's obviously got a great connection with the ocean. All this part of the world in the Philippines.
So 3 days of action. Had 4 heats of women's surfing so far.
I know. Crazy.
Who are some of the names we've got in the women's draw?
I was just about to look at this as well, because we may potentially have 2 heats of the women to round out the day. Which, wow, that first heat would be kind of psycho. Ruby True, Izzy Campbell, Ziggy McKenzie, Nixie Ryan. And the second heat, which would be the close of day, is also crazy. Freya Prum, Hinano Shimizu, Sky Brown, Anna May Alapeo.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's see it. This is pretty insane. I mean, all of these heats are so stacked. Heat 15 of this round is going to be Kei Kobayashi, Xavier Bryce, Tane Dobbin, Weston Hurst. Heat 16 will see Zave Hux, Marama, or John Mark Tokhong, Varun Tanjung, and Jaywad Al-Siso. That's pretty stacked heats to round out the men's round of 64. Wow.
All right, 3 minutes remaining. Can Diego Cordero hang on to second? Can Eden Hassan extend his lead? Or can Espion or Ito track down the 5s they respectively need to jump themselves up into one of the 2 advancing positions? Or maybe we just won't get a wave. And this is how it'll be for the next 2.5 minutes.
I hope we get a wave. It would be nice to see Toby or Riaru.
Get a chance.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Toby, as if on cue. Oh, no,
Eden,
sorry, this
actually.
was Eden.
Wow.
Looking to get rid of his 4-8-3. I'm green-blue, colourblind.
Okay.
Clearly. And gets the punt and super smooth. Greases the landing. Wasn't particularly critical, but it was mighty cool. And I'm not going to get carried away because we thought the last 4 might have been a little bit bigger. So will he replace that?
I think there's potential in replacing it only because he was quite deep on that one. It was small. Let's take another look. Completely disappears and comes out with speed.
And it was the combo as well. It was the tube and the turns and even a punt.
Yeah, exactly.
So imagine if you upscale all of that. Do that on like a 4 or 5 foot bomb.
That's crazy.
And then you're looking at big money.
Oh, yeah.
90 seconds.
So Eden has a score to drop.
There it is, a 617. So he has indeed upgraded a 13.34 total. Ooh-wee. That's pretty jazzy.
Got to be happy with that to start off the event.
Hundo.
Port Stephens local Eden Hassan. He's been on such a tear through the last few events. He's really been putting in the work and progressing through a whole bunch of rounds. So it's awesome to see him just doing that here, staying consistent. And with 45 seconds to go, a 717 and a 617 is pretty strong. And oh my goodness, Riaru on a huge set. Just doesn't have the open face that he was hoping for. He needs a 583 and he's got 30 seconds to do it. Toby chasing a 537 to get back up into second. He has priority. There's 20 seconds to go. Will there be time? Looking like there may or may not be a set rolling through. It's just really tricky to tell. I mean, it's so clean out there, but with this low tide, it is going to get a little bit tricky, and looks like it'll be Eden and Diego moving on through.
There it is. So Eden Hassan keeping his form going after a win at home on the Junior Series, and he'll be joined by Diego Cordero. All right, that was Heat 13. Heat 14, the last one before we go on a little tidal break. We'll be coming our way right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Let's get started. Let's go.
The 29th Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 6000 is proudly hosted by the municipality of General Luna Siargao and the province of Siargao del Norte.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoy almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Yeehaw, welcome back to Cloud9. It's steamy hot out there with plenty of sizzling waves coming through. It's just a matter of trying to track them down. 23.5 minutes remaining in Heat 14. two Aussies are topping the table at the moment, but only with minor scores. Tom Whitpain in first, Ty Richardson second. Ketut Agus is in the red. Rashi Kashiro Suda is in the blue. He's got priority. I'm Chris Binns, alongside me in the booth. G'day, Di Wacko. How are you, mate?
Good, great. So this is going to be the last heat before we going to be go on hold. Right.
What are you thinking? You're going to say?
Yeah, definitely. As a Ketut Agus riding, just punch it through that section and gets to end section turn as well. So that comes in at 4.50. Great combination of tube and turn. And this is Kiyoshiro Suda. ブルーの須田清志郎も波に乗ってきています。このヒートが終わると、ホールドになり、次のヒート開始予定が3時になります。
What are you thinking? Surf now or surf before the restart?
Probably surf now and have lunch and have a good rest and be prepared for the restart. And then I might go surf again after the event.
DOS. Oh, after the event?
Or both.
What about surf, lunch, surf, comp restarts?
3 times.
And then surf after the final heat.
It's a 10 past 12, so we still have 2 hours and a half till the restart. The call. Well, we could do that.
White sitting in third. We got up and down 0.87.
All right, Ketut Agus has dropped a 4.5. He's in the lead. Kashiro Suda has a 2.83. What do you know about Kashiro?
Well, he is very, very talented surfer. And he's been on tour quite a long time. He's still young generation coming up generation. And on screen we have Wide Up and Riding. Tim Whitpain was in the deep, in the tube, and come out really clean actually. One of the smaller ones, but still.
Wow, he was a long way back on that one. Let's see how he got there. Okay, the judges are deliberating the score. Hopefully we can get a clean shot of the replay. Here we go, Tom Whitpain paddling in. He was deep behind it. Nailed the pig dog, came flying out. A little bit of a white thigh flash as the boardies ride up. That's what happens on the pig dog. And here goes Ty Richardson. Long drawn out open face carve to sign off from a deftly threaded tube. 20 minutes to go. This heat's slowly starting to come alive. Tom Whitpain with a 5.33. Score still to come in for Ty Richardson's last tube.
Right, this is the last of green. Great stall there, great technique from Ty Richardson. Unfortunately, didn't ride out of that turn. Still great technique in the tube. It's gonna be another good number for Ty Richardson. And a team up and riding on his back end. This is White up and riding. Now he went for the turns, comes unstuck, goes down.
Green looking for a 4.01 last wave for Green.
Right, 5.77 for the last of Green, Ty Richardson. It is the best heat score so far. Little bit of paddle battle in between Green and White.
White, you're in second. White only needing a 0.95 to go back to first. Red, you're in third, and you need a 1.71. And blue in fourth, looking for a 3.38. 18 minutes and 25 45.
All right, score came in for Ty Richardson as a 5.77, so best wave of the heat, and that exchange back-to-back fives. Tom Whitpain with a 5.33, Ty Richardson a split second later with a 5.77, and the Aussies kind of matching each other's efforts at the moment. A 6.27 and a 6.2 are their leaderboard topping scores at the moment, respectively. Katut Agus sitting in a reasonable position, has a 4.5 for his one wave. Doesn't need much to move up into second or first. As we see the crew, they're literally underneath the judging tower and the surfers deck. So you can see the priority numbers there. That gives the colours to the surfers in the water.
Wow, beautiful combination from Tim Whitpain.
Yeah, Tom Whitpain on his backhand, his burly boy, so no stranger to belting running rights. All right, we're going to cross down to the winner of the last heat. The most tubed man in the last half hour here at Cloud9. Take it away, Eden Hassan.
Start your campaign off in this event. That was such a great heat.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited. That was good. Good start for me.
And you had a really good event in Tahara. Coming into this one, is there a little bit of confidence for you here? You had a few heat wins, and I just felt like you were surfing above, you know, what I guess we were all expecting. It was really great to see.
Oh, fun out there. Like last year, I got a pretty good result, so that sort of gave me a bit more confidence for just going out there and knowing which waves to catch. But except for that, yeah, just excited to surf my next heat.
I guess that's what we were kind of touching on before the interview as well. Your wave selection was really on point. How important is it to be on the best waves out there right now?
That heat was pretty slow, so I felt like that heat in particular, I needed to wait for the best waves. But the last couple of heats I was watching, staying busy was probably a better strategy, but I'm just happy I got the first one and sort of built off that.
I know you have lots of people at home that are watching you might want to say hi to. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, just thanks for watching. It's a better time zone, so I think a lot of my family's watching, and yeah, just thanks for getting up or staying up, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Eden. We'll send it back to you guys.
Cheers, True. And thanks, Eden. What a great bloke.
Yeah.
Some people, like I've never met Eden, but I watch that interview and I go, he looks like a nice guy. I'd sit down and have a meal with him, catch up on life. And as he just made very apparent, fantastic surfer to boot.
Well, Tom Whitpain is backing up 5.33 with a 4.533.
And here goes Katut Agus.
Oh, well, I'm not too sure what happened there. Maybe slipped a little bit. Well, really unfortunate for Katut. Using his first priority, that wave looks really nice. There's still 15 minutes remaining in this heat. So this is what happened in the last.
Whoa, just a little bit of a wax malfunction. Front foot slips off and Katut Agus goes down.
You know, Katut is sitting second place in the Asia QS ranking, so this is a very important event as well. He's already had a 6,000 win in Korea, so he's in a good position right now for the CS Tour 2026. And in this heat, we have Kyosho Suda. He is sitting in the 6th place in Asian QS ranking, so also a very important heat for Kyosho Suda.
You're currently in second, surfer in green. And you need a 4.0.
Yeah, Katut Agus took out the Sihung Korea Open, so the wave pool event.
Yes, back in July. Were you there the last time we had a QS 3000 in Korea?
Yeah, when it snowed.
When it snowed.
Yeah.
It was summertime this time, so it was very, very hot. And it was nice to be in the water. But he did a great job. Katut Agus took out a win there, so now he is second in the Asian ranking.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his wave pool results here. So consistent. 15-point totals in every heat. Just holding on to 7s and 8s the whole way through.
It was a left wave, just like we had 2023. He was on point every single wave.
That's the surfer's deck. So the tower, it's divided. The right-hand side is the judges, and they're kind of walled off. And once you enter their lair, there's fantastic catering, there's fans everywhere, there's little bits of carpet, there's a coffee machine, there's a butler, a concierge who caters to your every need. And then once you sort of go back out past the velvet rope into the surfers area, it's a little bit more Spartan. It's a little bit more like you're on a surf trip. You're just sitting out in a wooden structure out in the ocean watching the waves. It's beautiful.
Watching one of the world's best spots.
That's
on
a
the planet.
fantastic view straight into the barrel.
Do you think that was a caddy standing on the reef inside?
I think so.
No. Right.
Or it could just be the first of our free surfers
Right.
getting ready to attack the lineup in 11 minutes 50.
So in about 2 hours, we are reaching to low tide time. Is having a look at this one. No go on that one. He is currently in the third place with a 4.5 and 0.47 out the back.
Koshiro Suda was deep on his backhand. Had to compress and contort himself to fit down that tiny little drain pipe, but he threaded it perfectly. Spat out safely in front, and that's going to be handy score for the goofy footer.
須田清志郎、ここで短いセクションだったんですが、しっかりと隠れるチューブライディングを見せてきました。非常に重要な一本になります。
10 minutes to go. This is Tom Whitpain on his backhand, upside down, cracks it just the one turn, and then has his board stolen from under him, so he's out of there. And now we're looking at Ty Richardson, deep driving, had to stand strong to get through that one, has done it nicely, gets a little bonus section, the wave divides, he took the high road and managed to get one more turn in before kicking out in the channel, and he'll make his way back to the top of the lineup now.
That was a huge one turn from
he was so close.
Tom Whitpain. That was really close to landing. And this is a great technique from Ty Richardson. Tube ride and a couple of turns and out.
Here's the angle, ducked under, deep driving, but not to be. 0.93 the result for Katut Gurs. Kashiro's last wave, a 4, puts him in striking distance of second.
Followed by surfer in green. Green, you're in second. Need a 4.09. And blue now in third. Blue's last score is a 4.0. Blue, you're looking for a 4.51. And red is in fourth. Red, you need a 4.01. 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
So 8 minutes and 30 seconds in the seats. Round of 64, heat number 14. Tom Whitpain is in the lead with 5.33 and 4.53. Ty Richardson in second, 5.77 and 2.73. Kyoshiro Suda needs 4.51. This is Ketuda Goose important wave needing 4.01. Unfortunately, just one turn maneuver. And at the back, 須田清志郎アップしています。バックサイドアタック見せていきますが、少しタイミングがずれてしまったようです。A little bit of a mistakes from blue and red. So Kyoshiro now needs 4.51 and Ketuda Goose needs 4.01. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this heat. There's still plenty of time left. Oh, looks like there's a few lines in the lineup. Bit of movement. Ty Richardson is on hand. Up and riding straight into the tube. Traveling quite a long time, but unfortunately didn't find the exit. Well, he is in a second place, looking for 4.09 to challenge himself into the lead. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. That was a really close. At the back, no takers on this one. Tom Whitpain has first priority, paddling, but Ketuda Goose up and riding, goes into the air, landing on the flat. Ooh, almost stick to the landing, but unfortunately didn't ride out of it. It's a good attempt, but still needing 4.01. So this is the last of red. Straight into the air, landed on the flat section.
So close.
That was super close to the land.
White holds on to priority. He is our current leader with a 5.33 and a 4.53 backup score.
If he could have made that air, probably he could get 4.01, which is what he requires at the moment. There's still 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Plenty of time left.
Oh, okay. It's a tight tussle. It's a 5 and a 4, beating a beg your pardon, a 5 and a 2, and then a pair of 4s in pursuit. So someone needs to really break this one open and stamp their name on it. I feel like Tom Whitpain and Ty Richardson have got a bit of rhythm and a bit of momentum. But you also know that Kyoshiro and Ketut are never going to rule themselves out when they need, not even a 5 to advance.
Yeah, right. So only small scores requirements for both blue and red. Little bit of movement out the back.須田清志郎、ここで瀬戸波にアップしていきます。一発目大きなターンを入れてくる 4.51 が必要です。この後もう一発入れていきたいところですが、どうでしょうか。波が張ってきました。ここでも一発査定のアクション入れていきます。At the back, Tom Whitpain, big off the top. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck, but Kyoshiro Suda's last wave. It's an interesting wave. That was a great combination. Needing 4.01, 4.51 to go into the second.
Oh, sorry, green has priority, currently in second, needing a 4.09. That's a good position for green.
And now this is Ty Richardson. He's got priority. This looks like a pretty decent wedge. He'll tuck straight into the tube, one pump to get some speed, and then unfortunately that section gets a little stretched out in front of him and clamps. This is exactly the reason why we're going on hold. You'll see as the tide starts to drain out all these boils in the face, lots of gurgling water bubbling up as turbulence is created by the bottom really starting to come into play. As we've said, it's not as vicious and sharp and jagged as many reefs are around the world, but it still turns the waves into a tricky proposition. Here is Kishiro on his backhand. That was beautiful, so fast as he carved his way through that turn. And behind him, this is Tom Whitpain going vertical, got stuck on that one. You can just see just that little rib in the face. Caught Tom and his tie. The barrel just not staying open for him.
Very important way for Kyoshiro Suda. He needs 4.51 and a big first turn and gets a second turn in. So it's going to be a very important wave for Kyoshiro Suda.
2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Tom Whitpain's score is not going to matter once that drops in, but Kishiro, as you said, this is important.
1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Blue, I see you. Blue, you're currently in third, and you need a 4.51. Waiting for your score to lock in. White now, they're riding. Blue, your last score of 3.939.
Tom Whitpain holding on to that one and probably not going to get called complete. Kishiro's last wave of 3.93.
Not enough.
So still chasing the 4.51. 1 minute remaining, and they're free surfers on the reef, ready just to sink their teeth into the Cloud9 lineup. And look at all the boils. Just whirlpooling away on the inside. 40 seconds to go. This is the last heat before we go on a 2-hour break. We will come back with heat 15 and heat 16 to cap off the men's round of 64. And then we're going to run 2 heats of the women's
round of 48.
Round of 48.
30 seconds.
So it's looking pretty academic at this stage. The two Aussies who've kind of led from start to finish will go through. We see Katut, of course, slapping the water. He's not thrilled that he didn't get the chance he was looking for. And unfortunately for Katut and Kishiro Suda, that will be the end of their campaigns here at Cloud9. And for us, it's not the end, but we are going on hold briefly. When we come back, the leader of the Bonsoy Super Series at the top of the Asian rankings, Kei Kobayashi, will be taking on Xavier Bryce, Tane Dobbin and Westonhurst in Heat 15. But that's not right now. We are on hold. Our next call will be at 2:30. That's exactly 2 hours from now for a 3 p.m. start. Back here at Cloud9. This is QS 6000 action on the World Surf League, the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We'll see you again very soon.
Heat number 16. But Marama is on that heat. You guys will see it this afternoon. Marama will be out there. Heat 16. Last heat of the round 64. What up, Jeffrey? Again, happy birthday, Manuel Pitbull Melindo. The guy's heading to Beach Marshall. The handsome looking Jersey man is Manuel's birthday.
No, he had priority. Itu meningkat priority. Wait. Tunggu yang bagus. Tunggu yang bagus. Dia langsung mulai get a 4-5. Off the bat. Back up. Startnya ada kau berapa? Babak pertama. And then they all get waves, and then he had priority. Dia nunggu like 8 minutes. And then the other guys on the priority started getting barrels. Dia nunggu yang gede. And then you get a really good one, and you just slip off his aneh, jangan pleset. It's really good way, really pleset. Habis itu you get 2 kali air besar, he landed, and you took him right out of it, like they'd have been 7.
love you. I'ma stand as a man, never above you. I can tell that you different from most. Slightly approach you in the ear. Nobody be on sex every day, but only sex on the teens in the past. You can wait, by the way you touch it, I'm really labyrinth ways. At the guard for the release to relax for the day. It's all you, mommy. Give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want. You know I got it, baby. Give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it. Mommy, listen. Feel the love from the baby and how it moves through you. Love the moment, the moment to talk the truth to you. Listen, I'm never home, I always get up and go. Living you will be the necessary, bring them up. I never meant to put 1,000 pounds of stress in your head. I'd rather when you sleep and how we go be cuddling, baby. I stay embracing your patience, shedding your tears with me. I ask you, my mommy, please me to you to bear with me. I'll give it to you. I know what you want. You know I got it, baby.
Hashi, Xavier Bryce, Tane Dobbin, and Weston Hurst. And then in Heat 16, we'll have Xavier Huxtable, John Mark Takong, Baron Tanjung, and Jared Alciso. Oh no, Marima and JR are in the same heat. So we will begin in half an hour at 3 o'clock with the last two heats of the men's, and then we will do the women's heats 1 and Right, guys, we'll begin in 15 minutes with the round of 64 men's, heat 15 and 16, and then the women's heat 1 and 2. Free surfers, time to come in. We're going to be starting in a few minutes. Competitors should be already checking in, getting their jerseys, making their way out to the lineup. The crew is almost ready here in the judging tower, and we're going to begin in a few minutes. So free surfers, time to... All right, that was nice. Free surfers, move to Quicksilver or come in. We're going to begin soon. All right, we're going to test the horn. This is a test. All right, nice one, Bjorn. Bjorn Pallon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we will begin in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Free servers, time to go. It's beyond time. It was time last time. Now it's past time. Free servers, we're starting. Move out of Cloud 9. Go to Quicksilver. Go to Twassen. Go anywhere. Just get out of there. Or
grabe tumuduwak yan sa ilo. Rasgard. Isa pinaka-rasgard ng ilo. Sobrang tindiwan. Ha? Grabe tumuduwak yan sa ilo. Ha? Siguro, kaya sa ilo man.
Competitors will be starting in 5 minutes. Caddies, make sure you're staying far away in the channel over close to Quicksilver. Anybody who's not a competitor or a caddy should not be in Cloud 9. The comp is going to start in just a couple of minutes now.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts. bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
This is for everyone who made it happen. The surfers, ocean lovers, and locals of Siargao. Together, we fundraised and built mooring lines around the island so boats can anchor safely without harming our coral reefs. What began as a small act of care grew into something beautiful, a community effort to care for the sea we all share. Follow Adopt a Mooring Line to learn more and be part of a global effort to protect our reefs.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 6000 here. The 29th edition this year in 2025. We are back from a quick break over the low tide to round out what has been a very entertaining round of 64. We've got 2 heats to sign out here before we run into 2 heats of the women. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Di Wacko, who had to surf yourself, Di. Tell us about it.
Right, yes, I had a actually good surf in a break. It was really shallow, just like you can see on the screen, really shallow, but still on a set it's kind of fun. If you can get on the bigger set, then you can have heaps room to do turns, probably possibly airs.
Oh, you're calling airs for the afternoon?
Well, I gotta say, yep, all the athletes were trying to do airs on a 2-hour break, so probably they are aiming for the airs.
Yeah, as you can see right now, we're trying to clear the lineup so we can get this round of 64, heat number 15 underway. We have our Bonsoy Super Asian Series in leader in the yellow out there. It's Keiko Bayashi. He'll take on Xavier Bryce from Australia, Tane Dobbin in the white, and Weston Hurst from Indonesia in the green. So we will kick off at 3 p.m, so just under 3 minutes here. But let's take a look at these rankings here, Di. They're pretty stacked.
Very stacked. Kei Kobayashi just take 3 wins in Japan for QS 2000.
Wow.
In a row, actually.
Wow.
So that's why he is the first in the Asia Super Series. And Kitutagus in second, Dylan Wilcoxon in third, and Jin Suzuki just got through this round. And Roy Kanazawa. So top 5 will go to the next, 2026 Challenger Series.
Yeah, so that's what all of this is about, these points going through to the Challenger Series. Unfortunately, we lost Kiyoshiro Suda, who was just sitting in that 6th position in the heat just before the break. So he'll definitely be wanting to make up for those points over in Taiwan. That's where we head to next. But right now, like we mentioned, we've just rounded out the Heat 14, so there the results on the screen right now. We saw Tommy Whitpain moving on through along with fellow Aussie Ty Richardson. But we've just come off a 2 p.m. low tide, so about an hour off low tide. The wind, it's staying pretty light. We've got that east-southeast wind, and that's exactly the direction we're looking for.
Still, light offshore. It's not turning into the onshore, so definitely I got a feeling that we're going to have a great heat this afternoon. As soon as the tides coming in, a lot more water and a lot more, probably the swells.
And we've seen that the swell has pivoted even more to the north this afternoon. So we started this morning about 23 degrees north-northeast swell. Now we're down to a 26. So it's pivoting in more, which is exactly what we want, especially when it comes to barrels. So we are underway here for this afternoon's competition. Weston Hurst kicking us off. One of our Indonesian surfers here. He's going to turns. Unfortunately, bogs a rail there, just that nose of the water. Didn't want to whip round in front of him. But like you mentioned, Keiko Bayashi, when was the last time we saw 3 wins back-to-back on the QS by one person?
Well, he said it's a first year ever.
Wow.
in his career that get 3 wins in the QS. So he was super stoked. He was so focused, probably aiming to get good result here to secure his spot for 26 Challenge Series campaign. So he is that focused right now. He said he needs to make it to quarterfinals. Otherwise, it's not going to be keeper.
Oh, wow. He's got high standards. I love this. Tane Dubbin just absolutely rinsing this wave right now. 3 big turns. He's been a real standout, Tane, over the years, and he's just looking really sharp this afternoon as well.
You know, he was surfing in a 2-hour break as well. So he is just so ready to surf in this heat. And Xavier Bryce, he's doing great. He had a good run last year, and he had a good result in Kurui, I believe. So it is a stacked heat, that's for sure.
So we're going to take a look at this clip. This was Tane Dubbin in the opening round last year, a 9.07 here, Dai.
Wow, that is a beautiful wave. The typical Cloud9 right-hand barrel ride there.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Excellent surfing there, and it was just pumping all the way through the event. We had really clean, perfect conditions, and we saw so many surfers get excellent scores just like Tane, so it's nice to reminisce on what last year's competition brought to the table as well.
That was a beautiful waves, you know. And this is a last of green, so this is surfing green. So Westernhurst, second wave going into the air. Fortunately, not quite stick to the landing.
Yeah, so Western looking to climb up the rankings a little bit here. We can see Kei Kobayashi getting a score on the board here, so we'll catch up and see exactly what he did. First, Atane, a 4-point ride. He's going to have a look again. So wants to back up the surfer from the Gold Coast. Starts off with a hook. He's got a really strong backhand whip on him. Unfortunately not connecting with that third section, but 2 nice turns there from Tane Dubbin.
Really loved the second turn. He's just checking the fins. Everything's okay, so he's gonna go back out. But that second turn, it was huge. It's a great turn. Already locked in a 4.04. His first wave. I think it's gonna be close to his first wave.
Yeah, definitely. We've got 3.6 locking in for Kei Kobayashi, who is competing through the Asia Series, but he's also spent a lot of time in the States.
Yes, and this is his actually first year. He's changed his region to Japan, Asia region this year. So he's just, you know, he keeps saying that this tour is one of the dream tour that he can ever wish for. So he's having great fun on a tour. 3 wins, so.
3 wins in 1 year. And not just like 3 occasional wins, 3 back-to-back wins.
Back-to-back wins.
That is absurd. This was the first of Kei here, Dai.
Tuck into the barrel, come out, and get. Unfortunately, he didn't get the completion, but still, you know, travel in the barrel. So he is, you know, like you said, he actually was born and raised in States. I'm pretty sure, yes, he was born and raised in States. Their parents are both Japanese, but they moved to States when they were young. I'm not too sure, and then Kei was born and raised in California.
Here we go. He's up and riding here for Kei Kobayashi. Rankings leader with a big first turn. Goes down again on that second one. So unfortunately 2 waves in a row without a complete ride, but you can just see the intent he's surfing with. You can see he's still laser sharp. Was there something he was doing in particular at those 3 back-to-back QS events? Did you get to see anything that, you know, was just showing that he was going to be super consistent?
He has this routine every time before the heat. And this is a reply of last of Kei. I loved the first turn. A lot of flares. Yeah, he's got a lot of routines before his heat always. Sometimes he write it down the words. How do you call it? Application? So you have to, you kind of write it down, whatever things coming from your mind.
Okay. I
and
like this.
sometimes he does that, and sometimes he does some exercises, sometimes he does meditation before his heat.
Amazing.
So he does a lot of things.
Amazing. I love that. He's really tapping into a lot of different preheat
Right.
routines. Clearly found one that's worked for him
Mm.
over the last couple of events. He's having a look again now, so trying to build some momentum here for Kay. Takes to the egg with the completion. Love the yellow rashi, by the way. I think that's a
Right.
great touch.
It's just something else, right?
Yes.
Yellow jersey, it just stands out
It
in
does
the water.
stand out. He's the rankings leader for the Bonsoy Asia Super Series. This was a nice turn here, Dai.
Wow, great turn, fins out, gets the rotation, great surfing. You know, he's the one who doesn't stop in the heat. He just kept getting waves. He just non-stop. That's his plan always, and that works every time.
So Kei Kobayashi looking to keep that #1 spot all the way through this season to go and to compete on that Challenger Series, where I feel like Kei, with the preheat routine he's got and how consistent he's been, it feels like he's ready for that level, and he's ready to really take it to those guys.
Definitely, he is just aiming for the Challenger Series next year, and he's so ready. And
Western Hurst
Western
here.
Hurst.
That's a great looking first turn. You can see this wave bottoming out with that low tide. Gets so much spray off the back of the second one. Almost looked like it paused. He just paused at the
Right.
end. There was just water rushing out under him. So you can still see just how low this tide is. We got some sets approaching, so plenty of swell still hanging around here. No surfers liking the look of the bigger ones rolling through here. Just a bit of a shorter wall. And then we have Xavier Bryce, who has been pretty quiet in this heat so far. He's just going to sit and wait. He loves to have that sit and wait approach. Working with the the Northern Beaches crew. And he's got Andy King in his corner here. But take me through this two-turner here.
Wow, loved the first turn, a lot of sprays, and whipped the second turn. Great combination. Still waiting for the last green. The second wave for Kei Kobayashi comes in at 4.57, which is a great way to start his campaign. But this is Xavier Bryce using his first priority. But unfortunately, the wave didn't offer much. It was just closing out. There's still plenty of time, 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So it's like Kei Kobayashi is in the lead. Our yellow jersey is in the lead.
So Xavier Bryce currently 5th on the Australia Oceania rankings. He's had a pretty great year so far on the QS. Got 4th over there at Krui, a 25th at Nias and Korea, and then went on to have a 9th over there at Tahara, which have all been pretty big keeper results, especially considering we take the top 7 plus a wild card in the Australia rankings. So he's sitting nice, but he definitely wants to be getting through these rounds here to keep adding to his scoreboard.
Wow, that is a great year he's having right now. But definitely this last two QS 6000 is important for all the surfers. It can change the whole thing, probably.
Yeah, Western Hurst, the young gun in this one, just 17 years old, so still super young, got plenty of years and experience. He just wants to keep on swinging though, you know, we want to see him keep competing. He had a pretty solid result over there at the Omazaki Pro, the QS 2000, one of the ones that Kay won. He got a 5th place over there, so quarterfinal finish for Western. And coming up in that next heat, one of the local boys, that is Jayard Alciso right now. Just taking it in.
Next heat is stacked.
Next heat is stacked.
Xavier Huxtable in red, John McTagon, Marama coming up, and Varun Tanjun and Jayard Alciso. So it is a stacked heat, the last heat of the men's round of 64. And we're going to go straight into the women's side.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 heats of the women. So it's the second highest seeded round, the round of 48. We still have our top seeders in the round of 32 that we have yet to meet so far in this competition, but it's nice to be getting underway back with the women for a couple of heats this afternoon. We've already ploughed through the round of 56, and it's just time to keep on moving through. We've got a lot of heats to run this week, Di, and we're just going to keep making the most of the best of the conditions. We've got the best team to make the calls about the tides and the winds and when exactly we're going to run.
You know, it's been 3 days, but every day is on point. On point, 2 hours break, and that's exactly what we need. Yeah, it's been great to be here, watching all the actions. It looks like Xavier Bryce up and riding on this one. Nice first cup to start with. Unfortunately, he didn't get a finish turn at the back. Wide up and riding.
Yeah, Tane Dobbin getting a bit of a cover up to kick that one off. Not super deep, but we're going to see Weston Hurst have a swing here as well. Deep on this one. He's not going to have much to work with. So Xavier Bryce with the one turn. We've got a nice barrel there from Tane Dobbin. So a couple of waves ridden. Nothing crazy so far in this heat, Di.
You know, it's still really shallow out there. Not much water. So you don't really want to sit there and wait. You kind of want to have a go and just kicks out. If it's not good, then you kind of want to kick out because it's not that far out. It's easy to paddle back out, so probably keep themselves busy is a good way to be, in the game.
So Xavier Bryce just with the one carve there. It was beautiful surfing, really cool style from Xav. It's going to come in as a small score though. It's a 2.03, so no one really absolutely taking off in this heat so far. So we're still chasing a bit more from our surfers in the first heat as we welcome back this afternoon. We've got one more heat to round out, like we mentioned. It's a pretty big one, and then 2 heats, the first 2 heats of the women's round of 48. And then we'll monitor conditions tomorrow. We've got really lucky today. Thought we were going to have devil winds all day, but we've actually been super lucky. This is the replay here of Tane Dai.
Nice backside barrel. He's got a great technique on his backhand. Of course, he's got an excellent score last year when it's a firing. So he's aiming for the barrels here.
Here we go. He's going to use up priority. No, he's not. He can't scratch into this one. Big alley-oop here for Xavier Bryce.
Ooh.
Can't quite hold on. So out the back is Kei Kobayashi using first priority. That's the first big turn.
Whoa.
Straight into a second. Wow, with the landing.
That was a great combination. Almost hit Xavier Bryce, but that was a great two-turn combo from Kei Kobayashi. Powerful off the top, and then straight into the end section and right out of it. Super clean.
It was fast. It was really spicy as well. These are the last 2 waves here, Dai.
Takes it to the air, pretty much almost, stick to the landing, but unfortunately didn't. He went down, but this wave, great first turn, straight into the end section. Almost ran over Xavier Bryce, but that was a great combination from Kei Kobayashi. Well, it's going to be a great number for Kei.
Yeah, judges already dropping scores. It's a 5-6-7. Wow. So extending his lead, Weston Hurst now trying to get up into second place. 2 really nice turns. You can see he's a really powerful surfer. He's absolutely belting every section that comes his way here.
Wow, 5-6-7 for the last of Kei Kobayashi. That extends his lead. But this wave, Weston Hurst is in 3rd place, gets a 2-turn combo, needing 3.61. Well, it's going to be a close.
It's definitely. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking he's just get the requirement.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that's going to be the score that he's looking for. I'll take it if we're wrong. I will, but that's all right. We've got more action out in the lineup right now. Tane trying to defend 2nd spot here. Throws heaps of water on that first turn. Beautiful vertical whips in the pocket here from Tane Dobbin. He is just so spring-loaded. So Tane looking to drop a 2.53. You got to think he's done that there.
He's done a great job there. Great answer back, actually, Tane Dobbin. That's a great combination of backhand attacks. So let's take another look. This is our last of white. Nice looking wave. I love the first turn and second turn. I get the third turn and throwing a bucket of spread and bonus section here. Well, that will change his situation now. He is trying to get rid of the 2.53 and I'm pretty sure he's done that job. So Western will need a bigger score to go into the second.
There'll be a bit of comparison between those two waves between our judges that we watched in them both back and forth quite closely. Which one are you feeling gets the jump? Which one are you feeling is going to get the bigger score?
I'm gonna say Tane Dobbin's last wave, but the last of Western comes in at a 3.77, enough to go into the second, but we are still waiting for the last of white.
Yeah, so Tane Dobbin was chasing a 2.7 on that last wave, so we still have a score to lock in right now for Tane. We both really feel like it's going to go there. It was really whippy. Just the amount of water he can displace on such quick turns. I mean, he really moves the board lightning fast and still can move so much water. We spoke about it the other day. It's where power meets these cat-like reflexes, and I feel like Tane really reminds me of Wade Carmichael, that type of surfer.
Right.
Where you see a lot of power but precision.
And he, his surfing style is very relaxed and he doesn't rush anything. That's how he gets so much power out of the top. So that's great surfing and a few scores locked in. Looking like a pretty good score for Tane Dobbin's last wave.
Yeah, waiting on one last judge, but it's definitely going to be the score. And there it is. It's a 4.73. So he goes up into second. So Kei Kobayashi with 7 minutes 40 to go has the lead. He's got a 5.67 and a 4.57. Tane chasing a 5.52. He got knocked in this round last year, so he's chasing a little bit of redemption this time round. Wants to go further in the draw. Weston Hurst looking for a 4.96. Xavier Bryce not with too much. Had a great attempt on the alley-oop, but he needs a big score. It's a 6.7.
Well, Xavier Bryce has first priority and he is capable of getting those good scores. Maybe he can, take it to the sky. He can do turns, so he has a skill set. Hitting a 6.70 is pretty big requirement.
Feeling like the plan needs to change because we've seen it over the last 3 days. The surfers who sit and wait, they genuinely don't make the heat. Thinking back to a lot of heats where we saw that exact same storyline unfold to even some of our top seeds today. You can see Marima on screen right now.
I'm wondering if he would surf this condition.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All the time.
He surfs every day.
Yeah, definitely. He's just a local hero around here. He's such a local legend. Everyone absolutely loves Marima. His daughter is so beautiful, young Olive. She's always down here supporting and cheering on her dad. So let's see.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's see the crowd start to flock in.
I was going to say, too, a lot of supporters for the local surfers in the next heat. That is a nice place to be right now.
It's a great place.
Yep.
It really is. It's also a little bit cooler down there.
Oh, yeah, right.
So you can see even there was Rima Magaluna cheering him on right now. A bit late to the party there for Weston Hurst. So chasing a 4.96. Really, really looking forward to heat number 16. Feel like that's going to be a really exciting heat.
The last heat of men's run of 64 will be a stacked heat. Cannot wait to watch. But right now, in this heat number 15, with 5 minutes and 20 seconds, Kay is in the lead, our yellow jersey competitor.
Yeah, he's holding down that first place on both the rankings, and this heat right now has made a great decision to shift over to the Asia rankings. It's definitely paying off for him being over here, and it's just how successful he's been in such a short amount of time. Varun Tanjun, he is coming up next as well. He's had excellent scores here in the past, taking on last year's second place, Xavier Huxtable, and Marima, John Mark Tukong, who's had 4 victories here in the past.
Wow, it's going to be a great matchup. it's not raining anymore. The sun's come out soon, probably.
It's definitely trying to come
Right,
out. Today was
trying.
definitely going to be the wettest day of the week. We've got a little bit more sunshine coming back over the next couple of days, and hopefully some not so dismal
hot.
weather. Yeah. You can see though there's just such great community there. We've got Charlie Hurst chatting to some of the local girls, Ty Sarati, Sappy Betty, Taylor Green. Everyone comes down to just watch and support anyone all throughout the day. I just love all the support crews that really have started to form over the last couple of years on these QS series events.
Definitely. Well, 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. This heat goes really quick. Right now, Kei Kobayashi is in the lead. It looks like Tan Dobbin using his priority. Just one turn, unfortunately, goes down. But I gotta say, it was a smart move from Tane Dobbin, just probably playing defense right now.
Yeah, so Tane, it was a bit of a smaller wave there, but definitely had to play that defense card. Xavier Bryce, sitting out there with first priority, still has the ability to do it in 2 waves. He basically needs a pair of 4s. So 3 minutes with that short paddle back out, and how short and sharp this swell period is, there's definitely time. But you can see he's definitely particular in the type of wave he's looking for.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck in like a waiting plan or something. So probably he will be waiting for the one he was looking for the whole heat and try to get 6-7-0. But like you said, probably he should change his plan. There's still 2 minutes and 40 seconds. You can get 2 waves in a couple of minutes.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, yeah, he really wants to try and just piece together something at this point so he can get himself out of this predicament right now. He just needs to start catching waves. So 2 minutes 20 on the clock. 6-7 is the requirement. We've seen today that a 6 has to be something pretty special.
Right,
as
definitely.
well. The judges aren't handing out 6s very, very regularly.
It's not easy to get one. It's not excellent range, but still feels like it's excellent range, actually, getting 6s today.
I agree. A 6 is like an 8.
Yeah.
Here we go. We've got a paddle here from Xavier Bryce. Free falls on the takeoff. What's he got down the line? Building to frustration there. So, Xav,
2 minutes remaining.
just not getting it done, unfortunately. He's still got time. 1 minute 40 to go. So,
there's a time.
It's just priority, isn't it?
Now Tane Dobbin has 3rd priority. Is he going to play defense here with a 1 minute and 25? Looks like Western having a look at this one, but no takers on this.
Okay, Kobayashi sitting with that first priority, has the lead as well, so he really is just ruling this heat. He's going to hold on to this yellow jersey for another heat today, or not today, this event. 60 seconds on the clock. Let's see if any more waves unfold and we get a last minute heroics here. Weston Hurst having a look. Needs a 4.96. Tucks into this one. It's a quick barrel. Got a bit of coverage. That's a nice turn for Weston Hurst. A 4.96. And now Kei out the back here.
Kei Kobayashi is in the tube. Oh, that was a tricky wave. Unfortunately, it goes down. But the Weston Hurst wave, so needing only 4.96. Gets a barrel, gets a finish. You need to be deep inside of the tube to get those 5s, probably.
Well, let's think back to Tane's 4.73. It was a barrel into a turn. No, his 4.73 was 2 turns, sorry.
Right.
His 4 was a barrel into a turn right at the start. So it has to be a point better than that one.
10 seconds.
That point difference there. That's heaps, actually.
Yeah, it's got to be something pretty special. So I feel like it's probably not going to get there. Unfortunately for Weston Hurst, you can see Xavier Bryce having a look here. Not sure if this was before or after the buzzer, but it's not going to matter. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the 6-7 he was chasing. Scores in for Weston Hurst. It was a 3-1-7, so doesn't get him into that second place, sorry. So it is going to be Kei Kobayashi and Tane Dobbin moving on through to the round of 32. One last heat till we sign out this round of 64. We are going to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the heat number 16 right after this.
All right, here we go. This is the heat everybody has been waiting for. All right, so
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
This is for everyone who made it happen. The surfers, ocean lovers, and locals of Siargao. Together, we fundraised and built mooring lines around the island so boats can anchor safely without harming our coral reefs. What began as a small act of care grew into something beautiful, a community effort to care for the sea we all share. Follow Adopt a Mooring Line to learn more and be part of a global effort to protect our reefs.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
We are back for the final heat of the round. Heat number 16 of the round of 64 for the Siargao International Surfing Cup. It is Xavier Huxtable out there in the red, John Mark Tekong in the blue, Varun Tanjun in the white, and Jayad Alciso in the green. So it has been a pretty big day of surfing. We went on hold for a couple hours in between, but we are back and we're going to find out who is going to round out and be the last two surfers to make the round of 32. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by my big sister True, and it's a big heat to round out this round, round out the round.
Hey there. Yeah, it is. This is a huge heat. Xavier Huxtable got second here last year, so he's hoping to get back into a finals day contention. Marama, John Mark Tekong, he won it into 2023. He's won it quite a few times as well, so he's looking to bring the trophy back to the hometown as well. So it's going to be pretty crazy. Jayad Alciso, he's been on fire, and of course Varun Tanjung competed earlier this morning. This is our first wave of Marama though. Strong first turn, gets a second one in as well. Really just trying to project forward, but too much speed, and he just winds the windows up a little bit. Quick in and out there for Varun. 4.33 for this first wave of Xavier Huxtable. Beautiful opening carve. Gets a second one in there as well. You can see he's already feeling comfortable and powerful out there as well. Had a quick trip home, and then this is an in and out for Jayad. But wow, busy start to the heat already. Zave went from Portugal to Brazil, had a couple of days at home, or not even, maybe a day or two at home, and then he's made the trip over here to beautiful Cloud9 once again. And fair enough, he's looking to go one better this year, Jessie.
Yeah, he's actually, pretty sure he's dice picked to win.
He's dice picked to win.
Yeah, so Xavier Huxtable looking to go all the way, not just for himself, but for Daiwako as well. So 4.33, I mean, what a year Xavier has had, where he started off getting a win in Phillip Island in the QS there, qualified him for the Challenger Series, then got a wild card into the CT, deep in the tube. Jayad goes for a finishing turn, but it's so shallow in that part of the reef there, but got some coverage for Jayad. Like I was mentioning about Zabe, got a wild card into the CT event down at Bells, took down Italo in a very convincing manner.
Yep.
And then went straight into a 5th place at Newcastle in his first ever Challenger Series, and now is close to staying in the top 20. got 2 events left. He's got one at Pipeline, then back at Newcastle. Still has a chance to qualify for the championship tour.
Still, wow, that's huge. Imagine that.
I would love to see Zabe on tour.
Me too.
I actually think he would fit in well.
I agree. Well, I mean, you watch the performance that he had at Bells this year, and it was pretty powerful. I mean, he had such great runs, and that particular heat that he beat Italo in was, I know that the local community were absolutely loving it. They celebrated strong, but Zave, wow, he's looking good.
Oh, he looks sharp. 2 really nice turns here for Xavier Huxtable. His rail game, it's looking Challenger Series class and more. You know, he's just looks like he's building just a lot more faith in his surfing and his decision-making skills.
Yep.
And he's honestly, in the simplest form, just catching more waves. Feels like
Yeah.
Xavier's just on his feet more often than not, and he's showcasing how good of a surfer he is. This is a replay of his last one here.
Yeah, the more Xavier's on his feet, the better he gets. That was a great first turn and just slices it really quickly. I'm excited to see him here. I feel like he can really do some damage. And with 2 extra events, I mean, I don't even know where to start about Pipeline. I don't even know, you know, that's what my question. I'm like, I wonder how. But I feel like Zave charges. I think
He will have a dig for sure.
100%.
For sure.
So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it would be kind of tricky to go out at Pipe for a free surf with
4-man heat.
Yeah, but I mean free surf and try and get a couple of waves out there and not really do too much and then go out for a 4-man heat and have the pick of the lineup. It'd be a bit daunting, I feel.
Yeah.
That's just my personal opinion though. I'm no big wave Dave. I'm not really interested in
You'd rather
doing
have your
that.
first event on the Challenger Series than the championship tour, I reckon.
Yes,
at Pipe.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Like the rookies this year thrown into the CT, first event Pipe, some never surfed there before. It's crazy.
Ego, good luck. I
Best of
mean,
luck to
you know
you.
what? You just
Enjoy.
got to do it.
Yeah.
It's
You
part of
do.
the process.
You do. It is part of the process. Part of the process is also getting to that Challenger Series, and the guy at the top of the Asia rankings is currently Kei Kobayashi, who took out that last heat. He's on the tower right now with our very own Daiwako.
Wow, you just took out a win before you came here in a Tokunoshima Pro QS 2000, and you're now here and you're wearing yellow jersey. How do you
Cloud 9's one of my favorite waves in the world. I'm sure it's one of everyone's favorite waves, especially on this Australia-Asia tour, the best tour in my opinion. Sometimes there's better waves in the CT, which is a pretty heavy call, but yeah, we got some crazy good waves. And yeah, today was a bit tricky with the low tide, but super stoked to get that heat win. And yeah, every heat win matters and definitely a good confidence booster.
In between Tokunoshima Pro QS 2000 and here, did you have time?
Yeah, I gotta go home for like 10 days, got a quick little reset, gotta hang out with my friends, my family, and yeah, that was a good little reset. And then yeah, that was a good win. And then coming into this event, I'm just super grateful to be competing and competing in really good waves, you know, like that's what it's all about, and that's the fundamentals of surfing, so super grateful to be here.
You know, you changed your region.
Green's last wave at 3.1. So Green has a 5.0 and a 3.1.
Yeah, switching regions was a really big change for me. I have a lot of heritage back in Japan, so it was a pretty easy but hard call to make to switch. But yeah, I just want to surf really good waves, and that was like the main decision, and I had a lot of good backing behind that. And yeah, just really grateful everything's coming together and just taking it heat by heat and just enjoying these places that I get to go to. And like, to be able to go to these places on a QS is a dream come true, so I think we're all very thankful.
Well, lastly, is there any friends?
Yeah, just big thank you to all my friends, sponsors, friends, family for supporting me. It's been a long journey, but yeah, starting to get some good results and building some momentum and getting some confidence. And yeah, into round of 32 tomorrow. I'm excited. Hopefully the waves are a little bit better with the tide. This tide is very tide dependent, so yeah, looking forward to that. And then yeah, I just want to give a little thanks in Japanese. ラウンド64、第1ヒート目勝てて、まあ とりあえず1位ため勝てて、なんか自分のサーフィンまで出してないので、いい、10点ぐらいの作戦でヒートを勝ててよかったので、明日がラウンド32で多分タイドもちょっとハイタイド気味でできると思うので、1個ずつ勝てるように頑張るのをよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Good luck in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
I actually think being bilingual could be the biggest global flex. I think it's the coolest thing in the world. It's the coolest thing in the world to be bilingual. Oh, I just really love it. I absolutely love it. It's a massive goal of mine. Anyways, what language would you want to speak in? French. Okay, love.
Yeah. Right now, Zave up and riding here. Not much on that one. Yeah, loved studying French. We did a little bit of Mandarin growing up.
Yeah.
But I just love the French language. I think it's beautiful.
It is. It's stunning. I agree. I either that or Italian. Anyway, we'll get back to the surfing because it doesn't matter. It's all good. But yeah, French or Italian for me would be the goal.
We'll get back to the surfing. Anyways, French or Italian.
We'll
this
get back
is
to it.
a replay here of the last of JR. This was a 1.73. Zave getting a couple of waves under his belt here.
That was smooth.
So a 4.2 for that two-turner.
I really liked that. That first turn, he got the fins out, a little bit of extra push. You could really just see how much it means to him. I mean, a pair of fours right now. He's in a great position, but that 5, best wave of the heat for Jayward. Varun.
Trying to surf himself back into this one. Nice opening carve here for our Indonesian surfer. Big section, gets the ride out. Wow, Varun just absolutely maxing this wave out right now. Thank you very much. A little 3 for the finish there for Varun Tanjung, who also got an incredible wave here last year along with Xavier Huxtable. But this wave, this is a really big moment in this heat.
Yeah, let's break it down a little bit more. You can see it's pretty slopey at the start, so he adjusts his line. Has to go for the... that was huge. That turn there was so spicy. I mean, he's got such a great combination and really good read on this wave. I mean, for a lot of the Indonesian surfers, I feel like they'd be feeling quite confident out here right now. It's pretty similar to some waves at home. And for them, you know, the reef isn't really a massive deal. Sometimes people find it quite daunting and a little bit distracting, but the Indonesian surfers are like, hey, we're all good. Don't even worry about it. And as well, for the 2 Filipino competitors in this heat, for Marimar and Jayward, they're just absolutely loving it. And, you know, big thank you to the Philippines Sports Commission. Thanks to the PSC, more visitors are coming to experience the beauty, culture, and also the world-class surf of the Philippines. So we're actually going to another event in the Philippines, which is straight after Taiwan. It's a QS 4000 and an LQS 1000 just for the Asia region. So huge thank you to the Philippine Sports Commission, the PSC, for supporting surfing in the Philippines.
Yeah, very lucky to have all of our sponsors and just support from everyone, and especially, you know, we had Chairman Pato in here the other day who was chatting through just exactly what it is and what it takes to run events, not just surfing, but Filipino events across the globe, you know, and a lot of international events come over here. Goes for the alley-oop there for Jayward. We're really lucky. We're coming back again. Not just for a QS coming up in a couple of weeks, the Belair QS 4000, but we're also coming back for the World Juniors at the start of next year in La Union. Super fun right-hand point break. We're going to crown some more world champions just like we did Bronson Mady, Luana Silva at the start of the year. So that'll be super exciting to be coming back to the Philippines for another event like that. But the goal is just to keep making these events bigger and better.
Absolutely. And that's, you know, it's the whole part of it. I mean, this wave and this community and this town, it can hold that, you know. It's able to welcome in a whole bunch of Challenger Series surfers. And I think that's pretty great because it's such a world-class wave and it produces world-class surfing.
This is a showcase of what kind of a world-class wave it is. Xavier Huxtable, excellent score last year. Big straighty with the landing. So Zay showcasing why he just got to the finals last year and just how good he was at this wave. So
I actually remember commentating
last
that
year
heat.
gives me goosebumps.
It does. Last year, do you remember that one heat that we had where we absolutely just...
delusional.
We were delusional because the whole day was so good. And it was like, I had no words left of how good that day was.
And then we went on hold and we surfed. And then
Oh
we
my God,
came
we
back.
did.
And
it was better.
It was cooking. And I remember Kai and Falvey getting the craziest wave I've ever seen. Here we go.
Oh.
Varun backing up at a score straight away. His last wave of 5.27. Needs a 2.83, and this you got to think is going to go there. That first turn had heaps of punch in it.
Yeah, it really did. Had some punch to it. Yeah. Wow, look at this. Okay, beautiful wave. Look how clean it is. Goes for a huge connection there. Varun is just lighting it up. He needs a 2.83, and I really think he's going to do that. That one turn is so strong. The judge is going to love it.
Wow. So just over this 9-minute mark, and it feels like Varun, he's starting to ruffle some feathers, and it's gone a little quiet from our Filipino crowd because John Mark Takong out there with only one wave and one score of a 2.83, and Jayward potentially about to get knocked out of the top two. This is Izzy Campbell on your screen right now. She's going to be in the first heat of the round of 48 alongside Ruby True, Ziggy McKenzie and Nixie Ryan. So an all Aussie affair in heat number 1 of the round of 48 for the ladies. But it's interesting to see that John Mark Takong taking the sit and wait strategy when we've seen that not pay off once today. Or the last 2 days, actually.
Yeah. No comment on that because I feel like he's pretty... He knows.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean? Like
he'll most likely prove me wrong.
Well, I hope he does.
I hope he does too.
But I feel like he's been watching enough heats to know, hey, that strategy isn't going to work. And usually he is catching a lot of waves, but I think he has an expectation of what wave he wants to catch in this heat, and I feel like he's going, I'm not going to catch a wave unless it's that. And more often than not, that does come through for him because he's just, I don't know, so gifted out there. It's pretty crazy. But can we just talk about this next heat? Because you're saying the names, and I'm going, oh yeah. Oh, hang on a minute. That is a big heat. Ruby True, Izzy Campbell, Ziggy McKenzie, and Nixie Ryan. That heat is so stacked to start off the women's round of 48. We aren't even into the main round of the women's.
3 Australian junior champions and 1 Olympian skater in the next heat.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
That's pretty crazy. All right, scores are in right now. Just over 7 minutes to go. Varun goes to the lead. So it's a 4.27 and a 4.33 for that last wave. Xavier Huxtable with a 4.33 and a 4.2, chasing a 5.27. And there is Ruby True, your Olympian skater, taking on the surfing world here. So she's actually doing pretty well on the rankings right now. She was looking for another big result here in the Philippines. Here we go. Right now, though, Varun unfortunately going down. So question now put on Xavier Huxtable. He needs to make a reply here. Jayward. Wow. Quick little cover up, chasing a 3.53, big layback turn. Can he hold on? Just can't quite get himself out in front of the foam there. So Zay's going to be a little bit careful that these 2 Filipino surfers don't creep up and take that second spot from him.
It's always a tough heat when you come up against the locals, especially
Always.
at this wave. They know where to sit. They know what waves to catch. The way that Jayward did that was absolutely crazy. That second turn, they're unfortunate to not get the completion, but that tube was a difficult one to read, and not many people are coming out of that, and he just knows this wave so well that he's like, yeah, it's all good, don't even worry about it. But I feel like you can even see how close Dave is sitting to Marama right now. He's going, hey, I'm here. Just to let you know, I'm here, and I'm just going to invade your personal space for a minute, maybe ruffle some feathers, maybe sell you into a bad wave. But Marama's like, actually, I know what wave I want, and you can sell as much as you like, but you might just end up on the bad wave, and I'll get the best one behind it.
Marama's that kind of guy that a perfect wave will just pop up.
Yeah.
He could be completely off the bank and it would just pop up, especially at Cloud9.
I know. It's crazy.
His relationship with this wave is one of the best you'll ever see.
Yeah.
And you can see he's so in tune with the ocean. Zave's going to have a look at this one here. He's got wall to work with. Cracks it for the first section here. Wants to go explosive on the second. He liked the feeling of it. So got the 2 turns in here. Marima out the back in the tube, driving, but he goes down. So waited a long time for that one there. So nervous times right now for the Filipino community. Zave looking a better 4.2. There were 2 really strong turns on that wave.
Yep.
Feeling like the explosiveness that we saw from Varun. Potentially Zave needing to push a little bit harder on that one. We'll see where that score comes in. Jaywad in the tube, drives for the exit. And he's going to get out and try and regain priority. So we've got a heat here. Now, Varun out the back. Flurry of waves coming through. Really open face carve here for Varun. Lots of torque. Floats.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Oh, he broke his board.
Oh, no. That's just heartbreak. That board looks really good. Go the paddle battle. Yes, I love a paddle battle. I love the Kiwi warrior that comes out in people when a paddle battle is just put on the table. Kick.
Paddle faster, Jessie says.
Oh,
Actually, I love a hassle too. Sometimes I would love to see heats without priority.
Oh,
the whole
yeah.
25 minutes, just to see what happens.
You know, it would be different. Different people would win to who you think would win. I reckon a lot of people who continuously make heats love priority.
Yeah.
And I reckon you'd find a lot of mongrel out there in the underdogs.
For sure.
Replays.
Let's go for it. Wow. That was nice for Jaywad. He only needs a 3.53. That really could be it, but we are waiting on a score for Zave. That was smooth from Varun, but unfortunately, board-breaking moment, and he needs to, I don't know if that's a, you know what, I'm just going to sit in the channel and cruise, but he does have a board caddy out there, so hopefully the board caddy was onto it. We'll see, but it's kind of, it's tense. It is really tense. Jaywad got this one as well.
Oh, looks for the air.
You know that he's going to go for it. Oh, doesn't quite get that completion.
Yeah, too far up the board.
I'm kind of... Okay.
No. Wow. Marima finds an absolute hog and goes to the air. Can't get the right. Oh, I love these last-minute intense heats. It makes my heart sore.
You just know that it was going to come. You knew that it was happening and there was going to be a moment like that. Okay. He needs a 5.8 because Zave's last wave was a 4.3. So let's look at it front on. Disappears, gets a little bit of extra coverage, comes out, Spit is behind him.
This is what we're talking about. No one has caught a wave like that all day.
Yeah.
Not one wave like
you
that.
You don't have to get angry at me.
all day. And now Marima goes out there and just finds it so easily.
I know. It is insane.
He's got such an insane relationship with this wave.
You're kind of in one of those, let's just admire it for a minute. He just goes, yeah, I know that this is it. He has such a great read on this wave. A 5.87, wow, is what he needs because that last wave of Jaywad gets him into second.
Oh.
With a 3.7. Zave Huck's down in third. Marima is at the 5.87 that he needs. Probably. It's probably the best barrel of the day, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
This is crazy because...
Where did that come from?
Yeah. You know, I love Marima to pieces. I think he's awesome. But it really annoys me when that happens. When people are just so in rhythm and they're a wave magnet. That was so unfortunate for Zave.
Priority too. Wow. So Xavier goes down, scores in. Marima gets a 7, goes straight to the lead. 50 seconds here. Here's the new board for Varun. Unfortunately, goes down, but he's gone to second, actually. So he's had a score come in for Varun.
Well, he was leading.
Oh, sorry. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
He was leading. Jaywad now third.
I'm just all excited.
Yeah. But
What I was going to say is I feel like I didn't get to actually articulate that properly. I love Marimar, but the fact that he gets to go out there and find like waves like that just come to him really annoys me, because we could sit out there for 3 hours and it would just never come.
No, he's got an insane relationship. Here we go. Last roll of the dice
Oh
for
my
Jayward.
goodness.
Driving in this one. Holds on.
Oh, no.
Just can't get the exit there for Jayward. You can see Marimar now with 1 second on the clock. Oh, ramp. Goes to the air and can't quite land it. So frustration from Jayward.
Yeah.
But the community soaring right now. Look how packed that tower is.
Oh my goodness.
You can hear the beach going crazy right now. Everyone so stoked for Marimar. I cannot believe he just did that. I love surfing.
That was crazy. There was supporters for Marimar, supporters for Varun in there. The tower's going wild right now.
All right, we are going to go to an ad break. Take a moment just to debrief what happened there. We will be right back for the women's round of 48 right after this.
Let's get started. Let's go.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup. This is day 3. We've now got through 16 heats. More to go. We just saw the local hero, John Mark Devon, aka Marimar, go crazy with a 7 in the clutch to take the win in the last of the men's heats in the round of 64. Give you some scores right now. Let's make it official. So that was John Mark Tukong with a 7 and just a 283. So he really had nothing until that point. Got the win. Varun Tanjung broke his board, didn't stop him. A 5 and a 4 got him through. And unfortunately, Jayad Alciso and Xavier Huxtable, fresh off the jet from Brazil via Australia. One and done. I'm afraid he will regroup. We'll see him again next week in Taiwan. Now, moving on to women's action. Round of 48 and the top seeds. Are the top seeds in this round, or are they going to join us in the next round?
In the next round. Round of 32 is when we'll see the top seeds of the women.
Wow, so we're still... I mean, this is only the 5th women's heat we've run so far.
I know.
It's been, there's a huge field, and it's really taking us some time to whittle away at it, but we're starting to get down to the business end. The men's heats from now on, there's no fresh surfers. It's just you're up and you're out, or you carry on. Women's, we've got this round, and then the next with seeded surfers joining those who've surfed from earlier on in the contest. In the water right now, Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie, we'll just call her Ziggy Mackenzie. She's got a 4.67 and a 3.17. She's in the lead. Ruby True, the skateboarding maestro, is in the red jersey. Izzy Campbell's in blue. She's also an amazing skateboarder. And Nixie Ryan is the surfer in green. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me, True Starling. How are you, True?
Oh, I am running on adrenaline just from that last heat. I cannot believe how crazy that was in literally the last 3 minutes. my mind was blown. It felt like it was always going to happen, though, because Marama, he just manages to do that every single time he goes out in the heat here. He's like, yeah, it's all good. I'm just going to wait for one of these bomb sets, and the bomb sets come through. But let's take a look at these replays. Ziggy McKenzie. She is up and into it straight away. That was a great two-turn combination. I believe that was the 3.17. Or maybe this is the 3.17. Let's see what happens, because she also got a 4.67 as well. Two actually really similar waves. So the 4.67 was the one at the start. Ruby True getting out of one as well. Izzy Campbell making her way back out. So she would have got a wave in that exchange too. So Nixie, she had a heat yesterday. Let's take a look at this one of Izzy's. Low off the bottom. She's such a powerful surfer. Still quite young, about 17 or 18, I think. Unfortunately comes off on that second turn. And that is Jawad Alciso on screen there. Unfortunately bowing out of that heat. We also saw Xavier Huxtable bow out as well, which he got second in this event last year. But the guy in blue, that is Marama. And what a great heat that was. He just made it work in the final 3 minutes, really, off the back of one wave. That's 7. It was crazy. So exciting to watch.
Yeah, there are some surfers around the world who are just synonymous with waves, and Marama and the relationship that he has with Cloud9 is right up there. It's just this amazing synergy. He didn't have anything to his name. Needed a big score. A 7's been a really, really solid score over the first 3 days of competition. And then from nowhere just got so thoroughly drained and sailed out and went into the lead and advances to the next round.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, lots of drama in that heat, really. Varun breaking his board. Lots and lots and lots going on. This heat is a stacked heat, though, for the women. I honestly cannot believe this is the first heat of the women's round 48, and that we're not even into the main round. It is absolutely insane how stacked this women's draw is, particularly when you're co-sanctioning events. There is so many good surfers, and these 4 have been absolutely on fire. I mean, they're, really well-rounded in their own rights. Ziggy McKenzie living in Bali, spending, part-time in Bali, part-time in Oz. Doing really well on the juniors. She's just so awesome. Ruby True. She went to the Olympic.
World ISA champion last year.
Oh my God,
Ziggy
that's
McKenzie.
right.
Yep.
Totally forgot about that. ISA World Champ last year. Here we go. Ruby True, the Olympian. Dual athlete. Really strong, goofy-footed surfer from North Narrabeen.
Yeah, I mean, you could have quite the contest here between the best surfers and the best skaters. Obviously, Sky Brown, she's a megastar in the UK.
She's in the next team.
Won an Olympic bronze. And Ruby True, she's been to the Olympics. Another lady in this heat, Izzy Campbell. She's an incredible skater as well. Albany, she comes from between Albany and Denmark. She's closer to Denmark, deep south down WA. But Albany can lay claim to having the oldest skate park in the world.
Wow.
The Snake Run. It's been around for about 50 years. All right. Meanwhile, we did just have the Miracle Man, John Mark Takong, sneak through, pull another rabbit out of the hat to take the win. He's going to be talking to our own Jessie Starling.
Guys, I'm with a full...
I don't know. I thought I'm already finished, but it's only 2 minutes left, and then I was thinking about it. All right, just breathe. It's not done yet. You still have time. And then finally, there's Swipe's game. It was so nice and clean. I was like, okay, this is it. So I just paddle straight to the barrel, and then I was like, can't see anything a little bit because there's white water in my face. I was like, okay, and it's just starting opening up. I was like, okay, this is it. I was like, I'm so happy on that one. And then I was thinking, doing ear, and then I try, and I just the rotate, it just, I think it was too fast. And yeah, I was like, that was a big mistake. I should just do a torn. But yeah, I'm so stoked to make it through. Thanks for that, wave.
Your relationship with Cloud9, it's second to none, to be honest. I mean, just the ability. I was writing you off. I was like, he's sat and wait, work for anyone all event, and then that wave, it came.
16 minutes remaining. White is still in
What?
first with a 4.67 and a 3.17.
One that is so special to you.
Well, like Cloud9 is my home. You know, every time when I was a kid, I always go surf in Cloud9, just all the time Cloud9, and I had like such a really good connection in the water. And every time I just close my eyes and like pray that okay, just I need a wave. And if I ask something, and then a few minutes later, waves came. I'm just have a really good connection. I don't know why, because usually when I was a kid too, I bring my board here in the nighttime, and I used to just like put a hammock in this tower and go into sleep and wake up early in the morning and go for a surf. Literally, yeah. This is like this tower is kind of my home, like my second home. So I'm so blessed. I'm so grateful to have this Cloud9 in my hometown.
And it wouldn't be an interview with you if we didn't talk about your beautiful daughter Olive. She's back in Australia. Is there a message you want to send out to her?
Hi Olive, I miss you so much, and I know we've been playing, we've been like talking every night, and she loved playing golf in the game. So like we play like, I don't know, maybe like 30 minutes just playing games, but I always win all the time. But I was like, Daddy, just give me how do you call that? Please let me win. I was like, no, if you wanna win, try to beat me. Come on. But like, yeah, I'm so happy that there's a messenger now that we can talk, you know, and I see her all the time in the phone, and yeah, and she's like really healthy there and studying there now. So I'm really hoping that I'm gonna see her this year, and if it's not, I'm gonna go to Australia by like end of Feb. So love you, Olive. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, Olive, congratulations. See me in the round of 32. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Jesse. And there is the beautiful beach scene. That is right in front of us. That's where the boardwalk hits the sand. That's where the competitors start the journey out to the tower. And then that's the get-off point before they hit the lineup. Here goes Izzy Campbell, cracking this one. Yeah, so as I was saying, the snake run. It's an old skate bowl that was built. Oh, I'm gonna get it wrong, but I'm gonna say back in the 50s or the 60s.
Wow.
And yeah, Albany's produced some skateboarders. And these days, Albany they've just in July opened the artificial reef down there that was built by an engineering firm. It cost about $15 million, and it's created a left slab that the locals are in love with.
It's good?
It's, well, all reports, yes.
Oh, you've not been, okay.
No, it's Albany's a fair trek. It's about 5 hours from Perth. It's about 4 hours from where we are in Yallingup, Margaret River.
Okay, wow. I've only been to West Oz once, and that was like, I would have been 18, 17. So I don't quite know where everything is. I'd love to go back there because everyone keeps saying how good it is.
It's pretty good. No need to tell anyone though. All right, let's read out some scores. Ziggy McKenzie, a 4.67 and a 4.5 is in the lead. Izzy Campbell, that last wave, she's crunched it and collected 6 points for her troubles. So she only needs 3.17 for the lead. Ruby True has a 4.8, needs a 3.61, but Izzy's only replacing a 2.4. And Nixie Ryan has a 2.5. So currently she's looking for a 6.4. That's the Shaka Cafe, which is also a pizzeria come bar.
Yep, ex-pizza.
Oh, this is Ziggy. Wow, how was the way she laid it on rail and then got the rebound, almost had a little bit of tail slide action when she collected the white water. There's some funny stuff that goes on in that white water back there. So much water drawing off the bottom.
Yeah, there's a lot of water moving out there. That is Hinano Shimizu. She's coming up in the next heat. Let's take another look at this replay, though, because Ziggy is on fire. Great calf down. She's got so much power. That snap was huge.
Wow.
Right there as she just really pushes off that back foot. that is going to be a huge score for Ziggy McKenzie.
Those second and third turns were elite.
Yeah. Loving it. Just a gear above on that wave. It's like she's gone, yeah, I've got a couple of fours. Now I'm ready. Let's go.
Yeah, feet in the wax. Saw Ziggy McKenzie get an incredible wave about 30 seconds after the final of the women's division of the Rip Curl Cup at Padang Padang finished back in August. We had just seen Jasmine Studer take out the win from Willow Hardy, and then Ziggy got what would have been a 12 after the final. It was incredible. She packed it, styled through, and came flying out. Too little, too late to take the trophy, but a wave that she will remember for a long, long time. Of course, she grew up in Bali before moving to Australia to finish her high school, and just keep working on her surfing career, and every post she's made has been a winner so far. Or she's made every post a winner so far.
Yeah, she really has. It's pretty amazing. She's already a pretty well-decorated surfer, and last score locks in 5.5.
All right, here goes Izzy Campbell. Whoa, how was the roll into the double up? She'll punch this section. Oh, one and done, but it was a good one. Izzy Campbell smacked that section. That was a meaty turn, and her 2.4 is long gone. That was great. Behind her, Ziggy McKenzie with a bit of flair, and Ruby True and Nixie Ryan with priority, probably a little bit further up and probably waiting for the sets, while Ziggy and Izzy on the inside are just sort of free-ranging. How's the double-up section there?
Wow, look at this. Bang! Oh, that was...
a hammer.
Yeah, that was huge. Ziggy tried to replicate it too, but that wave just didn't really offer that much. Freya Prum, she's coming up in the next heat. She got a 9 here last year. It was absolutely insane. She's a complete charger. I was actually talking to her about it before. I was like, so you got a 9 here last year? She goes, yeah, hopefully I do it again and actually get a backup, because I couldn't get a backup and I got knocked out of that heat with a 9.
Freya's awesome. All right, there's the score for Izzy Campbell. One turn, 6.13 points. Wow, the judges loved it, and fair enough too. It was a hammer. Ziggy McKenzie just slipping down to second. She's got a 5.5 and a 4.67. And there's a fair bit of a gap between Izzy and Ziggy in first and second, and Ruby and Nixie in third and fourth.
Yeah, it's almost like Izzy and Ziggy, they're just... I don't even know. They just got such great rhythm. They're catching more waves than Nixie and Ruby right now. And Jessie and I were saying in that last heat, we've seen all day sitting and waiting does not work. It is just not working out there today right now. Unless you're Maramata Kong, which he just, I don't know, anything works for him out there.
All right, here goes Ruby on her backhand. Big section, collects it beautifully. Stands tall riding out of that one, and that was nicely done. Her 0.5 will be disappeared from her score. We just saw Izzy Campbell collect 6.13 points for one turn. Not sure Ruby's will go quite that high, but she'll put a couple more points in the bank all the same. Beautiful technique, really effortless and stylish. That was great. And she is out of there.
She goes, yep, I'm happy with that one turner. Why wouldn't you be? That was pretty solid backhand snap. Ruby, she's not scared. She's happy to go out in the bigger stuff as well. And she's an X Games medalist.
Insane.
It is amazing how much she has accomplished at such a young age. She's traveling really closely. I've seen her a lot this event with Sky Brown. So it's pretty cool, the two of them just bouncing off of each other, both dual athletes in the skating and the surfing world, and both are champions in their own right.
6.5 minutes left to run in a very entertaining heat. That last score for Ruby True, a 4.7 just for the one turn, so that was nice.
Yeah, she still needs that 5.38 though, so She needs to do just a little bit more to get there, and I feel like a 2-turn combo is really going to help her, but I feel like it's starting to liven up this heat. For Nixie Ryan, she's got the priority. She needs an 8.17, and I think just catching a couple of waves and getting herself back into this heat would be probably the best option for right now. I mean, Nixie, she's really strong on her forehand. She's from Lennox Head. We know that she can do some big carves and some big snaps. She had a great heat yesterday, I think it was. So, yeah, hopefully she can bring it back in the last 5.5 minutes of this one. I think Ziggy is living up on the Gold Coast, finishing school off at school up there, and it's pretty cool. I know that she's been working a lot at Surfing Oz in regards to training and getting herself sorted. Speak of the devil, she's up and riding. Oh no. She trains a fair bit with Adam Dufner back at home as well.
All right, here goes Nixie. Needs to get a move on in this heat. It's a slopey affair. Doesn't really give her much to work with, and she's out of there. Same with the wave in front of Ziggy's. It was a bit of a flat face, so she pushed it a little bit hard to try and manufacture the score, and goes down. She won't be upset about that. She's still sitting on 10.17 total. Still got 4 minutes 20 to go. Looking at the makeup of this heat, we've got Ruby, Izzy, Ziggy and Nixie. Makes you wonder where Dopey, Sleepy and Grumpy are.
Yeah, wow. Izzy, Ziggy, Ruby, Nixie. That's pretty crazy. I'm just actually having a look at the rankings of the Australian region. Ruby True currently sitting in 6th at the moment. Izzy is 16th. Ziggy is 17th. Which is pretty crazy. And Nixie is currently 24th. So a good result here will definitely help them with the Challenger Series campaign right now.
Here goes our heat leader, Izzy Campbell. Hunting a tube, not going to eventuate, so she'll go back to her power game again, and why not? 2 big blasts. And Izzy Campbell is out of there. Behind her, Ruby True swinging into action. Man, she's got a great style. First turn was good, and combos it up. Finishes it off on the inside. She's looking for a 5.38. Here goes Nixie Ryan, falling out of the sky on the wave behind. Cut that turn a little bit short, and why not? That allowed her to get back up into the lip and crack that one. So great exchange from our 4 surfers. 3 minutes to run, plenty of waves being caught. And, plenty of decent scores being bounced around the place as well. Talk us through these replays.
Yeah, this was a really good wave for Izzy Campbell. Look at that turn there, really driving. Using her rail so well. I was almost thinking as well that she was going to try for the barrel, but she's going, no, I'm going to go to turns. I'm going to stick to my guns. And Ruby gets that first turn. Maybe looking a little bit slower than Izzy was, but still some really, really strong backhand snaps. She's got such a great top turn as well. And then this one of Nixie's, really good second turn for Nixie, throwing a lot of spray. So that's going to be her best wave of the heat. She needs an 8. It won't be that, but it's definitely going to help her situation. With 2 minutes to go, it might even put her in a position to really challenge for second.
2 minutes.
Nixie had a paddle. Opts out of that one. She's trying to get herself back into a position to get another wave. Waiting on this last score of Nixie Ryan with just under 2 minutes to go. It locks in at a 5.63. She is a 4.63. Sorry, she's looking for a 5.54. So let's see. 90 seconds remaining. Ruby needs a 5.38. Nixie needs a 5.54. There's not much left in it.
Yeah, 90 seconds to go. Izzy Campbell's also off to the ISA Worlds for stand-up paddling in a couple of weeks.
Wow.
So she is multi-talented with whatever kind of board is under her foot.
Super random.
Her dad is a really good stand-up paddler as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think that is so cool. I did not know that about Izzy.
1 minute remaining.
That's great.
1 minute.
Wow, we are into the final minute. Nixie, she needs a 5.54.
Oh, that was a nice turn.
I don't know if it's going to be it off the strength of one turn. She needed a better second turn combo, I think, to really push for that. Here we go. Oh, Ruby had a paddle. Third prio, she can do whatever she wants with 25. Oh, seconds to go. That one spat out. That was crazy.
Yeah, the spit can be deceiving though, because it can happen anywhere up or down the reef. You see a lot of the deeper ones that come through and spit before they even get to the pack, and you're like, why aren't they over there? But it's very unpredictable. Wow, Ziggy, that was bowled out, and she got in there eventually, but exactly what I was talking about. Like, you go to take off, and that happens. Ruby True. Oh, just fell out of the sky to end the heat. Yeah, there's one of those deeper ones that was pretty much untamable from where the pack was sitting. And once you're caught inside, you're going the long way around. You just cannot punch it straight back out with the amount of water that's moving around. Okay, that was a really entertaining heat. We've got one more to come before we call it a day. Heat 2, round of 48 action, women's side of the draw, Siargao International Surfing Cup, coming our way right after this quick break.
Record revenues from regulated gaming has boosted PAGCOR's social responsibility efforts, bridging gaps in the government's education, healthcare, disaster response, and national security programs. A solid proof that when gaming is properly regulated, it becomes a powerful engine for nation building.
This is for everyone who made it happen. The surfers, ocean lovers, and locals of Siargao. Together, we fundraised and built mooring lines around the island so boats can anchor safely without harming our coral reefs. What began as a small act of care grew into something beautiful, a community effort to care for the sea we all share. Follow Adopt a Mooring Line to learn more and be part of a global effort to protect our reefs.
SDMI Sports. World-class sports management made in the Philippines.
How? Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
All right, one heat left to run on a very entertaining third day here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. And it is Heat 2, round of 48, women's side of the draw. Anime Alapeo from right here in Siargao is in the green. Hinano Shizumizu is in the blue. Freya Prum, the veteran from Australia, is in red. And Sky Brown, the multi-board sport superstar from the UK, is a surfer in white. And alongside me, Chris Binns is Japan's favourite commentator, Dai Wacko. Hello, mate.
Good, thanks.
How was your surf during that break?
It was great. You know, it was super shallow, but still on the set, it's pretty fun out there. So, lots of opportunities for all the surfers, definitely. And it, well, looks clean up a little bit more.
I wonder if there'll be time to sneak out quickly. All right, this is Anime Alapeo hunting the tube. This is a replay, so I think that turned out to be a 1. This is Freya Prum. Her opening wave was a 4.33. Big, powerful turn. She really laid into that one and cracked it. And that was nicely done. And behind her, Hinano Shimuzu going down with just a .7 to her name.
It was a great. She was on the way to great number, but unfortunately, it comes unstuck for Hinano Shimizu. The first wave for Freya Pram, that was, especially the second turn, it was on point, throwing buckets of spray.
So that leaves Sky Brown out the back with priority. The only surfer yet to catch a wave. Here's the replay of Freya's wave. Talk us through it. Oh no,
Whoa,
this was another one. Wow,
another.
that was a big turn. Was it ever? 6.5 for one manoeuvre. So shades of Izzy Campbell's high-scoring wave in the last heat. And why not?
Well, that was the hardest section to actually hit. And she managed to ride out of it super clean. But at the back, Shimizu up and riding in the tube, traveling quite a bit. Unfortunately, goes down. So another point. Another point, 7-7 for Hinano Shimizu.
So Sky Brown is English,
Right.
but her dad Stu is from the UK. Her mum, I believe, is Japanese.
Yes.
And they spread their time between California, Bali, and also Miyazaki.
Miyazaki, yes. I'm pretty sure her mom is from Miyazaki, and they spent a lot of time in Miyazaki as well. And I think that's where she picked up the skateboarding. And sometimes she goes there, and she often stays in Chiba as well in Japan lately. But she's a very talented surfer and a skater.
And then since deciding to pay a bit more attention to her surfing, has moved over to Bali and spends a lot of time with the Tanjongs and Bronson Mady and that kind of crew, and hence competing in the Asian region on the QS. You forget that she's only 17.
Really?
I think she won a bronze at the Olympics when she was maybe 12.
Wow.
And I know that she won the BBC Junior Sports Personality of the Year back then as well. So she's been a superstar for 5 years. And obviously, first came to fame as a skateboarder, but an incredible surfer as well. And watching her trajectory and seeing her improve her surfing from, a year or two ago when she first surfed on a WSL event at Cruy to where she is now, like, the sky's the limit for this incredibly talented young lady.
I'm pretty sure she was surfing in Stab High, Sydney, right?
Yep.
And she had a good run as well. She's very good in the air game as well, in surfing.
Oh, absolutely. The Ladybirds division of Stab High is full-blown entertainment, and it's an ominous sign of what's to come in women's surfing.
Right.
The talent level in the sort of 12 to 16-year-old range is unbelievable. We just saw Tia Zabrowski, 14-year-old Tahitian, qualify for next year's CT.
The youngest?
The youngest to ever do it. More than your Carissas and your Stephs and Tyler Wright. Unbelievable. All right, speaking of success, we just saw Izzy Campbell get the win in the last heat. Let's hear all about it. She's down talking to Jessie Starling.
Yes, thank you so much, Binzi. Izzy, that was such a great heat. I mean, you just, I don't know, attacked it with so much power. It was like you were ready for every section that came at you.
Yeah, I suppose I just went into it with the mindset that I've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. So I kind of just wanted to get a few on the board, and yeah.
It looked really cool. I mean, there was some moments there. I mean, you and Ziggy had a really great battle, and it was awesome to watch. I mean, it was super entertaining. It would have been special to share a heat with her.
Yeah. It was the best case scenario for us. So yeah.
I just want to remind you, there are no drones allowed.
I mean, preparation coming into this event, what were you doing to get ready for these next 2 legs of QS 6000s?
I've just been
the competition area during these heats.
I know you have friends and family at home that you'd like to say hi to. Is there anything you'd like to say?
It's great to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Izzy. We'll see you in the next round and take it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, True. And great words there from Izzy Campbell from Denmark, down south WA, the deep south. And yeah, incredibly talented surfer and skateboarder. She'll be going to Taiwan, and then she's off to, I believe, El Salvador. To compete ISA for stand-up paddles.
Stand-up paddling.
Yeah. So Izzy's also another Stab High alumni. She competed a couple of years ago when it was at Lakey Peak. All right, meanwhile, heat in front of us. Freya Brum has opened up with a 4.33 and then gone bang on her second wave. It was only one turn, but it was fully committed. Big section, big turn, matched power with power, and banked 6.5 for her troubles. There's a beautiful drone shot from pilot extraordinaire Ryan Williams. That's the lineup. To the left is Quicksilver, and to the right, those 4 surfers are the 4 in Rashi's, Freya Hanano, Sky, and Anna May. And that is what they're dealing with out the back. That's a good look at the bathymetry here at Cloud9. Named after a chocolate bar. Did you know?
Right.
There's a Cloud9 chocolate bar here in the Philippines. And the first crew who surfed this place. Right. That's what they named it of. But then also being on Cloud9 is a feeling of euphoria. And no doubt that's what a lot of surfers feel when they get spat out of a big meaty barrel here. You know, the first sort of trip that put this place on the map, it was back in the 90s, was might have been for Rusty, Evan Slater and Taylor Knox came here, and it was all through Surfer magazine. It was shot by a guy called John Callahan, and those photos went around the world. Back then it was like
probably nothing,
a bunch of planes, a couple of boats. It was a real mission to get here. And it's a lot easier these days, hence the tourist boom. If you want to find out more about that, John Callahan, he's not just a photographer, he's an author as well, and he's written a book called Surf Explore. It's coming out in about a month's time. The first reviews are starting to touch down on the various surfing sites around the world. And yeah, he spent a lifetime traveling around, exploring, finding new waves, documenting new waves, and this is a bit of a retrospective from that man, John Callahan.
That sounds like an interesting book to read. With these days, it's hard to find new places. It's cameras everywhere, and it's super easy to get to know how to get to the places. So, yeah, that sounds like a really interesting book.
Yeah, it's such a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because should you be selfish and keep it to yourself, or do you want other people to experience what you have? Here goes May Alapeo. She's experienced this place more than anyone else in this heat. Wow, the spit as she takes off. Gets the carve. And, will she get the finish? So she managed that one well. All of the drama came from the wave itself. It was really cupped out and bowling right where she took off.
Right. Looked good first.
Just got a little tickle behind the ears for her troubles. A couple of turns, but it's going to be a pretty minor score for the local hope in the green jersey. 12 minutes 20 to run, so we are into the second half of the last heat of the day. Sky Brown's last wave was a 2:17, so she is in second, but she won't want to hang on to either of those scores when this heat's done in 12 minutes' time. Pretty ominous looking sky out there, but that might just be the filter on the camera, because if you look out the window behind us, it's quite blue now. And potentially blue enough to suggest there's enough light for me to go for a surf in 12 minutes' time.
Right on screen, seeing Hinano Shimizu up and riding. I thought he was going to go to the section, but a little bit too late to the section, unfortunately.
No, I know that wave well because I caught a lot of them yesterday. There's just nothing on offer there.
Right, it's just hard to get up there and then hit the section. That's why, you know, Freya got the 6.50 for the one big turn.
Yeah, her wave was a lot bigger though. Broke a lot further out of the back, so there's a lot more water underneath it. Gives you the time to get in. Once you're taking off on those smaller ones on the inside, you got no chance.
Right, you have nothing on the bottom, so it's kind of hard to do the turns.
Just the water drains out so quickly. The tide is coming back up. It was a 0.4 low. It's up to about a 0.7 now.
So in about 11 minutes time, there's going to be 100 people out there by the surfers after this event, as soon as the event finishes.
Let's keep that one to ourselves.
Probably there's going to be a 30 minutes light after this, so you might want to go out there and get your surf.
Correct. Yeah, I needed a little bit of a rest in that last break, and I went home, and just in case I hadn't watched enough surfing, I just binged the latest round of edits that's touched down on the internet. I checked out Mr. Langburn's latest edit, watched the latest East, the electric acid surfboard test on Stab with Mikey February. That series is insane, and this one promises to be more of, well, picking up where they left off with the last one with Dave Rastovich. And I thought I'd better check out an edit from home as well. Ned Hart, young charger from WA, has traipsed around Scotland and Ireland and filmed his slab chasing exploits along the way. That was pretty cool too.
A little bit sleepy time with the 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this heat. Not many waves have been ridden for the last, I would say, 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, Freya could just about paddle in now. She could have done that 20 minutes ago. Just got her 2 waves and gone, you know what, I'm out of here. Nine minutes remaining, and how is the forecast looking for tomorrow?
Well, looks like something at the back. Freya is having a look at this one. Whoa, no take is on this. So first priority sitting with Freya Pram, and second priority is sitting with Sky Brown. With 8 minutes 25 seconds. Looks like Sky Brown is up and riding on her backhand. Nice carve to start with, and it gets the finish, gets the end section. Try to get rid of the 2.178 for the first place at the back. Shimizu up and riding, but unfortunately goes down. Trying to get rid of the 0.77, needing 2.0 to go into the second. And at the back, Anime up and riding again goes down. So our requirement is now 2.90. So both of blue and green needing small score at the moment. So this is the last of white. Nice turn, and it quickly goes to the end section, and nice 2-turn combo from Sky Brown comes in at 3.40, so she's extending her lead. Now blue needs needs 3.24 and green needs 4.13. 7 minutes to go in this heat.
So just looking at the forecast for tomorrow, there's a fair bit going on out there. The primary swell drops, but it's more from the east, which is favourable for here. And the secondary swell picks up. So we've definitely had two swells in the water the whole time. You see that quite a bit with the ridges in the face. Some waves you take off and there's a lot of water in front. Tomorrow, I think those two swells are going to flip over in intensity, and with a bit more east, even though the swells dropped a little bit.
That's a good sign though for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think so.
Better shape, that means better barrel.
Yeah, Surfline's suggesting it could be bigger again tomorrow, which should be pretty cool.
Wow, nice.
And the wind is southeast tomorrow, which is not ideal, but so 5 minutes remaining. I love it from Freya. She's put a winning score on the board already. She did that in the first 5 minutes, and then she's just sat with priority afterwards. And why not? Like, she wants to get a bomb, and she's got every luxury in that she can just sit there and wait for it, because if it doesn't come, doesn't matter. She's more than likely at this stage getting through, and she just wants to pack a big barrel.
Definitely, she's looking for that wave. Just pull into the barrel with the 5 minutes to go. I gotta say, she's in the safe place right now with a 6.5 and 4.33.
Sky Brown turns her nose up at that one. Hinano Shimizu takes off in front and shows Sky why she made the right call. Here goes Freya, looking to get rid of her 4.33. It's a bowly wave. She goes vertical. She cracks it. Hits it once and cracks it once again. Will we see her get rid of the 4.33 and upgrade her score? Behind her, Sky Brown, late takeoff, committed, transfers all that energy off the bottom into the lip. Couple of strong turns, and that's going to go into her top two with 4.5 minutes remaining.
One big turn and one minor turn, but still the first turn. Well, let's take another look for lots of red. Love the first turn, smooth transition in between turns. Unfortunately, I don't think it was a completion for the second turn, but this turn, wow, that was a huge turn from Sky Brown, throwing a lot of sprays at the back. She is looking to get rid of the 2.83.
And Sky, that's another one of those smaller inside ones that has no chance of offering a wall.
Wow, looks like a few good scores for Sky Brown. 4.83 for the previous wave for Sky Brown, extending her lead.
Well, yeah, extending the gap between third and fourth, that's for sure. Doesn't get her any... Well, gets her a little bit closer to Freya. She now needs a 6.01 for first, but now it makes a requirement for Hinano a 5.23, and Anime Alapeo is chasing a 6.13. Both very attainable scores for these two young ladies, but there's only 3 minutes remaining. Anime has priority. So at this stage, you think she'll be just waiting for a bomb rather than trying to get there with two waves.
Well,
having a look at this one, can she find the tube? Delays her bottom turn, mid-face carve, and nothing really on offer for her. Just one turn, goes down, she's out of there. 2.5 minutes remaining. Now, are there many free surfers about to enter the arena?
I can see two of them just standing on the reef at the moment.
Two's okay.
Two's okay, but maybe there's more. in about 2 minutes. So Blue has first priority. Nice first turn. And straight into the carve. So 2-turn combo needing 5.23.
Interesting call there from Hinano. She needs a 5.23, and there was really not much about that wave from the start that suggested there was 5 points on offer.
Definitely it'll be her best score in this heat so far. She's got a 3.00 and 2.77 as a backup. 90 seconds to go in this heat. And Sky Brown is having a look at this one on her backhand. Oh, quick in and out.
Yeah, that one raced off without her. 1 minute remaining.
So last of Blue comes in at a 2.77, still looking for 5.23 to go into the second with 50 seconds to go.
So it's looking like Freya Prum should be through. Sky Brown is holding on to second. 40 seconds remaining. Hinano Shimizu, one last roll of the dice. She needs a 5.23. That's not going to be enough. 30 seconds to go. So two interesting calls from Hinano at the end there. Freya Prum, she's just caught another wave. Don't know what she did on it. But the channel seemed to like it. So 10 seconds to go. Let's hope we can get a replay of what she just did, because here we go. All right, this is Freya. She's packed a good-looking tube. Come flying out with the spit. Freya Prum has not put a foot wrong to sign off on a very memorable performance here in the round of 48. She's already got a 6.5 and a 4.43. Let's see where the judges go with that one. But it's academic. She's got the win. It's just a matter of by how far. We're still waiting on one last score to come in for Hinano Shimizu. It needs to be a 5.23 to put her up into second. I think that's unlikely, but we will confirm once it's all locked in. So two last scores to come. That is once again 18 heats. We've had 16 heats of men and 2 heats of women on all 3 days of competition so far. Last wave for Freya Prum was an 8. So she's got an 8 and a 6.5 to end the day on a high note, a 14.5 2-wave total. Last score for Hinano was not enough. So Freya and Sky Brown through to the next round. We're going to be back here tomorrow, bright and early at Cloud 9 for the call. Siargao International Surfing Cup. Day 3 was a success. Day 4 promises to be more of the same. My name's Chris Binns. Alongside me is Dai Wacko. Hang around now. We're going to give you the highlights of all that we've seen so far in the event, and we'll see you back here in the Philippines bright and early for more insane competition tomorrow morning. Thanks for checking out the action. See you tomorrow.